No, we do not, Philip. We do not worship Jesus.
Philip comes in here all the time. Are you okay, Philip? Are you okay? I would like to know why y'all need us to. Thank you, Glenn Renee. I appreciate you. Well, Philip, when you come to the truth, you won't worship Jesus. When you come to the truth, Philip, you will no longer worship Jesus. Now, if you get to say it to me, I get to say it to you. You know what's so weird is that on my phone, on my backup account, it says that there are 130 people watching, but on TikTok Live Studio it says 90. What do you see?
I see 96.
I wonder if the 130 is coming from the backup. Y'all see 126, 127. That's so weird.
Oh.
Those of you that see 127, are y'all coming from my backup account or did y'all come from the main account? You see 130? I see 134. It says I only see 100 on the TikTok studio. Main? Okay. Okay. Maybe it's just a delay from the mobile to the studio, I guess. I don't know. But okay, so we climbing up there. Yeah, what was I just saying about the Philip for Jesus? Are you still here? Because I just want to know, like, how does it feel for us to say it back to you that you won't worship Jesus when you come to the truth? Crystal, slow down on the shares. Slow down so they don't think you're a bot. Thank you. Thank you, though. I appreciate the support. I love you so much, Crystal. You said Philip done ran. I hate when they come in here and they say this shit. Like, I just want to know, like, if you can say it to me, then I can say it back to you, right?
Exactly.
What's up, Hector?
So if they don't like it when we say it back to them.
Because then that would be anti-Christian bias, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you ask those types of questions, Chris, when there is a whole ass post with 4 prompts? Like there is a post with 4 prompts. All it takes is about 4 to 5 seconds to read it. Doesn't even take that long. Like some of y'all get up here and y'all be like literally you can glance at it and say, oh, okay, I see what the argument is. Like it doesn't take that long. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I mean, we be getting through with y'all like reading out loud. Yeah. Like the read out louds be funny as fuck, but we don't say anything. What's up with the tirade? Ty the goddess raid. Thank you, Ty. Like we just be chilling. What's up, Onyx? What's up, Nancy? We just be chilling when y'all get up here reading out loud because we understand. But damn, when you come in here asking what's the argument or what's this live about, that's irritating. Lois said, I have to read my prompt to almost every Christian that comes up on my panel when I host that, which is just to me it's like privilege. I am a child of the King. Read to me. That's what it sounds like. I'm a child of the King. I can't help, like if they can't read it, like I don't know what to tell them. We're at 164 shares already. All right, I guess when we get to 200, well, we had 216 people in the room. Y'all ready to go ahead and get started? Bring up the first guest. You ready, Lala?
Yes, indeed.
All righty. Oh shit! Hold on. Let me say what's up to the YouTube family. Second. What's up to the YouTube fam over there? Just Cam, what's up? Ball Stack, Cindy Prim. Look, they're like, I see 134. I see 127. There's Christians in the chat talking shit already. There's a few in the guest request. We're going to see what they're talking about. Welcome back, everybody. To those of you that wasn't here earlier, we had to take a 2-day hiatus because of the stomach flu. That motherfucker tried to get me back tonight, but I ain't going. So I'm back on Pedialyte and black coffee for the night, but we're going to rock on. We got Dr. Julio in the chat, and let's go ahead and get started.
Yeah, don't forget those rosas. That's Thinker's gift goal. So please help her with the rosas.
Dr. Julio, hi, how are you?
I'm well. Yourself?
I'm doing good. Can you let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please?
Former atheist, current believer.
Okay, and which topic did you come up to discuss?
Number 3.
All right, go ahead.
Is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty? The answer to that is no. Christianity in its truest form is the belief in the occurrence of a series of historical events. And the primary one what makes one a Christian is the belief in the physical life, the authenticity of the physical existence, physical life, death via crucifixion, and physical resurrection from the dead of Jesus of Nazareth.
Well, thank you for telling me what it is. That doesn't address the idea that it is a gang belief. Like literally the concept behind the God in Jesus is complete loyalty and obedience to that God. And then you are commissioned to go out and get more people to be loyal and obey the God.
But if the events in question actually occurred, how is teaching
Does
people...
it matter if it occurred? It's still gang belief.
Ma'am, if the events actually happened, that would mean that Jesus is who he claimed to be.
Does that matter?
If you allow me to finish.
No, I asked a question.
Yes.
Does that... No,
yes.
Don't fucking yell at me.
I'm not yelling at you.
Yes, you are yelling at me.
I'm not.
I asked you a very specific question. It doesn't matter if you think the events occurred. It's still gang belief.
Okay, I think once again, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Assuming that the events surrounding Jesus actually are legitimate historical events, that would mean that he actually is God, which he claimed to be.
And who gives a fuck? Who cares?
So you're not going to let me finish talking.
You're not addressing the question. It doesn't matter if you think he's God. It doesn't matter if he actually is God. It is still gang belief. If that is your belief, why do the rest of us have to believe just because you do?
Ma'am, once again, it's not that you have to believe it, but understand, if these events literally happened, that would mean that Jesus is exactly who he claimed to be, which means he has the authority and the right to give you the directive to go out and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Who said he didn't give you the directive? Like literally, you're not arguing the point. He did give you a directive to create a gang. You are saying that it's not a gang. It is a fucking gang. Even if he gave you the directive to go out and teach his bullshit, it's a gang. Address that.
Ma'am, I am addressing...
Address the gang.
Ma'am, if you can calm down...
I'm going to keep saying the same thing. Okay. Address the gang.
I'm addressing the fact that the idea that it is
I don't care if you think he is God. Ma'am, I don't care. That's not the point.
Ma'am.
The point is the gang belief.
Your inability to formulate a logical intellectual argument is not my problem.
No, your inability to actually track the fucking point. You can't track the point. The point is that your Jesus solicited a bunch of minions to go out and build a gang of loyal followers for him. Ma'am. Followers who do not critically think, followers who do not question, followers who yes sir and yes ma'am, anybody that said that they represent him.
Ma'am, again.
My name is fucking Thinker.
Okay, well, Thinker. Once again, if the events in question happened, which
you said that already.
I'm going to keep...
And I've already told you I don't give a fuck. Okay. That's not the point.
Well, if you don't give a fuck if the events happen...
That is not the point. That's not the point. Who gives a damn if you think he's God? It's still a gang.
It's not a gang.
It's still a gang, dumb fuck.
Ooh,
Do
you're
you know
so
what the
mad. Ooh,
fuck
you're
a
so
gang
sensitive.
is? Yes, I'm mad because you sound fucking
You're so
ignorant. Why
sensitive.
the fuck do you call yourself doctor? Did you make that bullshit up? Did you just make yourself a doctor on TikTok?
No. Oh,
Yeah,
you're not.
exactly. Like so, like what the fuck? If you are actually some type of intellectual doctor, some doctor with an education, then you should be able to track what the fuck the conversation is about. I don't give a flying fuck if you think your Jesus is God. I don't care. He still built a gang. That's the topic. The fucking gang. Why the fuck do we have to believe in your God just because you do?
If there's non-biblical evidence proving that he is who he claimed to be, it's not that you have to believe it. It's just the fact that the events actually happened. So it's not a gang. You
If
fucking
it, if
moron.
it didn't fucking happen, live your fucking life and leave the rest of us the fuck alone.
You are so mad at a God you don't
I am
believe.
because you don't fucking listen.
so
If
mad
this
at
is
God.
your God, live your life and leave the rest of us the fuck alone. Leave the rest of us
You're
the
so mad at
fuck
God, you don't-
alone.
Oh my God. Are you going to allow me to speak now? Or are you just going to
You are a petty ass. You are a petty piece of shit, and I think that you've been on my live before.
I have, and you never let me finish talking.
No, because you are a fucking asshole.
No,
you are a
you're just
dumb
a dumb-
fuck.
no, you're just
You
a
are a
dumbass.
dumb fuck. You repeat the same shit every time you come up here. You can't track a
No,
fucking
I can't
conversation,
repeat-
and I
I
think
can't
you
repeat the
just
same thing
made
because
yourself a doctor for fucking TikTok.
I got it. I got the nickname on Clubhouse as well before TikTok.
Oh, Clubhouse made you a doctor?
Well before TikTok.
Clubhouse made him a
It's
doctor,
the same
y'all.
nickname.
A fucking app that is irrelevant as fuck. A fucking irrelevant ass app made you a doctor. That makes motherfucking sense.
I'll tell you this.
That makes
Grown
sense.
ass
I'll
man.
tell you this.
That makes sense. And did you think that if you went and got a photo shoot done and you leaned in a fucking chair and you put on a fucking suit coat that you were actually going to look like a fucking doctor? That it would actually make you intelligent if you fucking cosplayed a fucking doctor in your TikTok PFP? You still sound fucking stupid. I keep trying to direct you back to the topic of the word gang, motherfucker. I don't give a damn if your God is real.
I'm so mad at a God.
Take your God, go to church and leave the rest of us the fuck alone.
What happens when you die and go to hell?
What happens when your ass dies and go to hell? What happens when your ass dies and go to heaven? I don't give a fuck because I don't fucking know you and I don't plan to be there when your ass die. So I don't give a fuck about what happens after your ass no longer exists on this earth. And neither do you give a fuck about what happens to me. Neither do you give a fuck about what happens to 295 people in here. You are full of shit. You don't even give a fuck about the person walking down the street without food to eat, bitch. Like, so for you to be on up here trying to say that you give a fuck about what my soul does after it dies is bullshit. You are in a fucking gang, and all you want to do is help those whose balls you want to lick control the whole entire world. You want to cosplay. You want proximity to whiteness. That's what you want, and that's why you worship this God. That's what you want. That's exactly what you want. That's why you worship this God. That's why you got that fucking coat on with that shirt with them two buttons unbuttoned, trying to look like a fucking white boy from some Ivy League school. And then you cosplay and name yourself a doctor instead of actually going to fucking college. Like, you think all you have to do is believe in God. You think all you have to do is have faith and you become a doctor, but you don't have to fucking study. You don't have to actually understand shit. Like, stop bringing your dumb ass on my stage because you irritate the living fuck out of me.
Because you're a demon.
Fucking dumbass. He gets on my fucking nerves. I cannot believe I forgot who the fuck he was.
Robotic answers. They never can answer the damn question. Straight up.
He is a dumb fuck. Every time he brings his ass up here, he's a wannabe. He's a fucking wannabe white boy. Ashamed of his brownness.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. I mean, if he is God And if this stuff actually really happened, then he has the authority to give a derivative to go out and teach the gospel. Even if he gave a derivative, motherfucker, he still commissioned your ass to go out and build his gang.
Why is that so hard to
And then
understand?
he said give a derivative. It's give a directive, dumb fuck.
Okay, I hope it gets better. I really do.
If this is your first time here, don't be be surprised, but let that be the last time that you be surprised, because I'm sorry, we match energy in here, and nobody's gonna be able to come up here and talk shit, disrespect us, and we just lay down. That's not gonna happen in here. So don't expect it. If you are somebody that clutches your pearls, throw them bitches away, because you're gonna break them if you stay in here. You're gonna keep on clutching them as long as these misogynistic assholes come up on this stage. This is not the room for you if you are a pearl clutcher.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
They get on my damn nerves.
Mm-mm.
If you were in the guest request box, do not be afraid. Do not jump out. We don't talk to everybody like that. Stay in the guest request. If you are civil, we are civil. Tanisha, how are you?
I'm very civil. I am good. I'm going to just say this. I used to be one of those Christians a long time ago, but I actually woke up. And a lot of these Christians don't even realize that the God that they worship is not the true God. And what people don't realize is that, Yeshua, when he did walk this earth 2,000 years ago, he studied ancient religions, especially Egyptian. He was
Tanisha,
not.
I'm gonna cut you off.
Everybody thinks that
Hold
Yeshua
on,
is.
Tanisha. I'm gonna cut you off.
Hold
right
on,
quick.
hold on.
No,
Can
Tanisha,
I
I
just
don't
say
allow
one
this.
thing?
No, ma'am, I don't allow this. So when you come on stage, right, I want to talk to you about you and one of these 4 topics. I don't want to bring in somebody else's conversation and discuss that with you. Okay. I'm just gonna let you know. I don't know if this is your first time here. I don't believe in this God. Okay. And I have studied Jesus. I have studied the Israelites. And Yeshua did not do any of that. There are books that have been written that says that he did, but these books were written in common era time by random people, and there is no credible resources to back any of that up. Now, I do not allow misinformation to go out on my page. You can say whatever you want on another live or on your own live, but in here we're going to address that type of information. I just want to let you know that, okay? And so what I would like for you to do is to let me know. You said most people don't worship the same God. Know that they're worshiping the right God. I need to know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, and then pick one of the 4 topics from the post and
I'm
start from there.
agnostic.
Okay, can you
I'm
pick one of the
agnostic.
topics? Okay, can you pick one of the topics from the post, please, and start from there?
Okay. Well, I don't think the God of the Bible is what is basically. I had to deconstruct
Can
from
you pick one of these
Christianity, and I had
can
to
you pick
open my own.
Tanisha?
Yeah.
I just need you to pick one of the
Okay.
topics on the post and then start from there. Let us know what topic you're picking, and then start from there. Okay. Go ahead. Just pick one of the topics. Say I'm picking topic 1, topic 2,
Number
or
3.
number 3. Okay.
And
Thank you.
number 3. It is a form of gang belief and loyalty. It is.
Okay. And now you want to expand on why you say that, or
Yes, the reason why I say that is because you got so many Christians out there forcing people to believe in something outside of themselves. And, a majority of Christians are hypocrites. I'm sorry. They are hypocrites. And they act like they're holier than ever. and the way they treat people, and try to tell people that they're going to hell, but you're not holier than ever. So how can you sit there and say that, and then you try to get other people to get into the religion? I don't believe in religion. I believe in spirituality. And I had to open my eyes to see what was going on, and I couldn't be a part of that. And for people to sit there and preach to people talking about, if you don't believe what I believe, you're going straight to hell, that there's something wrong there.
Yeah, I don't understand why they get so angry because we say we don't believe, and then they don't understand why we get angry when they continue to try to cross our boundaries, right? And then they use these tactics like gaslighting and ad hominems, and they try to dig in deeper, right, to try to make you even more upset, and they know that they're doing it. It's like
it's fear based.
It's very fear based, but
it's fear based.
I'm sorry, give me just a second. Yeah, I agree with you. It's very fear based, but it's almost like it's a built-in strategy. I don't believe in spirituality, but it's like they have a spirit of deception built into them when they behave like that. And I'm not talking about all Christians. I'm talking about the ones who do this specific thing. And then to call it love, Dre Souls, like that's some very fucked up ideology, right? For you to think that that's love. Like I don't want you to love me that way. Like your Jesus tells you to give me just a second, Tanisha.
Go ahead.
Dre Souls, your Jesus says to love your neighbor as you love yourself. I don't fucking like that rule because I don't want you to love me the way you love yourself. One, because you're going to think that what's good for you is good for me. And you're not going to listen to me when I tell you what I need for me. So you're not going to know how to love me. And then I don't know if you really love yourself because he also tells you to fucking hate yourself. He tells you to hate your life, and he tells you to call yourself a worthless slave. So I do not want you to love me the way you love yourself. No, thank you. Go ahead, Tanisha.
Well, I was a Christian for a long period of time, and just sitting here watching a lot of these Christians, what they were doing, and all the back and forth and contradiction, I had to really look deep, and I realized this is not where I wanted to be. This is not who I am, and I'm not going to sit there and force anybody. And the thing is, a lot of people they think that they know who God is, but honestly, if you're acting the way you're acting, you truly don't know who God is, and you don't even love yourself to treat people like that and to cause harm to others by telling them that they're going to burn in hell for all eternity because they won't listen to what the Bible says, but the Bible even contradicts itself.
They always talk about demons, right? They always try to say that people who don't believe in their Jesus have demons, right? But they don't necessarily look at their own selves, right? They call they call the harm that they do to other people, the willingness that they have to watch other people suffer for the sake of them to claim to have this relationship with this deity that they cannot see. They call that love, right? But they'll see someone like me who stands up for my right to not believe in their fake ass God and say that I have a demon because I don't believe fairy tales, or because I ask questions, or because I fact check, or because I research, and that makes me a demon. Doubt, they have literally made doubt a sin. For someone that's in the religion, right, who's asking questions, they demonize them and tell them they need to repent because they asked a logical question about how the hell did the animals shit on the ark for 40 days and 40 nights, and Noah and his family didn't catch diseases from the smell of the feces. How did they live with that shit in the heat that is accumulated from all those animals shitting on that ark, not to mention the human shit, right? But if you as a human using critical thinking, right, in your logical mind, ask a question like that, then you are a demon.
Well, can I say this? a lot of people are reading the Bible with physical eyes. It's all meant to be a parable. It's not meant for everybody to be able to see. And right now, you got blind people leading blind people. The truth is that, you know, God of the universe dwells inside of all of us. The kingdom of God is inside of all of us. So too many people are looking outside.
I think you have to
themselves.
like in here, if you can keep it to yourself and like don't include other people in your belief system, right?
Okay,
Because
I'm sorry.
I don't believe that, and I
No,
don't
I
think
mean,
Lala or Teacup believes that either. So like it's offensive when
Nope.
people add like include me in their belief system.
I,
Like
I'm, I,
your belief system
I
should be
understand.
personal for you.
I'm just saying, for me, I believe I'm a goddess. So straight up, and
And there's
I'm not
nothing
gonna
wrong
look
with that.
outside.
I don't like to be called a god. I don't have any desire to be a god. And so like, and people will say that in here to me all the time, and I always let them know, please don't refer to me as a god. I have no desire whatsoever to be a god.
But for me, I feel like if whatever everybody wants to believe, that should be on them. That shouldn't be pushed or forced or anything like that. And Christianity is the worst thing right now. You got all these people thinking that, oh, it's the end of the world and we got to get more souls saved and blah blah blah, and they force, you know, all this stuff and treat people like crap. And people don't need that. People don't need all that stress. All it does is causes stress, heartache, and it makes you not even want to be around. I don't even like going to church, honestly. I haven't been to church in years because of all the stuff I actually went through when I was in Christianity. And, you know, I don't know, I've never felt really welcomed by people, you know, because of my own opinions, like your opinions and how you feel, my thoughts and stuff. And, you know, really, another thing that I don't like is that they try to say that women should be silenced. But women give life. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to put a man over myself and say that this man, I'm supposed to be, what is it called? Where you're supposed to basically take care of this one man, and, you know, you're just supposed to be in this small little position. And you know, Proverbs 31, wife, whatever. You know, I believe that relationships are supposed to be equal. There's just a lot of stuff that contradicts, and they try to push women to make them small, and that we're supposed to be below men. To me, that's submissive. There it is. A woman's supposed to be submissive to a man. No, to me, a woman and a man should be equal. And why should I believe in something like that? That I have to be submissive to a man. I have a husband, yes, and I work my tail off. You know, I do what I need to do. But you're telling me that I'm supposed to be submissive and I'm supposed to work, cook, clean, do all this stuff, break my back, and act like I don't even have like like I'm lower than a man because I'm a female. No, I don't think so.
You
It
know
should be equal.
the crazy thing about it is that there's somebody in the comments that says women do not create life, nobody does. Like literally, it's not even that women create life, it's that the female organism creates life. The female plants, female animals, the female human, like the female organism creates life.
Exactly. But yet they trying to take everything away. Look at the trees. They got rid of all the female trees. All the trees are male. So they can't reproduce and make fruit. So now we have to sit here and buy and spend all this money because everything is just so screwed up. Everything is screwed up and everything's been changed. Women, we produce, we do everything. We tell me how it's right that, you know, They put men on this pedestal, but yet a lot of men go, they impregnate women, they leave them to raise kids by themselves. But yeah, we're supposed to just worship men and be submissive to men. How is that correct? How is that even right?
I said what I said so that I can pull him out. The real come payday. You're a misogynist. You're a misogynist. Like it's tripping you out to hear the fact that the female gives life, as if you didn't know that. That's tripping you out.
Oh,
it's her. Yeah, somebody in the comments. It's the windshield wipers, and it always trips me out. Like the very first ones to show up to the live. Oh, not about the feminism. What are you saying that it's a bunch of yapping? Like, what are you talking about?
Why does it even bother you? What does he if you don't like it, just get off the live?
He said it's not that. That's what I was double checking, because he's a regular here, and that was tripping me out that when he was saying a bunch of yapping, a bunch of nothing, and so it was tripping me out because I'm like, whoa, like he's a regular here, and we had a misogynist who was a regular in the community that we didn't know, right? Who was amongst us, and he had posted a video one time saying that the government should, the politicians should introduce a bill that would force wives to still have to cook, clean, suck, and fuck for their husbands if they get divorced.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and he was like, I don't see. He was like, I can't see anything wrong with this. There's no rebuttal. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then he said that he said, if the law says that a man has to take care of the woman even after they get divorced, then the woman should still have to cook, clean, suck, and fuck. And I'm like, there's no law that says that a man has to take care of the wife when they get divorced. There's not one law that says that. It says that the one who breaches the contract, right, has to pay alimony if alimony is required, if there's going to be a change in lifestyle. Not everybody gets alimony, but he was trying to push this idea that there is a law that says men have to take care of women, so women should have to cook, clean, suck, and fuck even after they get divorced. And the fact that he was a part of this community just like, fucked me up, because we try our best to not allow misogynists to just chill in here, because we snuff that shit out quick and fast. So I was trying to make sure that that person wasn't a misogynist, because I wasn't understanding their comments. So,
well, lovely Trump is trying to come up with a law where if a man pays child support, that he can claim the child on his taxes all year, even if the woman has the children in the household. So a man could pay, let's say, $50 a month and still claim that child.
That's not true. Someone made that up. Don't.
Yeah, that was a lie.
Someone made that up. That was fake.
Yeah, I got you the real come pay that. Hey, thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Yeah, that was a lie. And when I as soon as I saw that video, first off, he can't do that, right? The president doesn't make laws; he enforces them. And then the fact that the guy said that he made that law, people as soon as they heard him say that, they should have known this was a lie, right? If they would have known how the government works, but people don't educate themselves on that. Right. And I commented in the comments that very thing. Like, all of you in these comments should have known that he was lying from the very beginning as soon as he said Trump made it a law, because he can't make laws. The president doesn't make laws. He enforces them.
And I thought that, I was like, shouldn't Congress pass this stuff? Because usually he could write it into law, but Congress has to pass it. But there was all this stuff going around about that. I was like, that would be bullcrap if they did try to pass some stupid stuff.
He can write executive orders. He cannot write a law. He can write executive orders. He can sign laws into existence. Like, he can sign the law and enforce them, but Congress writes the laws and passes the laws. The president has to enforce them.
But I know one thing. All this stuff that's going down, though, especially with Trump being in office and all these crazy stuff that's going on now, you know, I'm worried for us. I wish I didn't even live in the United States, period. I wish I could just get out of here. This is actually the worst place to be. All the stuff they do to us, you know, all the cancer and crap that they put in our food, everything everything, how high everything is, and the minimum wage still at 7 something is ridiculous. It's insane. And then all I see is more and more homeless people and nobody helping these people. And
we plan on it. Maximus token, whatever. A lot of us plan on it. You don't have to tell us by. A lot of us already have an exit strategy.
It's so sad. It's so sad, and it's like majority of Christians that I've ever talked to, I feel so bad. I'm on the phone. I feel so bad for all these homeless people. And you know what I hear from Christians? Oh, they choose to be that way. They choose to live like that. I'm like, how do you know what they choose to be? And you're supposed to be a Christian, but you're refusing to help somebody who's homeless? Doesn't that go against everything that y'all believe in? So it's hypocritical, honestly. And I'm glad that I love Christianity. I'm so glad, because I was in my worstest spot when I was in Christianity. I was in depression. I was going through a lot, and I kind of felt like there was something wrong with me because I wasn't, having the experience that all these other people were having. But, now that I've gotten out of it and I've actually analyzed a lot of stuff that's happening, I am at my happiest being out of that, because I felt like it was a cult.
It definitely is a cult, and it amazes me how so many of them don't realize that they are in a cult. They don't realize that even their Jesus telling the rich man to sell all that he has and give to the poor. The disciples live in communal style, right? Like they had to go and sell all that they had, bring it back to the disciples, to the apostles, and the apostles divvied it out to people as they needed it. Like that literally is compound living. Like it's a cult. And then you get taught by specific leaders, right? And you have to obey those leaders. You have loyalty to those leaders and then loyalty to the God through those leaders. Like it literally is a cult.
I don't want accountability. Lucid Society Productions. How do I not want accountability? Maybe you should look deep into
don't talk to the comments. Don't talk to the comments while you're up here. They'll say all kind of stuff down there. Just wait till you get back to the comments.
You can't have any kind of... Everybody has the right to have their own opinion and their own beliefs. But in Christianity, they think that if you're not Christian, everybody's going to hell. So you're telling me all these people that are in different religions, even the purest Buddhists, who are more holier than anybody, because they are the sweetest, nicest people, you telling me they're going to hell? Please. These people really need to look inside of themselves, and they need to clean their own cups, because half this, they don't even realize what exactly that they're doing and how they're pushing people and how they're treating people. It's a cult, and all it does is cause pain toward other people. It's like, if you don't want to believe in this religion, just go on. And you believe what you believe, I believe what I believe, and that's it. Don't keep on trying to force people or argue with people. It's not necessary. It just makes me look at you like you're a damn fool. You're sitting there arguing what I should believe in. Since I don't believe in your God, I'm a demon, I'm this, I'm that. But really, you need to look at yourself, because you're the one who's acting crazy. And it just...
And they lie to themselves when they say nobody's forcing you. Oh my God, that's a fucking lie. Y'all are lying to yourself when you say nobody's forcing you. It's a lie.
Everybody has their own beliefs. Everybody has their all different opinions. There's so many different damn contradictions and stuff like that. People just need to leave people alone.
And correction, lucid correction. The argument is not why people shouldn't believe. It's why I don't. Why I don't believe. You don't ever hear me saying you shouldn't believe this. I talk to you about why I don't. And I want to know why that pisses y'all off. Those of you that it pisses off, I want to know why the fuck do I have to believe what you believe? Y'all can say you don't all you fucking want. But the reason why y'all show up here is because you don't like the fact that I talk about why I don't believe. And then y'all feel like you got to come in here and defend your God. So you can say that you don't have to believe and that you don't care all you want. The fact that you are here, the fact that you are commenting 10,000 comments a minute says that you are lying. And you are lying when you say you are cool with it, Maximus. You're lying.
Exactly. Just saying.
What about the part that says do not judge? Y'all sitting here judging. Y'all putting your opinions out there. But you half the stuff that you read in your Bible, you don't even follow.
Christopher, you just defended yourself when you commented, I'm not defending anyone or anything. You just defended yourself. If I wasn't talking about you, there was no need for you to even address that in a comment.
I honestly believe that life would be so much better without religion.
Sure, Dre Souls. Tanisha, thank you so much for coming up. We're going to bring up another guest. I hope you have a good night, okay?
You too. God bless. You have a blessed one.
All right. I got the irony of saying God bless to somebody who, after I've told you I don't believe in a God. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like, did you listen to anything you said when you were on stage? Like, what? I don't know. Maybe it just like slipped out. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt because she was pretty cool. But I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. You don't care, huh? You don't care, huh? You don't care enough to like accidentally pop up on my stage?
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm.
I do care.
Oh, you said in the comments that you didn't. So now you do?
I don't recall saying I don't care about anything.
You literally commented and said you don't care. You said you're free. Oh my God, nobody's forcing you. Like literally, yes, you did.
Yeah. Nobody's forcing you. Like, the reason why you have Christians telling other people about their God is because God requires everybody to hear the truth, so that when He makes His judgment, right, there wouldn't be any rebuttal. Like, hey, why didn't you? Because one thing that's for sure, when God reveals Himself at the end, everybody will acknowledge Him. Everybody will realize, oh, there was truly a God. I was wrong, right? Everybody will realize that. But then some will say, but He didn't tell me. Nobody told me. That guy was showing me. Nobody ever told me, right? So in order to avoid that kind of argument, right, you have people telling you about God over and over and over and over and over, so that when the time comes, you would not have that defense for yourself. Like, oh, I never heard about that. Like, I never knew you. Like, nobody told me about you. See what I mean?
But if we tell you that we already know about it and that we don't want it, then just leave us alone. Like, we
Yeah,
don't
of
need you to
course.
tell us over and over and over and over again. And then on top of that, the things that y'all say, you can't even produce. Like, half the shit that y'all say isn't even true. Right?
No,
Like,
yeah, okay. So,
your book tells you that you can do all of
mhm.
these miracles. But anytime that we test that shit, y'all say it don't work like that.
No, there's one principle in Christianity, right? You can't base your faith uh off somebody else's faith. Your
Then,
faith is
then
your
stop
faith.
trying to do that.
No, hold on. So what I'm saying
Like,
is someone can.
hold on. Your book says to try the spirit and see whether that spirit is of God. And so when y'all come in here claiming to have this Holy Spirit, and we test your Holy Spirit,
That's what I
and then
just said.
hold on, I'm talking.
Okay.
Your book says to test the spirit and see whether that spirit is of your God. And so when we test your Holy Spirit in here, when y'all claim to have this Holy Spirit, y'all say, "Oh, it don't work like that." Y'all make all of these
No, I
claims.
don't
Wait,
say
hold
that.
on, I'm talking right now. Y'all as believers make these claims. You're literally making the claim right now that you have been commissioned by your God to uh, tell people about him,
Yeah.
right? And a God hasn't told you that. A book told you that. A story in a book told you that. You haven't talked to any God.
Who the book was inspired by God,
The book was inspired. Like, literally anybody can say that they were inspired by a God. Like, the writer of Harry Potter could say she was inspired
but
by
they
God to write Harry Potter.
but there are proofs that the
No,
book
there's
was
not.
inspired by God, and one of the proof is that all the books in the Bible were written at different times by people that in some cases never met each other. They live
So
in different.
Maximus,
Hold
Maximus,
on.
no,
They
no, no,
live in
Maximus, Maximus. Let me ask you a question. Can your God,
land.
does your God make mistakes?
No.
Okay, so if your God doesn't make mistakes, can you explain to me, if the book was inspired by your God, can you explain to me how Judah's entire line was born and um, died within 13 years?
I don't understand your question, and I don't even understand
Judah,
your point. The
Judah,
point of
Jacob's son, Judah.
what's
Jacob's
the
son Judah. Listen to my question. You said the book is inspired by your God, right? And you also
yeah.
said that your God cannot make mistakes. So Judah, right? The son of Jacob, the brother of Joseph, right? His entire bloodline, right, was born. He had two sons who died, and then two sons who were born from Tamar, and grandchildren, all within 13 years, 13 to 25 years.
So what's the issue?
Yeah. Can you tell me how you can have grandchildren in 25 years? Two sons that got married and died, and then you got tricked by a daughter-in-law, had two kids by that daughter-in-law, and then had
You said
grandkids, all within 25 years, 13 to 25 years. Because from the time that Joseph went into Egypt, from the time Judah and his brothers sold Joseph into Egypt, right? Joseph was 17 when he was sold into Egypt. By the time he was raised as the Pharaoh, the second in the Potiphar's house, he was 30. So we're looking at 13 years from that time to the time that he was raised to second in command in Potiphar's house. Judah's entire family had been born. He had two sons died, had gotten tricked by his daughter-in-law, had two sons, and then had grandkids. And then they all went to Egypt. Can you explain to me how all that happened in 13 years?
where is the mistake from God that in that
It
story?
was this story inspired by your God? Did your God tell the writer
No, are you
hold
saying
on, listen to the question. Did your God tell the writer to write that in Genesis 39?
everything is inspired by God?
So
Yes.
then is it possible for humans to do all of that in 13 years?
Yes. 13 years is
So
a long time.
you tell me what 13-year-old can have grandkids.
13 years is a 13. Hold on. Are you saying 13-year-old cannot have kids?
Grandkids.
Oh yeah, it's possible. But
What 13-year-old can have grandkids? How old were they when they? How old was the 13-year-old when they had a kid? And then how old was their kid when they made the 13-year-old a grandkid?
gosh, it's a combination of different factors, right?
Yeah, talk me through it.
No factors. Lies and untruths. That's the factors.
Okay, so we don't even have to use the Bible. Just with logic, you can have a scenario where a 13-year-old can have like grandkids. Literally in my family, I have uncles.
13-year-old that has a grandchild.
Let me finish. I have uncles that are
No.
younger than their nieces.
No. The 13-year-old. Hey. The 13-year-old is a. Hey, listen to the question. I want to know a 13-year-old that is a grandfather.
I don't want to dive into all that right now, but
No. That's the topic, because you said the book is inspired by your God, right? So, and I asked, can your God make mistakes? You said no. So did your God tell the author of Genesis 39, when they wrote Judah's story, to write it to where his entire family was born, and his entire line was generated in 13 years, to the point to where his kids would be grandparents?
Okay, so you say Judah had two sons, right? Is that what you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who came after the two sons?
He got tricked by Tamar. Remember, his sons died. God killed Then he killed Onan, because Onan wouldn't seed off into Tamar. Okay. Then Tamar tricked Judah, got pregnant with her twins. Right. Then the twins had kids, and then they all moved to Egypt with Jacob.
The twins had kids.
Yes.
And then they all moved to
Egypt with Jacob.
So who? So you say Judah. So the twins. So the kids of the twins were the grandkids of Judah.
The kids of the twins were the grandkids of Judah. Yes.
So wait.
They were the kids of the twins were the great grandkids of Judah. But they were the kids of the twins. The kids of the twins were the twins' grandkids.
The kids of the twins were the twins' grandkids.
Let me pull the verse up, because hold on.
Because I thought you were saying Judah was the grandfather. But you said that
Judah was the great. If Judah's twins had kids, that would make Judah the great grandfather of Judah's kids' twins. Okay, Judah's kids would be the grandfather of their kids' kids.
So to cut it short, right? The Bible have been translated multiple times, right? So it's possible.
But is it inspired by your God?
It's possible that we've had mistranslations of a word.
But is it inspired by your God? That's the question.
Yes, the original version is inspired by God. Now humans have translated.
So have you read the original version?
What is the original version?
Well, I mean, you're saying that it's inspired by your God, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying the original is, but what you're reading, you're claiming is the mistranslation, right? What you're reading right now. Hold on, don't talk while I'm talking. Hold on. Okay. What you're saying is that what you're reading right now is the mistranslation, right? Or the possible mistranslation. That is what you just said.
I said you have some words that have been mistranslated, not the entire.
Okay, so that means that you're reading a mistranslation, right?
No, not the book is like 95%, 99%, like translated right. It's just.
How do you know that? Have you read the original? How do you know that, Maximus? Have you read the original?
I haven't read the original.
So how do you know that it's 95% translated correctly?
just because the disagreements that come from some verses in the Bible are very minimal. It's like, it doesn't cover like a big portion of the Bible. It's just some portions of the Bible. Most of the Bible have no disagreement.
Well, are you saying that there are no people disagreeing on the translations of the Bible? Are you saying that there's very small amount of people who disagree?
They disagree on some portions.
No, they disagree on a lot of it, Maximus. You just ignore them. Yes, they do, Maximus. Yes, they do. They disagree on a lot of it.
No. Okay, let me tell you, right? The Schofield Bible have a big portion of disagreement. I would give you that, because they talk about the rapture before
the what Bible?
The Schofield Bible.
Scoffy.
Schofield.
Oh, the Schofield Bible?
Yes.
Why are you talking about a specific translation?
Because that one have a big portion, a whole portion of the book of Revelation that is completely mistranslated, and that is completely false, because they talk about a tribulation that is supposed to come. I mean, they talk about a rapture that's supposed to come before the tribulation, right? And that is not what the original version says. Right?
None of it says that there's supposed to be a rapture. All of that the rapture was created extra biblically by a evangelical preacher.
But it's also on their Bible, right? Or is it not?
I don't know. I've never read the Schofield Bible.
It is, because the Schofield Bible talks about a rapture that occur before the tribulation, and there's going to be a 7 day of tribulation after the rapture, a 7 day of tribulation for everybody that didn't get rapture. None of that is from the original Bible. All of that is
a lot of Christians believe in this rapture that was created by John Nelson Darby. Like that, yeah. Like that's not privy to the Schofield Bible, the Scottsfield Bible, whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, Schofield was trained by Darby, and he's the one that wrote the Bible.
But you're saying that it has it cut out. Are you saying that they wrote that into that specific Bible?
Yes.
Okay, and who uses the Scottsfield Bible today?
A lot of modern Christians. There's a Scotfield. You can buy a Scotfield Bible on Amazon.
Yeah, but you know how long I've been doing this live?
A lot of
and hold on, I've been doing this live for like a year and a half, and you are the first to mention this specific Bible. Most believers use the King James, the NIV, the NLT, the ESV. I was just
trying to make a point.
But I'm saying the point that you are making is irrelevant, because not a lot of Christians use that translation.
No, a lot of Christians use, because
not enough, because you are the first to mention it.
Okay, let's go. Do you know Pastor?
You actually think I'm finna sit here and do that with you,
Graham?
Like, no. And why would I do that? That is irrelevant to this conversation.
All the big churches in America that are pro-Zionist.
That's fucking irrelevant to the conversation, Maximus. Maximus, you are wasting my time. That's irrelevant. You said that the Bible was inspired by your God. I asked you if your God can make mistakes. Then you said that there could be mistranslations in the text. If there are mistranslations in any of the text and you haven't read the original, then that means you don't know or have read the inspired word. If you believe that it's inspired, you, Maximus, have not read the inspired. You've only read the mistranslations.
Yes,
or the translated text.
I did read the inspired word, because I told you the mistranslations only account to like 2 to 3% of the Bible. The rest of it is the original.
You don't know that because you've never read the original.
I know that because the disagreements that arise.
You are literally making shit up.
between believers only a point to 2 to 3% of the Bible. The
You
rest of the
are
Bible,
making that
no,
up.
have no disagreement about it.
Maximus, did you know that most of the scholars today, biblical scholars today, say that the Israelites were never enslaved in Egypt? That is a made up story. Did you know that?
A made up story by who? Who made up the story?
I guess your God did, Maximus, if this book is inspired by your God.
So if they were not enslaved, what's the real story then?
What do you mean? What is the real story?
Yeah, but you say they were not enslaved, so you have to have a basis to say that. So what's your basis to say that?
That there is no archaeological evidence that they were ever enslaved in Egypt. I already told you who. I already told you. I asked you, did you know that many biblical scholars, hold on, that many biblical scholars know already that the Israelites, hold on, stop talking while I'm talking.
You can't say no.
Stop talking while I'm talking. I'm trying to ask you a question, since you said that that's less than 2% of people who disagree with this book. I'm asking you, were you aware that many biblical scholars today already know that that there is no archaeological evidence, no extra biblical evidence that the Israelites were ever enslaved in Egypt, and that the math is off, and the math is off by your book?
The Bible is an archaeological evidence, in case you didn't know that.
Okay, this ain't gonna go nowhere.
Hold on. You know, the Bible comes from manuscripts, right?
No, it ain't.
It comes from archaeological manuscripts. You know that, right?
You said
If you don't know that,
manuscript.
then you just don't know it. It wasn't
You
just
just lying your ass
written.
off,
You're
ain't you?
lying. You're
You say there's
lying.
You
no
ain't got a lie to kick it,
manuscripts.
Maxima.
So you're saying that the Bible was just written out of thin air? There's no manuscript. There's no archaeological manuscript where the books come from? Is that what you're saying? Because I can send you to a museum where they have those
Like, Maximus, like, are you not tracking that what I'm saying is that someone wrote a fairy tale?
Who wrote the fairy tale?
Whoever wrote the Exodus story.
There is a museum of archaeological
Maximus, who wrote the Exodus story?
The Exodus stories?
Who wrote the book of Exodus?
Hold on. Who wrote the book of was it? Is either Moses or no?
Nope.
No, it wasn't Moses. It wasn't Moses, because Moses died before Exodus even ended. It was somebody after Moses.
Moses died before Exodus ended?
Yeah, because
Maximus.
Exodus ended in the land of Canaan. That's when Exodus ended. Moses died before that.
Who wrote Deuteronomy, Maximus? Who's talking in Deuteronomy?
I'm not an expert on who wrote every single book. So
then, Maximus, when you say that there is archaeological evidence of these scrolls, right? And I'm telling you that there is no archaeological evidence of the Israelites in Egypt. And so whoever wrote the story of the Exodus wrote a fairy tale. They wrote a mythology. They wrote a symbolic story to teach a specific theology to a group of people. Why do you keep pointing to museums as if you can listen? Let me ask my question.
Okay.
Why do you keep pointing to museums as if you are able to name a specific author of the story? Because you cannot refute whether it is fact or fairy tale without archaeological data. Why are you pointing to museums if you don't have that?
Why don't you? Okay, you know what? I can give you like a museum that you can go and look it up yourself, right?
What will I be looking at? What would I be looking for at the museum? What would I be looking for?
Because that's where they have the historical evidence.
Evidence of what?
For the Bible.
Of what evidence? What am I looking for?
The scrolls, the manuscripts,
That the scrolls existed?
written in Hebrew.
So am I saying that the scrolls did not exist?
So are you saying?
Hold on, and listen to what am I saying that the scrolls did not exist? Is that my claim?
No. So you're saying that.
So why are you telling me to go to a museum to see scrolls? That's my claim is not that the scrolls did not exist. My claim is what was written on the scrolls was fairy tale.
Oh, so you're telling me that the people that wrote the scrolls 2,000, 3,000 years ago, some 1,500 years ago, or whatever, you tell me all those people made a were writing a fairy tale, all of them, because it wasn't just
yes, Maximus.
It wasn't one person that wrote all the scrolls. It was multiple people at different times.
Yes, that is correct.
At different eras. And
that is correct. That is correct. Which is why it's not coherent. It's not consistent.
It is coherent.
It is not. Maximus, have you ever heard people ask, where did Cain's wife come from? Where were the people outside of Eden that Cain was afraid was going to kill him? Have you ever heard people ask that question, Maximus?
Yes.
You know why they ask that question?
Why?
Because it's not consistent. It was not written by one person. It was not written at one time. It was not written to be told in this chronological order that King James put it in.
I can tell you a question that I have always had, right? Reading the Bible, that made me like, just to reinforce your argument, but I still don't agree with you, right? In the Bible, when it talks about Adam and Eve, right? And then it talks about other people and like without explaining where those people came from, right? So the goal of the Bible is not to tell you how creation happened, like exactly to the T. Like that's not the goal of the Bible. The goal of the Bible is to tell you about God. Mostly is to bring to you the knowledge of God.
Duh.
Right? The Bible doesn't claim to tell you exactly how we came to this world.
Yes, it does.
How God made Adam out of the
yes,
dust.
It does.
That's not the goal of the Bible. The Bible is not a scientific book. The Bible is a.
It literally does make that claim. It literally does make that claim. And I agree with you that the goal of the Bible is to tell you about this God, to indoctrinate you into a God that you are loyal to, that you obey, that you feel indebted to, that you are afraid of.
Yeah, but ultimately, if you don't believe in God, right, you hit a dead end because you.
No, that's what you hit a dead end. You can't speak. You can't speak. Who the fuck gives a fuck? Like, what are you going to do with that information, Maximus? What are you going to do with that information if you spend your whole entire life here trying to figure out how you got here? What do you plan on doing with that information?
Are you seriously telling me you have no existential question?
No.
Whatsoever?
No.
Don't care how we got here?
No.
Your brain don't.
No, I already said no. I don't know how many times I can say no.
Well, I'm not built like you. I'm built
okay, different. Right. You were built differently. So you need this. I don't. So you can't say if you don't believe in God that you'll be at a dead end. And when you're talking to me, yes, you will be Maximus. You will be at a dead end. So you need to change what you said. You need to say, if I don't believe in God, then I will be at a dead end. You can't say what you believe for yourself for me, because I don't give a fuck about worrying about how we got here.
That's why you don't know where you're going.
I do know where I'm going. You don't know where you're going. No, you cannot speak for me. You can't speak for me.
No, I can't.
You can speak for yourself, Maximus. You are the only person that knows Maximus better than anybody. Maximus is with Maximus 24/7. You don't even know me. This is your first time speaking to me. You don't know shit about me.
You're right, but
so you can't speak for me.
The only thing I know about you 100%, that I know 100%, is that you don't.
And you don't even fucking know that.
and that you don't know God. You
You
don't know
don't. You
my
don't
God.
even fucking know that, Maximus. You
Do you know
think you
my
know
God?
that. You
You know
think
my
you know
God.
that, Maximus. You think you know that. That you've set your own assumption, and that's fine. I don't really give a fuck about what you think you know about me. You know why, Maximus? You know why?
Why?
Because just like I don't give a fuck about worrying about where I came from, because I'm not going to do anything with that information. What you think about me, Maximus, means nothing to me because I plan to do nothing with that information.
I don't think that.
After I finish talking to you, Maximus, I won't know you. What
Why?
you think about
I
what
don't
you
know why
think
you're
about
getting
me,
angry.
Maximus. What you think about me does not affect my day to day life. What
So why
you
are you
think
getting
about me,
angry?
listen. What you think about me will not stop me from feeding myself. It won't stop me from feeding my children. It won't stop me from paying my bills. It won't stop me from accomplishing my dreams. I don't
That's
care what you think about me, Maximus.
I want you to accomplish your
I
dreams.
don't give a fuck,
I don't want
Maximus.
you
It
to
doesn't
finish your
matter.
dreams.
Doesn't matter if you want it or if you don't.
Why are you getting
That
angry
does
then?
not matter to me.
So why are you getting angry? I'm
Because you're
not
not
getting.
listening to me and you keep talking while I'm talking. I've
Okay,
asked you several times not to do that and you keep doing it.
we're just having a
I
interaction.
don't care. What I don't understand is why
Exchange of
when we bring believers on this stage, we tell y'all over and over and over again how to have a conversation. And it's
we
not
having
to
a
talk
conversation.
at the same time when someone else is talking. Y'all
We
don't
don't.
know how to have conversations when y'all come on this stage. And then when we ask you over and over and over again to stop talking while we're talking, then y'all do this condescending act. Is it my turn? Can I speak now? Is it okay to talk now? Because for some odd reason, your God didn't teach you how to have a conversation.
I think you think that having a conversation is you talking for 10 minutes, and then the
It's
moment we
her
start
live. If
talking,
she want to
the
talk for an
moment the
hour,
moment we
she
start
can.
talking,
Shit.
I was talking. You
I
see,
don't give a
Mm-hmm.
shit.
the moment I start
Your
talking, I
point.
get interrupted. But you can talk
Well,
for
now
10
you know how
minutes,
it feels. Do you
and
like
that's
it?
having a
You don't
conversation
like
for
it,
you.
do you? You don't like it.
That's a
So
proper
stop doing it.
conversation for you,
Thank
right?
you, whoever did
Maximus,
that.
someone just paid $15 to drop you because you are full of
Bye
shit.
bye.
Bye.
Oh.
Thank you, whoever did that.
You know that question that I asked this morning, how would believers feel if how they treat non-believers, uh, if that was done to them? I think Maximus just proved it.
Hmm.
They don't see what they do, and then when somebody does it back to them, it's it's not right. It's
Exactly.
they victimize themselves. How dare you not let me treat you how I want to treat you, and then how dare you treat me the way I was treating you? And don't say don't judge, right? Because that's what believers do.
Every day, all night in this live.
And then can't handle me saying I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Like what you think about me, like you are the one who cares what someone thinks about you. That's why you have a God. Bruiser, how are you?
Hey, good evening. How you guys doing tonight? I'm doing all right.
That's good. Can I get your age? Let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
Um, I'm I'm a Christian. I guess I would say that, but it's
Okay. Can
more
you
on
pick
the
a topic, please?
okay. I was looking at well, God doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Okay, and then before you get started, I just want to tell everybody in here, if you're not following, go ahead and make sure that you hit the follow button. Also follow us on YouTube at Art Thinker so that you can catch the replays. We do stream live to YouTube every night. You can, if you fall asleep during the stream, you can catch up later on. We are live to 10 a.m. Also, catch us on the Atheist Experience Truth Wanted. Yeah. Truth Wanted this Friday at 7 p.m. Central on YouTube. Go ahead, Bruiser.
Yeah. as far as that,
Give me just a second. So, John Rogers, thank you for letting me know that you don't want to follow. And then I'm just going to go ahead and block you. I hope you have a good life, friend. Bye. Go ahead.
oh, okay. Just as far as my belief on that, it's gonna be a little. I mean, this is my first time kind of doing this, so first off, as far as me being a believer, I'm kind of more on the spiritual side. I'm a hoodoo practitioner, so but as far as people that
Yeah,
aren't
I just want
familiar
to
with
make
that,
sure that we know that we're not talking about African spirituality in here. This is about the God of the Bible, God of Christianity. So I don't want to go into any other type of religious beliefs. Okay.
okay, yeah, I was getting into that. For a lot of people that don't know, hoodoo uses a lot of Christian bases as far as Book of Psalms and a lot of stuff like that as
Yeah,
well.
but we're talking about traditional Christianity in here. I don't want to get into any African spirituality. Okay.
Okay, gonna make it a little more difficult then.
All right. So that I'm gonna bring up a Christian. Okay.
Okay, all
All
right.
right. Thank you so much. I think some
Mm.
of them do.
They
Annika.
used it because when we were forced over here, and how
Yeah.
they prevented us from doing like practice we believed in, what they would do is hide it within Christianity. So yeah,
Yeah.
it is a
Yeah.
big
He was
part of
telling the
it.
truth. Yeah. I just don't want to get into that. Unfortunately, this isn't that type of live, Lucid. You got to find a live that's about that. This ain't it. Big Hoso. Big Jose.
Said big host.
Because I saw the Omo and I thought about Oso, and it just came out like that. Okay, but they're not there. Oso in the comments talking about I'm a hoe. Melvin. Melvin. All right. TikTok be like switching. I was trying to bring up somebody else. Issa, can you take him down? They're not connecting.
Oh yeah, we I think we blocked him because kept typing in caps, and he was blocked before. I mean, he was muted.
Yeah, remember we can't block people for typing in caps anymore because we're almost at that limit. So we got to save the blocks for like really really bad
Okay.
cases. Yeah, because we're at 10,000. We're almost at 10,000. So I had to go through and unblock a couple of accounts so that we can block the real, like the ones that threaten and stuff. So we have to just, if they type in all caps, we have to just mute
Let
the
me make
entire
sure.
live.
Yeah, I know I didn't block him, but I know he was a repeat, so he may have just been muted for the entire live and left.
Okay. We have to take Cupid down too because they're not there. I guess it's 10,000. We've blocked 10,000 people, and so we couldn't block anymore. So I had to go through and unblock a couple of people, and so now we're only going to block the really really bad accounts. And if people cross the boundary and type in caps, just mute them the entire live. It is insane that we've had to block 10,000 people. That's insane. Keliosaurus. How about this? If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bypass these accidental accounts? Comedian Mike, thank you. Comedian Mike, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. That humanized Panda, I appreciate you. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist. I just wanted to say a couple things about your Maximus conversation.
I don't allow people to come up and discuss previous conversations, unfortunately. If you do come on stage, I do ask that you pick a topic and discuss that topic.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's just that they're not on stage to defend anything, so I don't want to have a conversation about them when they're not on stage.
Okay.
So I don't allow that.
Not about him. So this is what I experienced.
But I just want to make sure that we don't bring his conversation up. Okay.
Okay.
All right. What topic are you going to discuss?
Is Christianity a form of gang belief or loyalty?
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
And I think like Christians follow this. They're just blind. They're trained to just believe. That's why when somebody says like, do you know anything? Like I know, I don't believe anything. I know. I only deal with things that I know. Like Christians just believe stuff. They don't know anything. Like there's no way to know any of this stuff that they're talking about. They just believe something, and that's really weird to me.
I think that's where their power is, right? Is in the belief. Because then you could make it anything. It's almost like the land of Peter Pan when you think about it, right? Your imagination can go wild, which is why we hear some of the, wildest claims about their spiritual experiences, right? And again, like I don't try to tell people that what they experience in their dreams or what they're calling spiritual. I don't try to like say, oh, that didn't happen to you. But that's, to me, is where their power is in the belief. When you move over to knowing, then you get into fact checking and validating. And that if you did that, that could like completely break the foundation of the power that those that, are in control of this whole entire system. It will break their power.
But they're to me they're so brainwashed by it to believe. Like I have a friend that's a Christian, and we were talking one time, and I said, I bet you if there was a God right now and he just zipped the sky open and popped his head out and said, hey, you motherfuckers down there fucking up, I'm a Buddhist, I'm not a Christian. I think Christians would be like, oh, that's the devil. Like they wouldn't even, because he said something different to what it is.
Yeah, they probably would. I agree with you. I agree with you there.
Yeah, but I just want to say that, and I love your show. I like listening to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, thanks for having me up.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
You too.
Have a good one.
Au revoir.
That is true. They probably would be like, that's the devil. Don't believe it. Like that couple that said that if Jesus came through immigration, he would have to come here legally.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that.
No.
Who's snoring?
My
I don't
husband.
know.
Stop. It's me again from the last time.
I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? I'm sorry.
I'm deconstructing.
Oh, okay. All right. And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 37 years old.
Okay. Remind me really, really quickly, what was our conversation about the last time?
The last time we had a conversation, I was talking about, I was listening to everything, and I was speaking of me deconstructing from this religion. And I was speaking of like certain songs that the gospel speaks about, and I was like cracking jokes about it and this whole thing. I don't remember exactly what I was speaking of, but I came up here before.
Oh, okay. I apologize. We have a lot of conversations like that.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
know.
Um,
Yeah, I know.
what
Grammy
topic?
The Grammy
Huh?
one.
Oh, you won a Grammy?
Yes.
Man, remind me, for what did you win the Grammy for?
For coffee.
For coffee?
Yes, I did. I did a track on Coffee's album 20 years ago. I'm sorry about 20. Sorry. I did a Coffee album 4 years ago. On
I
Coffee.
don't remember. Why don't I remember this conversation? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but yay, Grammy! Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Congrats.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, is that reggae? Is that reggae?
Yes. It's reggae. It's reggae. It's reggae. But yeah, I'm a Grammy awarded music producer. My name is SOS Dynamics.
I feel like, so when you brought up your Grammy, did we talk about our co-host Bash?
I think we did. And yeah.
He just won another Grammy this past Grammy awards. Yeah. I'm so sorry that it slipped my memory. And what topic did you want to talk about?
God doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I realized in the Bible how many people he murdered. Because I'm really reading the Bible for real. And I'm like, damn, like he really murdered so many people. It's like when he, like for example, the Job thing, right? The Job was the biggest story that came out to me in the Bible, where he made a bet with the devil or something like that, or Satan or something like that, just to prove himself that he is God. It's like, if you are a ruler or you are a God, why do you have to be proving yourself so much? Even like the whole Noah story, wiping the earth. Where was the devil then? Where was Satan then? I mean, even the whole Adam and Eve story, it's like a whole setup, if you ask me.
Yeah, and it's like just looking at, going back to the story of Job, right?
Yeah.
If Job was such a faithful, righteous mortal, that didn't matter, to the God. What mattered more to him was to prove to the Satan that, this mortal was going to worship him no matter whatever he did to him. Right. That the mortal was loyal to him and would obey him and wouldn't curse him no matter what. And so the moral goodness wasn't prioritized there. His ego was prioritized there.
And then it's like, even in that story, when I explain, when I take the sense from the nonsense, it's like when I try to explain, bro, this is not a good story. God literally did a bet with Satan. Like he literally bet, right? He made a bet with the man. For what? And put this man in turmoil. You know what I mean? Why are you doing that? And they're like, dog, you're reading it too wrong, dog. You have to think about it this way. It's about faith. You have to have faith, bro. And I'm like, what? That just sounds straight up evil to me. And sometimes when I try to explain myself, it's like they always have an excuse. There's always an excuse of why it's like this or why it's like that. You know what I'm saying? So I I know that there are a lot more stuff in the Bible that could be debunked, but yeah, that was one of the things that I kind of asked about.
Look at Joel talking about meds. Can you message me on LinkedIn? But you know what's interesting is that humans who believe read this story and they read that it's about faith in the story because they refuse to see the true priorities of the God that they believe that this story is about, right? Because we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago with another believer who was very adamant that this God told Job that he passed the test of faith. And like I'm asking him to find the scripture and he just kept deflecting. Like he went and looked for it, and when he couldn't find the scripture he kept deflecting from it. And I realized that believers decided that this story was about faith because they can't accept, right, that they serve a God that looks at humans as if they are dispensable.
Yeah, even like there was something that was in the Bible that says our good deeds are nothing but filthy rags. Am I correct?
I think it says your righteousness is
You're
filthy
right.
rags.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's like filthy rags. But why preach about righteousness when it's nothing at the same time? That don't make no sense to me either. So it's like, yo,
It's
why?
like a never-ending goal, right? Like that you can never reach. If your righteousness is still filthy rags, if you're born a wretched sinner, right? And if
Yeah.
you are a Christian saved, if you are a sinner saved by grace, like you'll always be a sinner. Your righteousness will never be good enough. Then like it's like you're constantly chasing your tail or chasing a goal that you'll never reach. It keeps you in this very, place of docile perishment. Like you'll never be good enough is what that says to me.
Because even the song Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Like, just listen. And even these songs are so evil, low key. You know what I mean?
Did you know that song was written by a former slave master?
Wow. That
Yeah.
makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, it was written by a former slave master who said that he saw the light when he realized that slavery was wrong. And so he wrote the song about him being a slave master and him repenting for it.
Man, yeah, that's the one that stick out to me, the number two. I'm not sure if I'm explaining myself enough, but I would like to even have more of a conversation another time with different topics because I really need to understand why this Christianity thing existed and what was its purpose. You know what I mean? And this platform so far has been helping me a lot. I've been watching your videos as well, you know what I mean? And yeah, I've been watching your videos a lot, by the way, and I've just been like, wow, like it opened I opened my eyes a little bit more from what I was taught, because in Jamaica a church is built every square mile. You know what I mean? Like Christianity in Jamaica is rampant. Like if you ever thought like Christianity is rampant here in the US, like Christianity is rampant in Jamaica, but it has the most ridiculous like Christianity. They love Jesus down there. You know what I mean? So I'm happy that I'm deconstructing from this because it's been making me so sad. Like I realize how Christianity is such a sad thing to be a part of. You know what I mean? So I really want to thank you for yeah.
You're so welcome, and I thank you for coming up. I wanted to put this on the screen. I saw somebody in the comments said that he was a ship captain, not a slave trader. He was a slave owner.
Right.
I don't know why someone
He
is
was
trying to say
both.
that.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I was looking up too. He used ships to move slaves around to sell them.
Wow.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you see, and all right, so like this is why, and then when I'm listening these gospel songs, that's why I could never connect with gospel music. Like never ever in life I could connect with gospel music. I love hip hop. I love R&B. I make those, by the way. I'm a music producer, so I make those, by the way. Like I make those type of music too. Um, but yeah, I could not connect with gospel music. And
It
when
feels so. I think now I do remember we got into this because we were talking about how it's like,
yeah,
amen.
man, the same one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now I remember.
Right, right. So I'll be here back and forth. Maybe I won't come up next time, but unless I really need to ask a question. But yeah.
Have
Well, it was
you
good talking to you.
subscribed to her YouTube?
Oh, her YouTube. I need to subscribe to her YouTube too, so I'm going to do that.
Arc Thinker. I'll put it in a chat for you.
Okay.
Who said that he connects to music about killing and rape? Who said that? I don't, Sheldon, you didn't say that, did
No,
you?
I don't.
So, like, why? They go to the extreme. I don't connect
What?
with gospel music, so therefore he connects with music about killing and rape. Like, what
Right.
the
That's
fuck?
hilarious, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Hip hop and R&B doesn't have to be about that. Like that's the
It
thing,
go
That's the
from
thing, It's like
one.
that's what I'm talking about. Like gospel is like a cover up to the most
He
violent.
didn't say that.
You see what I'm saying?
What are you talking
He don't
about?
have to show you shit. He does not have to show you what he listens to.
I can
That's
tell him. I
weird.
can tell him what I'm listening to.
But no, you don't have
But you don't
to.
have to.
That's
Like that ain't like
weird
what the
though.
fuck? That's none
That's
of
just a
your business. He
random
said he
person.
don't like gospel music.
Yeah, I hate gospel music. Like I'll go that far. I love one gospel song, or probably two, but I overall don't like gospel music.
Wasn't Usher's song "You Got It Bad" about how he had that like lust for human blood and he kept all those bodies in his basement?
Oh man. I mean, I don't listen to all R&B, but yeah, you have some heinous like hip hop and like some crazy hip R&B songs, subliminal stuff, but yeah. But gospel music is like it's the scariest one because that's the one that covers up the violent things about Christianity.
And they say like "saved by the blood" and like they actually do. The lyrics I remember from
What?
church are you sing them sweet, and then you're like,
Yeah,
this is really scary.
that's
This is a
scary.
scary song.
You get up every day and eat the flesh and the blood of Jesus Christ. What?
I gotta say though, I had never heard this thing about the Amazing Grace guy, John Newton, and I'm just looking it up. It's saying it's sung to the tune of New Britain, which is why it sounds like such a like white song. I guess I'm allowed to say that, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess it's good that he stopped selling slaves and enslaved people. Like that's it's kind of good that he stopped doing it. But I mean, like, surely there's a better song that we could switch it out with to not celebrate him. I don't
Yeah,
know.
for real. I feel like "Party Up in Here" by DMX would have been a better
Now we're talking.
something like that.
You know what song I don't get in the gospel? Mary, did you know that your baby boy
I like that song.
would say like? But it's kind of a redundant question because the book says she fucking knew. Like when the angel came to her and told her that she was getting ready to have a baby and name him Jesus, he would be the throne of David, and like told her all that. So yeah, she fucking knew. Like I don't
He
get the song.
fucking knew.
I don't get the song.
Yo, if I could talk about all the gospel music I grew up and listened to, like this one, even for the kids, like the second verse for Jesus loved me, this I know. Like the part where it says, Jesus loved me, he will stay close beside me all the way. If I love him when I die, he will take my soul on high. What? I'm scared, fam. Yo, this type of stuff on gospel music, like, I'm not going to be up here. But you know what? I'll talk about it another time. But thank you so much for having me up on your platform.
I just looked it up, Sheldon. DMX's Party Up in Here was originally penned by Christopher Columbus. I'm really sorry to let you know.
Yeah, big up to Christopher Columbus. I think,
Don't say that. Don't say that.
yeah, I think he was the part of the reason why Jamaica exists too, because he found us too.
Yeah, I didn't realize Jamaica was going. Like, I hear Jamaicans come up in these lives a lot, but I didn't realize it was becoming so common there. That's a huge bummer. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Like, if we have a church every square mile, and right beside the church there's a bar, and right beside the bar there's a shop, and right beside the shop, blocks down the road, there's another church.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we love church. Yeah.
What did the young lady say last night? I cannot remember her name, but she said, "What is your God without colonization?"
Yeah, what is God without the devil too? That somebody
Yeah.
said that. It's like, yo, what is, like, God can't live without the devil.
I got to tell you, I was thinking about when you were mentioning Job. I know you're trying to get down here, but I don't get to talk to Grammy winners like all that often. Actually, I guess I talked to Basher now, but
Yes, sir.
but like Job was the first book written of the Bible. I think, is that right, Thinker? Is that like pretty safe to say?
I don't think so. I think there's a scroll, like it's not the oldest. I think there is a scroll of Daniel that's a little bit older, or maybe Isaiah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
But it's pretty early on.
Yeah, it's pretty early on though.
So we don't always get the insights of why Yahweh is doing what he's doing. And the idea that maybe, Satan and him had this bet, and he was like, see, look, Job passed the bet. And then, we don't know it, but that keeps going on. And Satan's like, I bet you won't get the Israelites to slaughter the Amalekite babies. And God's like, bet that, watch this. And he's doing that. And he's like, I bet you won't, write them in some slave laws for them. Bet that, watch this. I'm going to have Moses do that. I bet you won't kill your own son. Bet, watch this. And God just like following along.
You took that one too far, bro. You took that one too far. We good, man. You don't kill your son. You good, homie.
Not far enough.
He did it.
Yeah, man. And then these challenges and these trials that he put people through, so unnecessary, man. You know what I mean? And I saw one of your videos that speaks about Adam and Eve, right? I tried to explain that, my understanding of that, and they're like, they keep saying, you can't look at it that way, or we don't know why he put it there, or which is the tree of knowledge. I'm like, yo, so why is the reason, like, he's all knowing and he knows everything, why would he put the tree there for Adam and Eve to sin, like, or quote unquote, to disobey? And they're like, yo, you can't really look at it that way because God has a plan. It's always that God has a plan, but I haven't seen.
They don't care if the plan makes sense though. That's the thing. They don't care if it makes sense, because even like for them saying that he had a plan, then his plan would have been for them to disobey if they're saying that he had a plan.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And this free will thing. It's like every time they bring up free will, I don't know how to explain it, but I know deep down it makes no sense. Could you explain that to me?
Free will?
Yeah, the free will.
They don't have it. It don't exist. We don't have free will. Like um free will is the ability to, make decisions that are not based off of prior knowledge, uh a future consequence, or some divine influence, or outside influence like fate.
Yeah.
We don't have that. Like every decision that we make is influenced by something else.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
we don't have free will.
Because and another thing I saw in the Bible is that God created good and He also created evil. Now that when I saw that was one of the things that made me really think. Like, why would He create that? Was He bored or something? Like, good isn't good
Because he
enough.
needed to use it. Like if you think about it, he used it to destroy the world. Uh, in the Genesis story, right? In the very early on, he needed to use chaos, right, to destroy the world. So it's a tool. And actually, I don't even think, like, the way the story is written in the Hebrew is as if he conquered chaos and kept it as like a weapon to use against humanity later on. And he releases this chaos on humanity several times throughout the story. And he wraps himself in it. The same chaos that he subdued in Genesis 1 is the same chaos that he wraps himself in when he meets Job, and Job is questioning him, and he comes in the whirlwind. It's the same word. It's the same chaos that he wraps himself in that whirlwind. It's the same chaos that he releases to destroy the world in the flood story. So I think it's literally a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't understand if this is such a loving God, He would create evil. You know what I'm saying? So like the whole time it's like, who was Satan then? What was he doing? And the whole
How would
time,
we know what's good if he didn't create evil? Come on, guys, keep up.
that's it. That's the other one that they use too. They use
Come
that one a
on.
lot. Oh, oh man, they use that one a lot, yo. If he never created evil, you wouldn't know what's good. So okay, but yeah. Did I take up a lot of time?
No.
No, it's good.
Did you have anything else? It's a good conversation.
Okay. No, because I don't know if Christianity is a form of gang belief or loyalty. I don't know. I don't know if that's if what's that part. I don't know anything about like gangs and anything, so I I don't know how to explain number 3. But number 2 was like the most. Yeah.
Well, when I say gang belief, like they do operate like a gang. Like they have a leader, right?
Or a
They
cult.
do. Well, a cult to me is a gang, like a gang of people.
Okay, that
right?
makes sense.
Yeah. But they have a leader, and it's Simon Says, right?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, like it literally is Simon Says, and like the what it feels like is, if they hear someone saying that they don't believe in their God, then it's like a swarm of, gang members or minions that have to like get at your, like, I think about zombies. It's like, like brains, like it's like, let me eat the brain, like,
Fuck logic. Let
yeah.
me.
Logic is their god's devil. Like their god is scared of logic and facts, and
God knows, like, yo, because it's like sometimes I even like I used to go to churches where they're like get into spirit and all these things, and I used to be a part of all of this, like the whole. I remember every like summer we used to go to Western Bible Camp, which is low key. It was really fun, like socializing with people or whatnot. But like when there's time to worship and whatnot, they had a session where they had like casting out demons and all that type of stuff. I'm like, yo, how that shit never happened to me? Like, why that don't happen to me? Why I don't get into spirit? Why I don't feel the presence of God? Like, why I never feel any of those things? As soon as I start seeing those stuff, I walk away, because it's like, I'm like, yo. And then when I walk into my dorm, the people in the church are screaming and crying and all that type of stuff, and I'm like, yo, this don't make no sense to me. as a young youth, like I was like, yo, this don't make any sense to me. So I always been questioning all of this. Now I'm not turning my back. I just all of this just don't make no sense to me. You see me?
Yeah. I'm going to try to explain what I was saying, because somebody in the comments was asking, like, who taught you that? When I was talking about, when you asked about the evil.
Yeah.
I'm going to try my best to see if I can explain it, because I have to go to the Hebrew.
Yeah.
Give me just a second. So when I say stuff, I don't like I want to make sure people understand what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And
they don't think that
that's the point of all this, because I want to understand. That's all. You know what I mean?
yeah, just a second. Okay, let me get it pulled up here. Okay. I have to read the Hebrew really, really slow. Bohu. Okay, here we go. Let's see. All right. So in Genesis 2, in the Hebrew, Genesis 1:2, where it says, now the earth was unformed and void, and the darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. So this word tohu va bohu is the formless void right here. This is the formless void, and that's chaos and disorder. And also this word tahom is represented in like ancient Mesopotamian literature representing Tiamat, which was a deity. And so the way Genesis 1 is written is the Elohim is conquering these primordial waters, like they're entities. So they're conquering chaos, which is a sea god, and they're conquering Tiamat, which Genesis 1 refers to as Tiahom.
Yeah.
Or Tihom. And so then when we go to Genesis 7, the flood story. Let's go to Genesis 7. And it says, Genesis 7 and 11, where it says, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were open. So that same deep, that same word is used when he flooded the earth, right? So he used the same primordial waters that he conquered in Genesis 1 to create order, right? So he releases that same entity back on the earth, right, to flood it. Yeah. So he remembered, like, the earth started out in chaos. He conquers the chaos and creates order out of the chaos. And then he releases the chaos to destroy the order that he created to start all back over.
With new chaos.
Yeah, with new chaos. So he took it back to the chaotic state.
The loving God we serve, bro.
Yeah. But it talks about it, like the words that it used in Hebrew talks about it like it's like a entity, because it's referring to the Mesopotamian, like the Mesopotamian. It's influenced by the Mesopotamian oral traditions, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it kind of like God made a mistake and then it's like kind of like started over? You know, like you said, oh, you messed up, but we'll start over.
I mean, well, I guess we could say that he made a mistake. I mean, like, they don't think that their God can make a mistake.
Right. Yeah. Because
but he did. I mean, like, this would have to be a mistake that he recognized. But there's the word Tiahom. there. And then this same chaos, he wraps himself in it, in the Job story, in the whirlwind, Sa'ara, which is the same chaotic, uncontrollable power in Job's story. So it's like he uses, it's almost as if he's telling a story like he conquered this entity, he keeps it chained up, and whenever
Yeah.
he needs it, he releases it on mankind as a weapon.
Right.
Yeah, that's how if you read it in the Hebrew, that's how it's telling it in the Hebrew.
Wow, that's crazy. Because
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying. Like, if this is a God of love, he's not like, if I love something, I'm not going to destroy it or destroy anything about it. But I guess, I don't know. It's like he created all of this to destroy it, and yeah, it's just messed up. It's
Yeah.
just messed up with so many, and I know that there are a lot more stories like this where it's like I have to question, but I'll do that for another time.
Well, I definitely appreciate you coming up. Did you have anything else before we move on and bring up somebody else? And Ocean, you're more than welcome to come up and correct
Yeah, Ocean
what
is
I'm
an OG,
saying.
man. I've been
Yeah.
watching his comments.
Yeah, like you're more than welcome to come up and correct it. I think you said that you can correct it. You can hit request if you like.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna drop down now. Well, thank y'all so much. I love every single one of y'all. I appreciate every single one of y'all. You know what I mean?
Have a good
Thank you,
one.
Have a good one,
Sheldon.
Sheldon.
Nice
All
to
right.
meet you.
All right, love you too.
All right.
Mucho gusto. Igualmente. I'm just practicing my Spanish. Don't mind me.
Huh? Who's speaking Spanish up
So I'm
here?
just. I was talking to JC because he speaks Spanish, and I said, "Oh, I need to practice," and that just gave me a
Oh, who is
a
JC?
reason. JC004.
In the comments.
Oh, I thought you
Oh,
meant Jesus Christ.
I did too. I was like, what?
Oh my
Like,
God!
let's
No.
just bring up Jesus.
Right.
Jesus is the answer. Ocean, I would like for you to come up and tell me what you disagree with and why you disagree with it. Like, I'm not going to be upset. I would like to hear a different perspective on that. I mean, it doesn't like do us any favors with you just being in the comments disagreeing. Are you willing to come up? Oh, he said your Spanish is good. Selena?
Oh, thank you. Gracias, mi amor.
Well, the question is for Ocean because Ocean said that I was wrong about chaos and T-Home, and so I would like to hear his perspective.
It's such a cool like mythology. I mean, they all like most ancient mythologies are really cool and fun stories, and like the creativity is awesome and exciting. And I would love to like it more if people didn't still believe it and
Yeah.
use it against my friends. You know what I mean? And me too sometimes. Like there's lots of old myths that are just like really fun to read and they're so interesting. It's like, wow, isn't this cool how people thought back then? The chaos and the waters and like a Leviathan shows up. Like it's so sick. And then it's just like, man, I wish I could like this more.
And that's like the interesting thing, like reading Genesis 1 in the Hebrew, recognizing that, you know, it's telling a story of a God conquering these primordial deities, right? And then creating order out of it. And then it's doing checks and balances. It's analyzing and saying, this is good, this is good, this is good. But when it gets to the humans, it doesn't give it that same check mark. And it's like, this story is saying that this God knew, you know, or didn't know whether the human was going to make the choice to be good or not. So they didn't get that final check mark like The sun did, or the moon did, the stars did, the plants and the trees did, the animals did. You know what I'm saying? I think that tells a more compelling story, because it makes sense, right? That the God didn't know what decision humans were going to make, because humans evolve, you know. But the way they had to fuck up the story, you know, like, you can't appreciate it that way, because they fucked it up and put their own extra biblical spin on it. So nope, I don't know everything. I never said I know everything. Like, that's like, the fact that y'all cannot handle someone else's thoughts, that you have to fucking go that far, is just freaking ridiculous. And I think y'all telling us that we're wrong means that you think you know everything.
Ocean is for sure sitting in the chat shaking right now. Sorry, but it's true. Hey, did you guys see, like, speaking of the Grammys things, there was this great performance by a guy named Benson Boone, who did the flip off of the piano, and his, like, clothes got, his tux got ripped, and he had that cool blue onesie on. Do you know what did you see that clip?
No, I don't watch the Grammys. I don't watch the.
I only saw it because it was like a viral clip of it, and this kid crushed it. Like, he started singing in a tux in the crowd. They ripped his suit off, and he had this, like, glowing blue onesie on, did a flip off, like, goes up on stage, flips off the piano while singing, and, like, rocks out, and it's great. And I'm like, this is amazing. I like this dude. Because I used to do flips and stuff. Like, I'm into that. And then I look him up a little bit, and it sounds like if you listen to his music, he's deconstructing. And I looked it up, and he was raised Mormon, and he has songs about losing his faith, and it's mainstream. It's really cool. And it's not totally, like, clear. Like, I was trying to look it up. It's not totally known if he still is religious or not, but he has songs that are saying, like, I'm, like, arguing with a God that I don't know if I still believe in, and words like that.
Oh, wow.
And it's like, that particular song is like, really emotional. It sounds like he lost someone really close to him to death of some kind, and is struggling with his faith because of it. And he's talking about how, like, now on Sunday mornings I sleep in, like, these types of things that are hints where it's like, come on, it has to be that, right? Like, it has to be that. But then he mentions God in some of his other songs, so he's like in process, it sounds like, and it's yeah, it's really interesting to listen to his lyrics and try to decipher, like, what are you? You know.
I'm surprised that he's able to say that, like, mainstream, and, like, Christians aren't trying to get his records pulled.
Oh, I'm sure they are. And especially, I mean, I don't know if Mormons, I don't think they listen to music, so they probably don't listen to him. But the people who signed him, I only know this because of my kids. My kids listen to Imagine Dragons, this band that I'm sure you've heard of, that kind of suck. But that guy was also a Mormon who left the faith, saying that I disagreed with how my church treated the LGBTQ plus community, so I'm out. Like, maybe there's still a God, maybe I'm still a deist, but I just am not Mormon anymore. And he quit publicly, and then he signed to this kid. So it's like, come on, like, this is cool. So yeah, it's like front and center, kind of interesting to look into, at least.
What's his name?
Benson Boone, and he's a weird looking little man with a mustache and a mullet, and he sings so good. Like, it's crazy. He hits really, really high notes, and then he just flips off of the stage and stuff, like backflips and stuff. He's a really weird guy. And then he's singing about, you know, kind of coming apart, deconstructing and stuff. It sounds like to me. There's some really, really good songs too. Like, I liked it a lot.
I'm sure somebody got a clip of it on TikTok. I'll have to take a look at it. Mac, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you. I'm
I'm
great.
doing good. That's good. I'm gonna see if Mezzo or Selena will take this one. I'm gonna check on my daughters. They have the stomach flu, so I'm gonna run upstairs, check on them, re-up on their Pedialyte and stuff, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, did you want me to talk to Mac or check on the stomach flu?
I'm gonna check on the stomach flu.
Okay,
y'all
just
y'all
sure.
talk to Mac. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, Mac, what is your, like, where are you? Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Deconstructed.
Dead?
Did. ED.
Okay. Deconstruct. Dead. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deconstruct.
Congratulations on having a better worldview. That's awesome to
Right.
hear. Which topic did you want to kind of comment on here?
I just want to come up and comment on this Christianity again.
Go ahead.
It's definitely a game. I mean, you have to take an oath and everything. You have to confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus died for your sins, you know, and all of this to be inducted into Christianity. And then you have to follow the list of laws. So I feel like it's definitely a game. I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I think and I think the way Thinker is having it up here too. Selena Lala, let me know if you have more insight on this. But the idea of a gang belief, like those two words together, is not just like it's a full blown gang, like that exactly. But the idea that we all believe it, and so you all have to believe it. Like they're trying to kind of go out and take over a little bit,
That's
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
So like not just is it like, hey, like they're kind of waiting for people to come and then jumping them into the gang, because some gangs would do that, right? Like some like the I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Like the Bloods don't go out and like do mass recruiting. I don't think. At least maybe they used to, but I don't know. They never knocked on my door. I lived in Washington, but that's what Christians do. So like they're trying to spread the belief more. They're trying to like intentionally like trap people into this. It's almost even more like a pyramid scheme to me. That's what it sounds like.
Right. Yeah, because I see all of that. And it because I've had a lot of experience with gangs and organizations, and a lot of them don't jump you in. You have to take an oath. And to me, it just reminded me of taking an oath, you know, and then following a certain set of laws. You have to believe and like the Ten Commandments, and I think Yahweh broke all of them.
Yeah,
You know.
totally. Well, so the oath with the gangs, but also, I mean, a bit of like having to prove yourself, right? There's sort
Right.
of like, okay, this kid's been hanging around for a little while, but is he cool? And okay, now we trust you. You can say the oath. You can come in, and I think there's a bit of like with God, there's a bit of okay, you're starting to hang out around church and stuff, but like hang out long enough and then come to the front. Like, are you really cool? Are you going to give up some of your worldly life in order to follow us? And like when you give away any part of your identity, whether you're actually like giving away a physical part of your identity or like letting part of your mind, like your mentality in a way, be like given up to a higher power. That's just how cults operate. I'm sure gangs do a kind of similar thing, but like when you have to remove any part of your identity, they can fill in that area with their identity. And so they get to kind of like mold your mind that way. It's like brainwashing 101.
Right. And I think Yahweh and Satan, because Satan never gets punished for anything. And I was talking to somebody about this the other day, and I was telling them, that's because they friends. If you ever see, they sit back. It reminds me of like the Job story. Reminds me kind of like Trading Places, with Eddie Murphy. It's like, well, if you give him some money, he won't steal. I bet he will steal. It's just in it. Well, let's bet $1 and
Yeah,
just tear this man's whole life apart about $1.
it's very similar, and I bet some of the scenes are even the same. I gotta watch that movie again. That movie is fantastic.
It's
Right,
amazing.
Ever thought
right,
about the connections between Trading Places and Job? That's actually really
right.
funny.
Mhm.
I mean, to me, it's the exact same thing. You know, they said the man that was rich, they made him poor, and the man that was poor, they made him rich. And the bet was the rich guy would do the same thing that the poor guy was doing. You know, he gonna steal and stuff like that if you put him in that position. And so it's just like two friends sitting there drinking some whiskey and making a bet and tearing somebody else's life apart. You
And they
know,
have
you
in the movie they have such a place of privilege because they're like wealthy beyond wealthy. Like they're even richer
mm,
than, it's Dan Aykroyd? Is that who the other one is in that? Right? It's Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, I think.
Yes.
And so like he starts as the rich one. I'm trying to remember. He starts as the rich one and then but they're like, leagues above him. Like so they're almost omni wealthy, right? Like in
mm,
comparison. So God, that's such a great comparison. I
right.
love that.
And every time you turn around, Satan and Yahweh, I mean, they just like in Adam and Eve, they say that Satan took over the serpent and all of this, and so everybody got punished, even the serpent. What the serpent do? If Satan took over the serpent, what control did the serpent have over that? You know, why are you punishing the serpent? you know,
Yeah, I don't think that the serpent was ever meant to be Satan. I don't think that there's
right,
really much, at least like in the original writing. I mean, later they kind of adopted that idea and thought that was the case,
right,
but it just really doesn't. It seems like it's just one of the animals. Like the way they talk about it, it's like the serpent was one of the crafty of the creatures. Like it doesn't mention that he was a demon or a former angel or anything. It's just like listed among the creatures. And so I don't know why they like. I guess they just had to blame something at some point, and they started to lean into that. But yeah, it just seems like a snake,
and
a
you know,
trickster.
in some writings they say that I don't know if you're familiar with Lilith, but in some writings they say that Lilith was actually the one that went back into the garden and talked to Eve.
Yeah, where is that? That isn't in the Bible. That is that from some other like.
Well, they left that out,
It's like from
but
some
it's
of the left out Jewish writings of the
Jewish
time.
writings.
Yeah.
Correct, correct, correct. So in those writings they say that Lilith was actually the so-called serpent.
Well, I like
You
her
know,
fairs. I mean, I'm a fan of Jewel and stuff. So, I don't know. Like, I wonder if that was something that was added later because they were. No one likes misinformation here, so ignore that. This isn't true. I just have no data, but I'm just curious if like later someone would realize like, how does this story make sense if there's just two of them? That's not enough people to start the world back up. So they had to kind of like put them back together. Jewel is MAGA. What, Christina?
No.
No way. Hold on. I don't believe that.
Running
I'm
to the Googles.
I'm skeptical.
yeah. Well, actually, I just wanted to come up. I'm a truck driver. I'm on the way back to Memphis. I'm just riding and listening to you all. I like this platform a lot. I learned a lot from it. I did struggle in my deconstruction with praying, right? I would drop everything, but I would still pray. And somebody told me something that I really had to think about. They was like, well, you're not really praying to God. What you're really doing is casting a spell. You putting something out into the universe and asking it to go your way. And I'm like, I'm like, well, I ain't never thought about that. you know,
Well, or maybe you're just talking to yourself. Like, there's nothing
maybe.
wrong with saying like if you really want to get a job, to
Right.
go before the job interview and say, please self kick ass at this job interview. Do good.
Right.
You want this. Go earn it. Like you don't have to. You can close your eyes. Like you don't have to do a self help thing where you stand in the mirror and do positive affirmations. You can do it just like prayer. Close your eyes and think hard to yourself and or say it out loud. Like it will make you more confident. And
Okay.
when you do prayer before and you think that God is on your side, it makes you a bit more confident to know that, or to think that the guy who made the whole universe is on your team on this one. Like, that's kind of a big thing.
Right,
Turns
because
out
there
he's
was
not. It turns out he's not real. That's fine, but you can still do the same like thing to your brain where you can like trick it into being more confident. And when you're more confident, you get more jobs, you get laid more, you get more raises. These are like facts, right? Like these are measurable things.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cause see, that was my biggest thing with deconstructing. I was like, okay, but I'm still praying. Okay, what are you praying to? Wait, you know?
I say, dear Mac.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna drop. I just wanted to speak on that gang thing because I was like, I never really just but that really there is a gang. you know.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up, Mac. Nice to chat with you.
All right, y'all have a great night, man.
Have a good night, Matt.
Okay.
So, did you look up the Jewel thing? Like, what do you think of her answer as to why she performed?
Well, I don't see the answer yet, but I hate
I
it
was
so
just
far.
about to. Yeah. She's
She
like, she
says that
can't
it's
wait another
because
4 years. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead. Sorry, Thinker, go ahead.
yeah, she's an advocate for mental health, and if she waited until everything was perfect, she'd never get off the bench.
You can go perform somewhere else.
Right. And she's like, she wants to be involved in putting policy in place. And she's like, she thinks that there are some people within the new administration that really wants to help bring mental health to those who don't have it.
She's like a RFK fan or something like that. I can see that. She just seems like she might be someone who's like anti. I don't want to say all the TikTok words, but you know what I mean. Like she might have some of that non-science vibes.
Yeah.
My wife always mentioned that it sounds, and we like her music, but that it does sound like she's singing with a wet mop in her mouth. And after she said that, I can't hear it any other way. It sounds a little bit like her mouth is full of something. And for some reason, it just feels like she's chewing on a wet mop while she's singing. And now when you hear it, you're going to be like, oh yeah, I can hear the mop. I hear that.
Oh my God. But why a wet mop?
Yeah. Now I gotta go listen.
Right.
I don't know. My wife's weird.
I like your wife, and I haven't even met her yet. She says some really thinker like shit.
Yeah, she's very cool.
If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? Somebody said her apology video was very Drew Barrymore. Like when Drew apologized, you could tell it just felt like she was acting, like she was reading a script. It was like on cue, on par.
What Drew Barrymore?
I think it was for I forgot what she was apologizing for, but I think it was when
because
oh yeah,
she was scabbing.
Yeah. I thought it was because she said to Kamala, "Be our mother." Didn't she have to apologize for that too? She was like, "We need a mama." Mamala, when she called her Mamala.
Oh, God, that was so cringe.
I was cringe like a motherfucker. I was like, not Drew. It hurts so bad when you like these actors and then they turn out to be assholes and you're like, wow. Royal Negu?
Yes.
Is it Royal Negus? Negus. How are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? And then let us know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or
41.
if you're an atheist.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Did you hear the rest of that?
Hello?
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
You tapping the mic? What's happening?
Yeah, I think it turned down. My bad.
Can you hear us?
I can hear y'all now. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say I'm a follower of Christ's teachings. Used to be Christian, but now I just follow Christ's teachings. And so what the difference is to me will be, um,
I
I,
just need to know. It's okay. I just need to know. Do you believe in the God of the Bible?
I believe in God.
Wait, right.
Yes,
I think you already said you're a follower of Jesus's teachings or
Christ.
Christ's teachings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I know that y'all get. There, some people don't like calling them Jesus. Some people call him Yeshua. Some people just say Christ. But it is the one in the Bible.
I do use the Bible. Yes.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
All right. I'm gonna do. Is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I would say yes for the. It is a form of gang belief and loyalty. I don't believe that the teachings of Christ is the problem. I mean, the teachings of Christ is the problem. I believe that the religious part of it is, um, meaning like the church and the way they teach it. So I think the Bible is the problem with that is when they take it literal or as if it's history versus reading it as parables and allegories. Like back in the day with Egypt, they used to do the hieroglyphs with the images to tell a story. I believe the Bible is given to us with a bunch of stories that are meant to give us messages. We're not supposed to be looking at Adam and Eve like some people that walked in a garden and some snakes started talking to them. You know what I mean? Or um, I think that's the problem. Excuse me. I think that's the problem, and that's why a lot of people are turning atheists that went to church their whole life. That's because the teaching of it is pushing people away from it. I believe if we take it as God is a source energy, and we all have this source inside of us. We all have the source inside of us, whether you a tree, a person, we all have the source inside of us. Um, and when we tap into that, that's when we get our Christ. Like Jesus was Jesus of Nazareth. He became Jesus Christ. So Christ is like the
Okay.
enlightening. Okay.
So when you say that you don't think that it's the teachings of Christ that creates this gang mentality, I want to ask about a couple of his teachings. So the parable of the 10 minas or the 10 talents, are you familiar with that?
The 10, which one was stores is it?
In Luke,
Uh huh.
Luke 19, the parable of the 10 talents.
Let me get a little refresher.
I can read it.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Yep.
Okay. So as they were listening to this, well, so it's Luke 19, starting at verse 11.
Okay.
As they were listening to this, he went on to tell a parable because he was near Jerusalem and because they supposed that the kingdom of God was to appear immediately. So he said, a nobleman went to a distant region to receive royal power for himself and then return. He summoned 10 of his slaves and gave them 10 pounds and said to them, do business with these until I come back. But the citizens of his country hated him and sent a delegation after him, saying, we do not want this man to rule over us. When he returned, having received royal power, he ordered these slaves to whom he had given the money to be summoned, so that he might find out what they had gained by doing business. The first came forward and said, Lord, your pound has made 10 more pounds. He said to him, well done, good slave. Because you have been trustworthy in a very small thing, take charge of 10 cities. Then the second came, saying, Lord, your pound has made 5 pounds. He said to him, and you rule over 5 cities. Then the other came, saying, Lord, here is your pound. I wrapped it up in a piece of cloth, for I was afraid of you, because you are a harsh man. You take what you did not deposit, and reap what you did not sow. He said to him, I will judge you by your own words, you wicked slave. You knew, did you, that I was a harsh man, taking what I did not deposit and reaping what I did not sow? Why then did you not put my money into the bank? Then when I returned, I could have collected it with interest. He said to the bystanders, take the pound from him and give it to the one who has 10 pounds. And they said to him, Lord, he has 10 pounds. I tell you, to all those who have more will be given, but from those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence.
Okay.
So before I share with you what I hear when I read this parable, can you tell me what you hear when you read this parable?
Ma'am. And I actually love that parable of but okay, so the way I read it is we are given, again, we all have this energy, right? We are given this energy. Now what we do with this energy, and like Mezzo, so my bad if I said it wrong, but he was telling the other guy earlier that about prayer, when they were talking about prayer, and he was saying, you praying to yourself, and you I forgot how you said it, but pretty much you you were talking about the confidence and building yourself up for prayer. But
Yeah.
all right, so wrapping it back to this, that energy that we have inside of us, if we use that energy and believe in self, right? The God, not the flesh self, but the higher self within us. If we believe that we pull things to us, whether it's wealth, health, whatever it is that we bring to us, that energy will ignite that, and we will pull more. Now, if you do nothing with that energy, then you're that third person in that story. You know what I mean? If we need to use this creative energy, imagination, creativity, all of this energy that God energy inside of us, we need to be using that for whatever. Build a church, build not a church, build a, build something, create something, do something, give something, whatever it is. You need to use that energy. We don't just have this wonderful, amazing energy inside of us to do nothing with it. So if we do nothing with it, even the little that you have will be taken and given to somebody else. That's
So I'm
how.
not sure where you get energy from, right? Because here, like, Jesus is comparing himself to a harsh master that goes away, right? Of course, we know that Jesus is the master that goes away for a time, right? And so he describes himself as a harsh master that reaps what he did not sow, right? Plucks up what he did not plant, right? So he expects shit that he has not worked for. But he also expects his slaves, which he tells his followers, his disciples, in Luke 17, to call themselves worthless slaves. So he expects his slaves to work and double his profit while he's away. And his profit, to me, would be more followers, like increasing his influence, right? Getting more people to follow him, to follow his doctrine, to have faith in him,
Through
and
Jesus,
those
correct?
that, right, and Jesus, this harsh master who expects what he didn't work for, right? And those that, were humble about it and decided to allow, to not bash people or chastise people and try to fearmonger people into believing in Jesus. He's like, you are a wicked slave, right? You deserve nothing. And what you did have, I'm going to take away from you, and I'm going to give it to the ones who did increase my influence, or who did increase my followership. And then he says, to those that rejected me, bring them to me so that I can stab them, or I want you to stab them in my presence, right? Destroy those that did not want me to rule over them, those that rejected me. That's what I read. I guess, I'm not sure where this energy, like where you see
Okay,
this concept of energy and all of that come from.
yeah. So it's kind of like the same way you looking at it as him saying, "Teach, teach about me," right? This is the same way
Well, I
you
didn't say teach. I didn't say that word. I said just increase my influence. Or
increase my influence.
it
Okay,
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's teaching, fear
but
mongering,
in that
false
scripture,
prom. I'm sorry, you and I can't talk at the same time.
okay, I thought
I just want to correct. No, because you said I didn't say teach. I said increase his influence, whether that is through fear mongering, false promises, false miracles. It doesn't matter. Just increase his influence and his followership. Right,
okay,
his pounds, just increase it.
okay. But again, so with this scripture, is he's straight up talking about profit, right? He's not saying my influence, my energy, any of those things. What we're doing is looking at it as a parable. So you're looking at it as spread my influence. I'm looking at it like use that energy that's in you. But
But where does he talk about energy
I
in
thought
you?
you
Like,
said we not interrupting each
hold on.
other.
But I'm the only one. I'm the only one that can interrupt,
Okay,
right?
I didn't get that part. All right.
Hold on. What I'm trying to find out where you get this idea of energy. Where does Jesus talk about energy within you in any of his teachings? Because
Okay,
he talks about the Great Commission, right? He talks about restoring the kingdom of Israel, right? The lost sheep of Israel, and teaching the Torah and things like that. Where are you getting that he cares about the energy inside of you? That's what I'm trying to.
All right, so in that same chapter, Luke, I believe it's 17:2. Luke, I think it's Luke 17:2. I gotta double check, but if I click off, it's gonna kick me off. But oh yeah, if you're able to pull it up, 17:2. But Jesus says, beyond nah. Are you able to put well, I gotta remember what scripture it was. 11:2, 17 to 11:17. I can't remember, but it's Luke. And if you could just Google it if you are
I'm
able
not gonna
to.
Google anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't
No,
be
I mean so
googling
it can pull
anything.
up the Bible scripture, not just
No,
randomly.
I'm not gonna Google. You can
Okay.
Google, and then you can come back and tell me the Bible scripture, and
No,
I'll
it's all
pull up the
good.
Bible
I'll just
scripture.
tell you what it was. So he in there he said he said don't have them tell you heaven is over here or heaven is over there. He said, behold, the kingdom of heaven is within you. So that is the energy. This is something that Jesus was constantly teaching throughout the Bible, whether parables or directly. He was telling a lot of his followers that one, the kingdom of God is within you. In Psalms, it says, "Don't you know that ye are gods?" So that is the energy I'm talking about, and I don't want to throw people off with saying God or source or whatever. All of that is the same thing. So it's that energy I'm talking about. And again, Jesus of Nazareth became Jesus Christ. So that energy, Christ energy, God energy, source energy, that's the energy that I'm speaking on. And this throughout this whole Bible, it's not meant to be taken literal. If we take it literal, it's murder. It's the reason why people are so turned off by it. It's a bunch of unaliving, rapists, all kinds of craziness if we look at it literal. So all of these stories, as crazy as they can sound, they're not meant to be taken literal. They're meant to be used as allegories to tell you a deeper story about yourself. Even though it's written 2,000 years ago, it's about us today, right now, how we can use it today for our day to day. You know what I mean? So that's how I look at all of these scriptures. Any scripture that you're gonna pull up, that's the way that's what my mind is trained to look at it now. I used to look at it literally, and that's what threw it off.
So I think earlier this morning somebody brought up that Jesus was saying that the kingdom of that it's all about within, right?
Yes.
And I looked into this earlier this morning, and so what the original Greek says is having been asked. So it's Luke 17:20.
Yeah.
It says, having been asked, and by the Pharisees, when is coming the kingdom of God, he answered to them and said, not is coming the kingdom of God with observation.
Yes.
Right?
You
It says
can't see it.
with observation, right? It didn't say that it's within you, but the Greek phrase there, entos hymen, right? According to scholars, it's
You
better.
said it did
It's
say or it didn't say
the
it's in you?
Greek. It does not say that. The original text. It's on the screen. Can you see that? What the original says? Let me see if I can make it a little
I mean,
bit
are you
smaller.
able to pull up the regular?
I'm sorry. Hello. It's on the original, the oldest scroll that we have of Luke 17:20 is Witness 75, and it's from 175 to 199 CE, and it says right in the Greek, in the original scroll that we have, it says entos hymen right here, right, and it said the translation here, there are some spots, right, that the translators or the scribes had to kind of like write in.
Okay.
But in the original, it says that the kingdom of God is with observation, right? And so no, with observation. Can you see it on the screen? Yeah, no, I had to make it
Can't
kind of
really
small,
see
but
it like that. Yeah.
it says with observation, right? It says it's not the kingdom, said not is coming the kingdom of God with observation. That's what it says. Like, it's kind of incoherent a little bit.
Like it's not coming with observation, meaning, right? Is that how you're
That's
taking it?
not, no. Let me finish, and then when I'm
I'm just
finished, you
trying
can,
to clear
yeah.
it.
Like, I'm like, you can't clarify something that I have not even stated fully,
I got you.
right? Okay. So I'm going to read again what the original text says, and then I'm going to tell you what I learned from this. And this came from this morning, where I was talking to someone this morning, okay, who said the same thing, and I did a little bit of research. So the original Greek scroll says, having been asked, and by the Pharisees, when is coming the kingdom of God, he answered to them and said, not is coming the kingdom of God with observation. That's what the original scroll says, okay? And so the scribes had to make sense out of that. And so they used the Greek phrase entos hymen, which is translated as among you or in your midst, right? The King James translates it as within you, right? But a lot of scholars interpret that to refer to the law of God being written on your hearts. Not that he's talking about some energy. I think the energy concept is more so esoteric or Gnostic beliefs, and not saying that's wrong. But I think, is this the only scripture that you all can point to when you say that Jesus is talking about an energy source in you? Because I think we also know that Jesus misquotes Psalms 82 when he says, isn't it written that I have said that ye are gods? Because Psalms 82, it's very clear that the God in Psalms 82 is talking to other gods. Like, he's not talking to mortals, because he tells the other gods that they're basically being downgraded and that they will now die like mortals in Psalms 82. So
Yeah.
is this the only scripture that Jesus is talking about an energy source or within?
Well, again, so when I say energy, we could say God. We could say God. We could say Christ. But then just to go back to what you just pulled up, I'm going off of the Bible, but I understand because I also translate a lot of the words to Hebrew translations. But we can use the Greek translation as well. From what you read,
Well, the New Testament wasn't written in Hebrew; it was written in Greek.
no, that's fine. I mean, whether I'm just looking at the Old Testament or the New Testament, like if you look at certain words, if you look at Egypt, the definition would be bondage. So that's why they were always having problems in Egypt. That doesn't mean the place Egypt in Africa. It's a state of mind of bondage.
I
It's
mean,
means
they
a
did call
bondage.
Egypt Mizraim, but it does mean oppression and bondage. But
Yeah.
they definitely were talking about
No, I
Egypt.
know. I'm just saying whenever you take it back to these other meanings or these other definitions, it's more so telling a story versus a location. It's more of a state of mind versus a country in Africa or a country in Israel. You know what I'm saying? It's more, that is what I'm saying. But to go back to what you brought up, it says not. I can't really see. Can you just read that sentence again? The not coming
Yeah,
by.
the whole thing.
You read it?
Yeah, it says, having been asked, and by the Pharisees, when is coming the kingdom of God? He answered to them and said, not is coming the kingdom of God with observation.
Okay. So just for that sentence that you just said, not is coming the kingdom of God with observation. So again, this is back in the day talk, right? So he's saying it's not coming with observation. The same way, if we take it back to what was it, Luke 17:20, he's saying it's not coming by observation. Nobody's gonna be able to tell you here's heaven or there's heaven, because the kingdom of God is within you. And that's the energy I'm talking about. That's the source.
Right.
That's the God.
This is Luke 17:20 that on the screen in the Greek, right? This
No,
is
right.
Luke
That's what I'm saying.
17:20. Right. What I'm saying is, I think we've already discussed this, right? And like I just said, that the Greek translation that was used there is entos hymen, which means among you or in your midst. King James translates that to within you. right? And most scholars say that that's referring to the law of God being written on your hearts, not some energy source that makes you a god, right? So what I'm asking you is there another scripture besides this one where you see Jesus talking about this energy?
I might
About,
have one.
go ahead.
I have actually looked this up before, and I'm curious about what your take on it is, Thinker. I, look, obviously, I think that the way people use energy in this conversation, they're using it wrong. I don't think that it means what they think it means exactly. And also, it's worth noting that the etymology of the word energy uh, is Greek and talks about like inner work. That is like what like the two words together turned into the word energy. But when they used the word energy back then, or they didn't, like it wasn't a word yet back then, right? So I'm curious what Colossians 1:29. I know this isn't like the word of Jesus, but I'm curious what info you have on this, because this is like a time where the actual word energy shows up in my translation, and surprised me because I was like, what word did that originally be? Because they didn't have that word yet back then. And he's talking about like striving with all the energy that Christ inspires within me.
I don't know why this surprises me.
Wah, wah.
I don't know why.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that.
Then when I say that Jesus is a supremacist, they be like, why would you say that? Like, literally, it's right there. Let's see.
He's the supremist.
Let's see, 129. Paul enters in the Colossians. I am now rejoicing in my sufferings for your sake, and in my flesh I am completing what is lacking in Christ's afflictions for the sake of his body, that is the church. I became its minister according to God's commission that was given to me for you, to make the word of God fully known, the mystery that has been hidden throughout the ages and generations, but has now been revealed to his saints. To them God chose to make known how great among the Gentiles are the riches of the glory of this mystery, which is Christ in you, the hope of glory. It is he whom we proclaim, warning everyone and teaching everyone in all wisdom, so that we may present everyone mature in Christ. For this I toil and strive with all the energy that he powerfully inspires within me. I think that's just like the ability to do the work is what he's saying, right? Like,
Yeah, and well, I was curious if you have, like, if you can look up the translation, maybe, and see what that one is. I had looked at this like not too long ago, so it's interesting you were asking for just another verse, because, again, like I'm with you. I think that it doesn't, like, it for sure doesn't mean that there's some like mystical source inside of us. In that same way that they use it, but I am curious just what it says.
Yeah, so the oldest scroll we have of Colossians 1:29 is witness number 46, written between 175 and 224 CE. And it says, to which also I am laboring, striving according to the working of him, working in me in power.
Yeah, I mean, like, that could mean all kinds of things, but also by talking to each other, we are also sort of working within each other, right? Like I'm communicating with my mind out of my mouth into your ears, into your mind. And so, like, I'm doing some work in you right now. Sorry if that grosses you out, but that's like what that's part of like what is happening when we just communicate. So it might just mean that through his teachings and his inspirations, like it is changing me from within, which is a lot different than there is a source of something inside of you. That's a very different and like it's on, I guess, ontologically different thing. If like is there really a thing, or is it just that he's talking to us?
I think it's like referring to the Holy Spirit, maybe like the Holy Spirit giving him the power to like to do these things, to teach, to to be beaten up, to suffer, to go out and get more gangbangers for Jesus. Like, I think that's what he's saying. Like, the Holy Spirit is the energy, I guess.
Hey, thinker, this is my first time on y'all live. So what is y'all stance on all of this?
What do you mean?
Like, where are you guys coming from? Are you guys coming from like the Bible's wrong, or
I think Ocean just answered for you.
where who done?
Ocean loves coming to hell, don't you, Ocean? Ocean just left, and then he came back and said, "Hey, I'm back." After we asked Ocean to come up and party with us, he ran the fuck out of here. And then when we forgot about Ocean, he brought his ass back to answer your question, to let you know that the devil runs this place.
We're part of the
Y'all
1/3
believe in
of
the
the
devil, man.
angels
Y'all don't
that.
believe in Christ. Okay.
No,
Okay.
don't. No, Ocean answered that.
Okay.
That was
Nah,
what
really.
Ocean.
What is y'all like? Where are you guys coming from with this? Just like debunking the Bible, or
I don't have to debunk the Bible. I don't believe in this God, if that's what you're asking.
do you
But
believe
I
in
just
the
deal
God?
with facts. I deal with facts and data and research.
Okay. Is there a God that do you believe in God at all, or is there?
No, I don't believe in a God. That's what I just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm starting to realize personally that, like, even saying I don't believe in God doesn't make sense because God doesn't make sense. So, like, you can't really make a claim to believe or not believe in it because, like, what is it? So, like, it's until, like, that's really figured out, like, what are we all talking about together? Because, like, you're saying there's energy of some kind, and
Yeah.
other
So
people say
that's what
something
my
else, and so I was just like, there's no real way to say that you can believe or not believe in something unless you can really pin down what it is. Like, I know what a unicorn is, so I can say I don't believe in unicorns because it's like just a horse with a horn. That's all it is. That's the definition. Got it. Great. But like with God, it's so abstract that we can't even. Like, it's starting to feel weird to even say I don't believe in it because I just don't know what we're talking about.
So even if we don't put the title God on it, do you believe that there's a energy, a
No.
source? Nothing. Okay.
Like what kind?
I
What kind of
also don't
energy?
think that, yeah, because I also don't think that you've
Energy
been
that
able to
creates
prove.
life.
Hello, I
The
don't think that.
energy.
I know my voice is soft. I know my voice is soft, but like this very expensive microphone kind of amplifies it. But what I was trying to say is, I also don't think that you've proven, right, that your Jesus is talking about an energy, right? Because like we're talking about this gang belief, and you're saying that it's not the type of gang belief that we think it is. But in Luke 19, he literally says, "Bring those that did not want me to rule over him and slaughter them in front of me." So I don't think that you've been able to prove this energy from the scripture that you brought up. And that's why I'm asking you, like, where else is he pointing to this energy? Because he, like, we have parables where he's telling his followers to consider themselves worthless slaves, right? We have parables where he's like, double my profit, right? And increase whatever I left you with. When I come back, I better have more. And then the ones that rejected me, slaughter them in front of me.
Right. So when I started off, I was saying the gang part is from the religious part of Christianity. And then to take it back to energy, I believe everything is energy, the same way where you get a seed and you plant it in the ground and you don't have to do anything else because the energy, the life force, all of that is going to be what grows out of
Grand
that
Negus,
soil.
she wasn't talking about energy. She was talking about Jesus Christ. She wasn't talking about the religion, the church, like the Christians today. Jesus Christ from Bible was saying these things. I
Yeah,
don't know
I
why
know,
these, like, I
but
don't know
that,
why energy people get so excited about Christianity. It's not the right religion for you. It's not the right following for you. Like, you should go read the Tao. The Tao's all about fucking energy and weird stuff like that. Like, just go read the Tao. All it talks about is how there's a source within you that cannot quite be named. Like it's right up your alley.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, it was right up as Jesus's alley as well. That's why Jesus of Nazareth became Jesus Christ, and that's what I'm trying to say.
But
So
you
if you
haven't been
guys
able to
keep
prove
reading it
that.
literal,
You haven't. You've only brought up one scripture where you could say, you could kind of like read your own interpretation into the word. The words, "the kingdom is within." One. I'm asking you, where else is he teaching this?
what I'm saying is that wasn't even that was just something I was bringing up to say the kingdom of God is within you, and then it's telling you about Psalms where it says ye are gods. But
Get it out of me.
what I'm saying is Jesus of Nazareth became Jesus Christ. It was a process. You know what I'm
Christ is just Messiah, anointed one, chosen one. Like Cyrus,
enlightened one. Yeah.
King Cyrus was a Messiah. Like that doesn't mean anything. But what I am asking you is, where else was this energy concept your Jesus's doctrine? For you to be saying that this gang mentality is religion and not what your Jesus taught, when we can clearly see what your Jesus taught in this book. Like, you're asking us to ignore all the rest of his parables, all the rest of his teachings, right? And focus on these three little words and say that that was his whole entire doctrine.
No, I'm not saying that.
Then where else did he teach this energy doctrine?
But what I'm trying to tell you is when you read it literal, like it looks like that's what you're
Then
doing.
give me something else to what else should I not? What where? Then give me one. I'm asking you to take me to one.
There's plenty of places in the Bible. There's Jacob going to the
No, with
top of the
Jesus,
mountain.
not the Old Testament. Jesus.
Okay, Jesus said, I don't have my damn Bible in front of me, but there's plenty of times where Jesus was talking to the disciples, and he would go. Let's say when he went to the desert to meditate, right? He would go to the desert to talk to God. That's a metaphor for him going in silence, going solo, being deserted, away from the worldly things, tapping into God. And even when he spoke to his people, he said he didn't even want people to praise him. He was saying, I only do what I see my father do, and I only say what I see my father say, and I only say what I hear my father say. He's talking about the energy, the source, the God presence that's in him. He's saying, this ain't me. This is the God presence in me talking to y'all. This is the God presence in me doing these. And that's why when the lady touched his garment, and he said, who touched me? And she's like, if I could just touch him, I would get healed. And he was like, your faith has made you whole. Because she had faith that if she could just be in the presence of Christ, not Jesus the man, but Christ's energy, that she would be healed.
No, she had faith that if she touched him, that's why she touched the hem of his garment. Hold on. Hello. I waited until you finished talking. She had faith that if she touched him, that's why she touched the hem of his garment, that she would be healed. Not that if she had accessed her own energy, right, that she would be healed. The stories here are all about him healing people, not people healing themselves.
No, it's about them. It's about them believing that Christ energy, believing that Christ presence, that he told them plenty of times, your faith has made you whole. Your faith, not my faith. Your faith has made you whole. Your belief, and not
And their belief in what though? Their faith in what? In
That's
themselves?
what I'm saying. Not the belief in the man. Not the
What
belief.
What were they supposed to have faith in though? Is my question. What did he tell them to have faith in?
In that God, in God, Christ, that energy, that source, that thing that gives life, that they have faith in that.
And Jesus told them that?
Jesus told plenty of them that your faith has made you whole. He told there was one guy, he was like a king, and he went to Jesus and he said, "Hey, one of my soldiers is sick. Can you come?" No, he didn't even say, "Can you come?" He said, "One of my soldiers is sick." And Jesus was like, "Okay, let's go. Where is he?" And he was like, No. He was like, "I got soldiers. If I tell them to move, they're gonna move. If I tell them to do this, they're gonna do this. So you don't have to come. You just say for him to be healed, and he's gonna be healed." You know what I mean? So he's saying And that's again a parable for him saying just the belief in that is gonna heal. He gonna
Are
get
you
well.
sure he wasn't telling them to have faith in his Father, to have faith in God, an outside source, not a source within them, but his Father?
No,
Are
that's why he was telling them. That's why he told them, what you see me do, you guys will be able to do better. Jesus was constant. Jesus was not here to tell everybody how great he was. If you read the Bible, in parables and allegories, like the Bible tells us to, is he's not saying praise me. I'm great. Look at me. He was never on that time. He was on the type time like.
okay.
He used to tell his disciples, like, "Damn, y'all don't believe." His disciples they start to walk on water and then fall. Right?
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
So when he says here, "Away with you, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve Him only," he wasn't teaching to serve God.
No, I'm saying he wasn't teaching to serve himself. Yes, he's teaching to
No, I
serve
didn't
God.
ask. Was he teaching to serve himself? Was
That's
he
what I thought you
teaching
said.
them to serve his Father?
Of course, God. Yeah,
And
that.
right, so he wasn't pointing to them. He wasn't telling them that the energy was inside of them and that everything they needed was them. He was telling them that everything that they needed was his Father, who is also him.
Right, but that wraps back around to what I'm saying. No, it's not him. It's the energy that's in him. Like I said, it's in all of us. We all have
Is
that God
Jesus God?
energy. Jesus is not God. Jesus is like us who could become
So
Christ.
so
Jesus
you
kind
don't
of
believe in
lightened
the
it.
Trinity?
Say it again.
You don't believe in the Trinity?
Do I believe in the Trinity?
Yeah, you don't believe in
Not
the
in the literal
triune
way that
God?
you're probably meaning it.
I,
No.
I don't. What do you mean literal way? Like, there's no literal way
Meaning
to
that
be a
Jesus is God.
Hello. Like, god damn, I don't know how many times I have to say that you and I cannot talk at the same time.
I'm sorry. If you ask me a question, I'm just
Then you
answering.
can wait until I finish asking the question.
Hey, it's all good. Go
No,
ahead.
it's not all good, because I'm getting frustrated now because I shouldn't have to keep telling you to not talk while I'm talking.
All good. All right, go ahead.
There is no literal way to have a triune God, right? There's no literal way for Jesus to be the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but be one God, right? There's no literal way. So what I'm asking is, do you believe in the Trinity, the concept that Jesus is the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost?
Is that it? Okay. I believe that the same way where I'm
Don't
saying
do that.
you, anybody else on this live, we all have that. There's me as royal. There's the energy of God and that spirit that runs through us. It could be.
No,
What do you
no,
mean?
we
No,
don't believe that. That's what you believe.
I didn't say you
That's not what
believe
I
it.
asked you. You did say like everybody on this live.
I'm saying like we
But
all have this kind of
no,
energy.
we don't. No, we
Okay.
don't. Royal, that's a belief that you hold. But what I asked you was, do you believe in the Trinity, the concept of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? It's a quick yes or no.
Yes, within all of us.
I hate the fuck. I hate the way y'all do that. Like,
Why you get so angry?
stop putting your beliefs on everybody else. Like, just talk about yourself. Don't
That's
include me in your belief.
no problem. Look, it's not me.
This is why I say it's gang belief. Like, can you not believe in your God and your God's Holy Trinity by yourself without including the rest of us? Like, is it really that hard for you to say, yes, I believe in the Trinity without including the rest of us?
What the reason why I said that is because again, this life, this source, this God, this energy is in all of us. It's in the trees, it's in the plants, it's in you, it's in me, it's in all of us. That's
So
all
the
you need
answer
to
is
remember.
no. The answer is no.
And
You can't believe in your God without including everybody else.
because God is in everything.
So the answer is no.
Yeah. Because God is in everything. Yeah.
So it is a gang belief. Like, you need others to believe it in order to validate what you believe
Oh
for
no, I
yourself.
don't need others to believe it. I just know that it's in all of us. I don't need you to
Like,
believe
if
it.
I tell you, like, don't include me in your belief. Your God is not in me,
That's
right?
fine.
Your God is not in me. Don't include me in your belief when you talk about your belief. That's your belief. And
That's
then when
absolutely
I
fine.
ask you, like, and you're still doing it, like, are you not capable of sitting quiet until somebody stops talking and then you respond? Are you not capable of doing that?
No, of course I am.
When I ask you, can you believe in your God without bringing other people into your belief? Like, it's offensive when you try to force this type of concept on people who don't believe it for themselves. It's offensive, and then you continue to do it. And that's why I asked the question about is Christianity a form of gang belief or loyalty? It's almost as if those of you that believe in this God have to have the rest of us to accept it for ourselves in order to make it true for yourself.
Can I speak to that?
I hate the way y'all do that. It's like for some odd reason, because you believe in a God, you don't know how to have a conversation. You don't recognize social cues. You don't recognize when someone asks a question. You don't recognize pauses in conversations and when it's your turn to speak. Y'all always go to the condescending, is it my turn? Can I answer that? Can I speak yet? I just don't want to talk over you. After we've said multiple times, please don't talk over me. Let me finish. It's like it's like on par.
So just to be clear, one, I don't know the live TikTok live etiquette. I was not interrupting you. There were times where you were speaking while I was still explaining something, and there was times where I thought you were asking a question.
Interrupting her.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. But again, I'm not trying to put anything on you or anybody else. I'm not trying to offend none of y'all. I'm just saying, from what you're asking me, my belief is yes, this God, Christ energy is in all of us. You don't have to subscribe to that. I'm not putting that on you. It's a love energy. It ain't nothing wrong with it. So I'm not trying to
If
put
you
that on
say
you.
it's in all of us, then that's exactly what you're doing.
But I'm just telling you my belief. I'm just saying my belief is that this God energy is in everything. Not even just every human, just everything. So that doesn't mean that I'm saying, yep, God got you. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's in everything. So that doesn't, if
No,
that offends
it's
y'all,
not. It is offensive. It is offensive. Let me
it
tell
does,
you why.
that's
Let
just
me
a
tell
different
you why it's
perspective.
offensive, Royal. I'm gonna tell you why. Because your God is a supremacist. Okay, your God condones slavery. Your God condones rape of women. Your God condones genocide. Your God taught humans how to kill other humans. Your God does not prioritize moral goodness, although he points the finger and expects humans to be morally good. Your God shows favoritism. Your God does not promote critical thought. And as a matter of fact, your God captures critical thought and logic and reasoning. Your God fearmongers.
So
Your God oppresses, although he says do not oppress. Your God literally built the structure that allows humans to oppress other humans. So no, Royal, I do not believe. No, as a matter of fact, I know that your God spirit is not in me.
okay. So just to speak to that, one, that is how I started off this whole conversation. Everything that you're saying is absolutely right. Not my God, because that was offensive, but the way that this God is teached, and the way they use the Bible to teach it, is because they teach it in a literal form. If you go to the church, they're going to tell you this is literally what happened. Some angels came down and wanted to rape these little boys. And
Do not say that word on my live.
grape, sorry. Again, I'm sorry. I'm not a live person. But so yes, I do agree. If it's taken literal, this thing is manslaughter. This thing is crazy. It's talking about sacrifices and this and that. So I totally agree with that part. But that's not the God.
Read this and make this spiritual for me, please.
I ain't even finished what I was saying. But all right, where we at? As for the male and female, okay. So let me just catch that right there. One, this is this is teaching about our inner self. So yes, in our inner self, we need to have a master and a slave. Meaning we cannot run over our
Get the heck
emotions.
out of here with it. I'm sorry.
We need
I'm
to
not
have, yeah,
interrupting.
all right.
Keep.
I got you. There needs to be we need to master our emotions. When it talks about, the Bible is not telling us that a man runs the house and a woman needs to.
No.
Right.
I want you to talk about Leviticus
That's not what the
25. Hold on, y'all. Don't interrupt him. I want you to talk about Leviticus 25. I want you to read this entire thing, Leviticus 44 through 46, and then I want you to tell me how this is spiritual.
Okay, can I just give you one precursor? The way that
Just
I'm
read
talking
it.
about it, man is mind, woman is
I don't
emotions. All
care
right.
about that. Read it first,
I mean, it goes
and
with it, but
then
all right,
read it first, Royal,
I got
and
you.
then tell me how it's spiritual.
I got you. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Okay. So again, like I was saying, this isn't a literal statement. This is the process that we need to go through within ourselves. We need to have intellect over emotions. The problem with the world is everybody running off of emotions. Emotions are running the show. Emotions are women are is a parable for emotions. Men is a parable for a symbol for mind. So that's what it means. Your mind needs to run over your emotions. Your mental needs to be over your emotions. If your emotions run the show, in the Bible, that's the woman running the house. So that's why they said a man should always be ahead of the woman. He's not saying a male should be running a female. It's saying your mental needs to be running your emotions. You can't be out here letting your emotions.
Hold on, do that. Don't mute him. Send him an invite, please.
Hello? Hey, am I offended y'all with this?
You are what you're
Okay.
saying is just absolutely ridiculous. None of what you said is represented in the Hebrew. None of the Hebrew words in that passage even correspond with any of the interpretation that you came up with. None of it. I'm going to read this passage to you.
Okay.
Okay. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son, or your daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, "Let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known," any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid, and never again do such wickedness. That is gang mentality. Even if you try to spiritualize that.
Gotcha.
This God,
Mhm.
and you say it's offensive for me to say your God, but when I asked you in the beginning, do you believe in the God of the Bible? You said yes. So it is your God. The fact that you got offended by it, like, it's beyond me. But
Well, because you're
your
talking about the
God,
literal part.
is your God literal? Does your God literally exist? Or is your God metaphorical?
For sure, but the Bible wasn't
Okay,
literally
so this is
representing
your
him.
God's word. This is your God's word. And even
God
if you
didn't
try
write
to
that.
make this spiritual, like, will you please stop talking while I'm talking? Even if you try to make this spiritual, your God is saying to spiritually kill your brother, your sister, your mother, your son, your daughter, even your best friend, if they try to take you away from him. That is gang mentality. It befalls me how there could be such a long pause and they don't know when to come off mute. They don't know when to talk, but they want to talk when there is sound coming out of somebody's mouth.
I didn't know I was on mute. But, yeah. So the literal version of this God. I mean, the literal version of this Bible. One, we know it wasn't written by God, right? So the literal version of this is not the God that I'm speaking on. If you look at it literally, that's what I'm saying. The Bible tells us straight up all day it's parables and allegories, parables and allegories.
Do you
So if
think
you look
God
at
made the
it,
heavens and the earth?
yeah, but I believe heaven is a state of mind.
So he didn't really make the heavens?
He did inside of us.
You're the dumbest person I've ever met. I'm so sorry. Like this is just like out of control with like
Like I get
you're
real
telling me that
disrespectful, man.
you don't actually believe any word of the entire Bible is actually literal? Like even when they're just saying like someone begat someone,
No, that's
that
probably
didn't
why you're missing the whole fucking point. Is because you taking it literal.
so
So
people didn't
you
give
dumb as
birth
shit
to
for that.
people?
Seriously?
People didn't give birth to people back then?
I mean,
Jerusalem's
to
not
bring a point
real?
that Thinker brought up last time is the same thing. Yeah, if
Do you
you
think
saying
Jerusalem's a real
Cain,
place?
say it again.
Do you think Jerusalem is a real
I know
place?
Jerusalem is a real place, but I know
Okay,
also
we
the
found
definition
one
of
thing in the
Jerusalem is
Bible
peace.
so far that is
It's
a
peace.
real thing. Oh, it's
Look,
not a real thing?
Egypt. Let me tell you something, brother. Egypt is a real place as well, but the definition is bondage. Jerusalem is a real place as well, but the definition, if you bust it down, Salam, it's peace. It's a state
What's
of
your thing?
mind.
What are you a metaphor for?
Say it again.
What are you doing here? Like are you an allegory for something?
No, I'm a person who reads the Bible for what it is, with allegories and parables,
For
like
what
it's
it
told.
is.
Yeah,
Amazing.
yeah, not for
Sorry, I
literally.
have to call my bank and see if I can get $15. 1 second.
Mezzo is a
I don't get paid for a few days, huh?
Yeah,
I
but
think Mezzo just sent out a gang sign. He just sent out a symbol to the gang.
I've never heard someone claim to believe in the God from the Bible and not believe so much of the Bible. So
not
much of
literally.
the Bible that you don't actually believe in. I also think that when you get to heaven and God's trying to explain to you that you had it all wrong, you're going to interrupt him and he's going to get sick of you and he's going to drop you.
So you believe there's a heaven though?
Yeah, it's just a metaphor though.
Oh, okay. So you gotta pick, man. You believe it or you don't believe it. I thought y'all don't believe it.
Wait, I can't believe it's a metaphor, but you can?
So you do believe it's a metaphor, or you just saying that to be a funny guy?
I'm just doing it to be a funny guy.
Okay. So do you believe in heaven and hell?
No.
And you got the same
See,
belief that Thinker has?
I don't know. I'm not thinker, but do you see how I can answer a question so easily and so quickly and with such a clear and concise point? I don't have to ramble on about like all the ways that everyone else is getting everything wrong. Like
Oh, I'm
just
not saying
try
that.
it. Just
Do
try
that.
it.
2 people paid to drop him. Do that paid to drop him, and Joshua just paid to drop him. So
Drop me. This is
Y'all stay blessed, man.
Oh my
Grand
God,
Nagus. I
just go.
appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. His name is from the Ferengi people. I don't know if you guys watch Star
Never come
Trek.
back.
did you call him Grand Nagus?
Grand Nagus is like the leader of the Ferengi people from Star Trek. Like, come on, guys, you don't watch Star Trek? It's a metaphor for heaven.
Oh my gosh. That was a whole bunch of confusion.
It was. I don't see how you dealt with it as long as you did. Uh,
Let's see.
If you're just gonna make the entire thing up for yourself, why would you like still try to keep the slavery part in.
Greetings, greetings. I have a question
Oh my
to
gosh, shut up. You
deconstruct.
come on stage, you mute your mic. There was someone talking.
No problem.
Mute
Sorry.
your
Go ahead.
mic. God damn.
I'm
Why
waiting
why
though.
why don't
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
stop. Stop.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
unmuting yourself.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you're trying to get dropped. Like you begged to come up here and said that you were going to school us. God damn. Hold on. Bring him back. Bring him back, please. I told y'all to warn me. I brought him up on purpose. He said he was going to school us. Don't let them off the hook. Don't let them off the hook so easy, please. Bring him back, please. Don't unmute yourself. You don't have to apologize. Don't unmute.
You guys, real quick, Thinker has a gift goal. Time is running out. It's the roses. So can you please help with that? Also, let's get these likes up to 150,000. Thank you.
Yeah, he said he's going to school us, and he said that he dares us to break him up. So that's why I brought him up. He's still connecting on my end. Is he connected for y'all?
No, he's
I'm
still there. He
connected.
goes.
I want to be allowed to speak though.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. I know you
Oh
scared.
my gosh, shut up. You are trying to get dropped, okay? I want you here. Okay? Yes, I am angry, positive. I wear it well. Mezzo, did you want to finish?
I was just saying Christians are pieces of shit or something. I don't remember. Oh no, I was saying that if you're gonna pick and choose and make up your whole religion anyways, and like change the meanings of all the words, then like you could make it way better, right? You wouldn't have to say that there was like spiritual slavery at all. You could say, oh, the word slavery there just meant ice cream. That was just a mess up. And you like if you're just gonna make it all up anyways, just fix it more than they do. And they like was still choosing to have shitty things in there. It was so dumb. That's it.
I agree.
You guys, it's roses, not roses. I know sometimes we get it confused, but it's two different flowers. Thank you.
I must stop choosing that because every time I choose the roses, they give bigger gifts. So I'm just going to take that as a hint from y'all that y'all are telling me to stop choosing cheap gifts. Like I choose the small gifts so that we can hit them faster because we hit the algorithm faster. But like that's been there for 3 hours and y'all have gifted bigger gifts. So I'm just going to stop doing the roses. Is that what y'all are telling me, to stop doing the roses? Okay, I'm doing it right. Okay, because I try to keep doing the smaller gifts because when we hit the goals, TikTok's like, oh yeah, people like the live. Okay, positive world. How are you?
Thinker, I might drop down during the middle of this one
I'm
too.
fine.
Just
I
let
get
you know.
you make me laugh every time I come on your live when I
What'd you say, Mezzo?
Sorry, I did step in there. I just letting you know that I might drop down like in the middle of this one. I'm kind of get running out of steam here.
Okay. Sorry, positive world. What were you saying?
Now I was saying your life become like the new Netflix for me. Every time I want to see someone who is bitter and angry at God inside, I just have to come on your live and hear your bitterness. Yet it's not doing anything because the world keeps spinning. People go into church still. People worshiping Jesus all day. They're speaking of him. And you're not effective. So today now is the day I've been waiting on because you are very angry. You dropped me so many times. You could drop me today as long as I'm not afraid of you. So as long as you allow me to say what I got to say on the topic of what you have right now, you will see how I will school you. So you ready?
Okay, well, thank you so much for that introduction. There's 782 people here and another 77 people on YouTube that are ready for you to school me. Now, what I would like for this to be is a civil conversation, okay? Now, Dudette is very trigger happy and she has very low patience. I don't want you to get dropped by Dudette. Okay, so I need you to act like you have some sense. It doesn't matter what you think about me. Okay, I could give less than two fucks because
Doesn't
guess what?
matter what you think about
Positive
God
world,
too.
stop talking while I'm talking.
Go
Okay,
ahead, go ahead.
I know you want to get dropped. I know you think that it's a some type of badge to wear to get dropped by a thinker. I've never dropped you. Dudette will drop you. Teacup will drop you, or Lala will drop you, but I will not. I don't give a fuck about what you have to say. Okay, so I want to have this conversation. All right, now pick a topic and let's go.
I'm willing to go with all of them, but I gotta choose one, right? Is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty? But before I continue, I just want to say the same way you
I
don't
don't
let me
care.
speak.
Listen,
Let me.
I do not care about your personal opinions. Okay, you picked number three. Start talking about number three.
All right. Number three is this. Since you make a claim, you got to show me your claim. Because the Bible has the best moral principle, ethics, values, everything. The Bible teaches that even if your enemy should go against you and backbite you, to love your enemies. The Bible teach you to pray for them who curse you. The Bible tell you love your enemies, your neighbor as you love yourself. The Bible teach that God is love because God sent his only begotten son that whosoever believeth in him, that they will not be cast in hell. Because this was the pronunciation that they get from Adam and Eve eating the fruit. This is the belief of the Bible. There is no way you can take up the Bible and prove to me that this is not what our God did. The only thing you can do, my dear, is give your own personal narrative, which no one cares about, also about the Bible. If you're using the Bible and you showing me the morals of God and trying to say that because God take life, that's because that make him evil. No, honey, let me educate you. The Bible teach that God give
Stop calling
life.
her honey.
Hold on. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You said you're gonna let me
I'm
speak.
correcting you. Stop calling her honey. Thank you.
All right, okay. Well, you can stop calling my God names too, right? Because you call my God name. Okay?
Did I
Would
call
you?
your God name?
Many of you call God name.
Have I said anything? I'm letting you know the boundaries. Do not call her honey. Do not use any types of terms of endearment when you're talking to her. Her
No
name is
problem, honey.
Thinker.
No problem there. No, don't choose the goalpost. Don't call
I'm
you
not a
honey.
dare
That's
either.
not the
I'm
topic.
not a dare
Okay, you're
or a
not a dare
honey.
either. Okay,
My
you're not a
husband
goat.
laying
You're not a
next to me.
dare.
He's the
Okay.
only one that calls me
What
that.
should I call you then?
Okay, let's get
Little
back to it.
teacup.
What should I call you?
Let's
You
get
want to be
back to
smart?
it.
Tell me what should I refer to you as?
Positive.
Exactly.
Get
Why you
back to the
changing the goalpost? Why
conversation.
I'm talking. You
Get
you
back
you
to
interrupted
it.
me. You interrupted me.
Oh
So
my
let me
goodness.
speak. You want me to speak? I'm speaking. Why are you telling me, but don't call you dare, don't call you snake, don't call. That's not the topic here. The topic is I am using my Bible.
Can I do a quick mental health check on Thinker on this schooling? Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm just
Okay, just
waiting
making sure.
to be schooled. I
Okay.
got my pen and my paper out.
Okay, just making sure you're good because this
Oh,
has
okay,
been
good.
like, a,
Dang,
Who
he
dropped
left.
them?
Not
I
me.
didn't drop him. Did somebody drop him?
I did.
I think he left.
Did he run?
Probably.
Season.
Damn.
But all that deer and honey and
It wasn't bothering me. I was
he
okay.
he's been in here long enough. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
but
but he's been.
it didn't
I'm
bother
sorry,
me.
Thinker.
I brought him up on purpose. I wanted him to come up because of what he was saying in the comments. Like
I
that,
think he back in the
it wasn't bothering me.
I love that, and I know you were gonna like get on this too, but like how freaking rude he was right away and came in as like an enemy, basically, like thinking like I'm gonna stomp you, I'm gonna school you, like he called you an enemy, basically. And then the very first thing he brought up was Jesus said to love your enemies. Like, is this how you do it? Is that what you're doing right now? What are you doing?
they're like bots. They
Like, is
just
the
quote
schooling in the room?
scriptures.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't necessarily mean what they say. They just quote shit. But I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get to experience that schooling.
That's what
I'm
I was
sorry.
waiting for.
I'm sorry. Dang, he left all the way out because he's not even in the.
Yeah, he's gone.
That's
That was like a summer session, like half day. It was like a pass or fail class. It was honestly like most of the grade is attendance, and you did great anyways, Thinker. You totally passed it. I think you didn't have
That's
to
why
say
I was
anything.
trying to give right. I was trying to let all the mods know that he was going to try to get himself dropped, right? And that when I was giving him that speech, like, don't get yourself dropped, do that. Lala will drop you. Like, let's have a civil conversation. I was trying to let them know, like, I don't want him dropped. But
He's going to tell
it's all
everyone at
good.
church that he cooked you, though.
Yeah, that's that. Like, it's. I don't. He says that he's been in here before. I don't fucking remember him. I thought this was his
I
first
don't
time in the
either.
comments. Yeah.
When I was up with you earlier today, and whatever happened when the one live got like ended, and Lala and I were talking. I don't know if you could hear us, but I was asking about like if surely there's been an actual time in a church where a pastor has like talked about you, Thinker, right? Like,
Oh, I bet there was. I bet I'm a part of a lot of sermons.
I can't wait until someone who secretly comes here sees it start to happen at the church and gets on video, because that would be such a great thing to see a pastor to be like, a few nights ago I was on the internet and I had a debate with someone who calls himself a thinker, and like talk about us. Like, I would love to hear that from the pulpit. That would be fucking
Men Rio was
amazing.
talking about that this morning. It's like, she calls herself a thinker, but she ain't no thinker because she don't think about God.
And
Because
then
the
like talk
Bible
about how I
says
cried all night.
He'll keep those in perfect peace whose mind thinks about him, but she don't think about God, so she ain't no thinker.
We
Ain't
weren't
that-
told to think, right? That's what the thing is going to be. We were told to follow.
Yep. Lord Mazadon, how are you?
Well, how are y'all?
I'm good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist?
27. I would say polytheistic. It would probably be the best term to describe me, belief-wise.
All right. Just want to let you know that we are discussing Christianity in here and the God of the Bible. Okay, not any other God or system of gods. And so please keep your conversation to that specifically. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
Oh, I mean,
Real quick, you guys, we have less than 26 minutes left, and Thinker needs at least 417 roses to complete her gift goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala.
You're
Which
welcome.
topic?
I guess to me, I guess 3. So I guess more so I'm in, I guess, agreeance. I guess more so just in my personal experiences. Like even yesterday, I experienced someone of the Christian faith. Now, mind you, this live I was in, I could kind of gather that everyone was of the Christian faith, but it was just this one particular individual, and it was kind of ironic. So I had an initial debate with someone else who I guess they're all friends or something, but she was the one who I was having this initial debate with. She was the one that was picked out to be the most passionate, so to say. And we had a very civil conversation. It was, intense to a degree, but it was still very civil. And I guess the other chick, she was just in the comments. For whatever reason, she didn't come
Oh,
to
wait, did you call her a chick?
Yeah.
Oh, no. While you're in here, at least, please refrain from referring to women as chicks.
I'd
Oh,
recommend that for out in the world too. Just that's one to just drop from your vocab.
got you.
Also, I'm going to drop down. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mezzo.
Good night, Meso.
Good night.
It's highly offensive and dehumanizing.
Okay.
Thank you. But you can continue.
Okay. So, is woman more fitting?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, so this woman, she was in the comment section, and she was kind of going against me through the comments. I don't know why she didn't just come up and talk, but she basically, her point, which she decided to bring up an entire 9 hours later, is that I was never clear cut on what my religion was, even though the entire time I said I don't identify with religion. I gave that principle up a long time ago. But I still do have respect for the divine beings that are, represented in Christianity. I don't align with it. I don't necessarily agree with it. But as far as some of the figures, I can understand their particular, story or message, or, what they represent in the cosmic scheme of things. And that was kind of just my thing. It's not to go off topic. But other cultures, other civilizations who have, come through time, and, their belief systems and gods and everything, it all kind of has the same archetype or story. If you just, look at it, not to say nobody in here hasn't or has, it's just, there's a similarity to it. And for me, my end goal was, just unification, upon common goals. I think it would just be a better place, regardless of what you believe in. But I definitely, in my personal experience yesterday with that particular woman, experienced the gang mentality of Christianity. She was very forceful in getting me to say that Jesus was king. That was her big thing. That she came back and decided to bring up 8 hours later, mind you. Everybody else in live, we were kicking it the whole day. I was literally in that live the whole day yesterday. And, everything was cool, copacetic. And it's just, it baffled me. It almost scared me to a degree. Like, energetically, I felt off put doing my conversation with her. And she was very adamant. And I guess that scripture that I believe you brought up about the reclaiming, so to say, it was, I definitely experienced that.
So did you end up saying that Jesus is king? Like, was she successful in?
Oh no.
Okay.
I was yeah. Because it was funny because she almost contradicted herself in the way how she was saying it, because she was, if you, like, you brought up the Trinity, which is the ideology of Christianity as a whole, regardless of what denomination, there is a Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Jesus was the manifestation of quote unquote God in the human form to experience humanity, to give us a, perspective, so to say, of what the bridge is, whatever, however they go about it. But she was basically like, she didn't give me anything else. She didn't offer any more than just, I want you to say that because you're wrong by not believing or whatever. Like, you didn't offer me anything else. I was just like, Jesus Christ. Like, she was quite aggressive. But no, I mean, of course I didn't say it because I have, taken the time to read the Bible. I used to be an avid, Christian, so to say. So I was actually in church, and I understood a lot of the different, aspects of it. But for me, it's very clear in the Bible that Jesus is not God, quote unquote. He is of God. He does have, divine essence, but he's not God literal. So he never claimed to be king. He never claimed to sit, on the highest of the high. So you're already disrespecting him personally if you want to be, literal about it, because he never said that. You're saying that. So, I could also attest to what you were saying earlier, not to, say the guy was wrong or right, but I could see where you felt, that personal offense in the, you know, that particular essence or energy being in everything or everybody. Because the way I view it, and I can assume that a lot of you all agree that we all have our own walk, our own path in faith. And faith is not just a Christian thing; it's a belief thing. Even outside of religion, if you just believe in science and energy and atoms, you still have to have faith that if that oxygen particle bonds with the hydrogen, it's going to make something. So I think faith is a power, a cosmic construct that is deeper than just of a esoteric nature.
Why
So
why do you think we have to have faith in oxygen? Like, do you
I mean,
think that I pray for oxygen every day?
no,
Or do
that's
you
not
think that I doubt that oxygen, that
that's
that when I, inhale, that I won't be able to exhale?
no, that's not what I was saying, ma'am. I apologize if I confused you.
Like,
I was just saying
like, can you expand on that? Like, what do you mean we have to have faith?
no,
And
that's not that's I'm sorry. That's not what I was saying. I was saying for somebody who I guess say if they're a physicist or their entire life's work is based on science, chemistry, whatnot. They in that field and what they have dedicated their life to, have faith that is gonna occur, so to say.
that
I'm more
what is going to occur? Like, can you be more specific when you?
Well, that's why I use the example with the hydrogen atom or molecule and the oxygen molecule atom, whichever one it is. I wasn't necessarily saying us breathing. I was just saying as faith as more so a power of humanity. Like it's something that we all have, regardless of what we put it into. It is a part of us. That's a
I guess that's where I'm getting confused, right? Like, you're just saying hydrogen atom, but you're not saying what the physicist is having faith that this atom will do.
so okay. So I can't remember what. Okay, so more so, I'm using it to compare most people in the realm of science or thought. They don't necessarily align with the religious sector of the world, so their faith is dedicated to something else. So the reason why I use hydrogen and oxygen bonding together, that's on the periodic table. I can't remember what exactly it makes, but it's on the periodic table.
But
That's
where
a
is the faith coming in? That, like, the bonding of the hydrogen and what other element did you say? Hydrogen and what? Oxygen.
hydrogen and oxygen.
What is it that they're having faith that those two elements bonding together is going to do?
That is going to work. Whatever element that's supposed to make
But why
that.
do they have to have faith in that, though? Faith is the evidence of things that you cannot see. So why are they having to have faith in that?
Well, technically, we can't see hydrogen or oxygen. We somehow discovered that it exists in some capacity.
And so the thing that it creates, though, does it actually create a thing?
To my knowledge, yes.
What does it create?
I can't recall the exact element. Um, to I guess exactness. I do recall water is H2O, which means two hydrogen atoms and one oxygen atom. So I guess I can say that it creates water, which we see evident everywhere.
And so that, right, so you don't have to have faith in that, though, right?
In a way, so more so what I'm trying to say is the faith is not necessarily of the water. It's the fact that I believe that these two hydrogen atoms and this oxygen atom is going to make water. We don't necessarily truly, like, we ourselves did not create water. We didn't snap and it just appeared. We discovered it. We had to analyze it. We had to do the
Yeah,
research.
but I don't see where the faith is coming in. Like, we don't have to have faith that water exists, right? We don't have to have faith that hydrogen and oxygen is what creates that water or creates more water, right? There are tests that we can perform to where we can detect these elements in the water. I don't see what I'm not understanding is where the faith element is coming in with that. Like, I know that you're trying to compare it to the same thing as having faith that a God exists, right? I think the difference between what you're trying to say with the physicists and the tests that they do to prove or to create water, or to say this is how water is created, is that they can actually they can perform tests and they can generate evidence, and they can do it over and over again, right? You can't do that with your God, right? There is no test that can be performed that will produce evidence that can be performed over and over again and say, yes, this is God. And that to me is faith.
Okay. And well, I can understand your reasoning in that. I guess more so I look at it as a more broader thing, and that's why I was using that as such a comparison. I don't believe the
Yeah, but do
essence of
you understand that your comparison has to make sense, right? Just because it sounds good doesn't mean that it's logical. That the comparison doesn't track, because you don't need faith to see water, right? You don't have to believe water exists. We know water exists. You don't have to just believe that hydrogen and oxygen create water. We can test that, right? So there is no faith element there. That's what I'm saying. Like, even though you're saying that you just see it in a broader on a broader spectrum, it doesn't make sense. Like, it's not logical.
okay, I can respect that.
It doesn't matter if I know what he meant. That doesn't mean that I have to accept it as fact. And then, like, taking offense to it because I'm not just accepting it. That's what I mean when I say gang mentality. And I'm not talking to you, Lord. I'm talking to Blown. It doesn't matter if I know what he meant. It's still not logical. That's still not faith. And that's the thing when it comes to faith. If someone says, nope, I don't agree with you, right? Or nope, that doesn't make sense, you get offended. And you expect people to just accept what you say because it sounds beautiful or a bunch of words were put together. Oh, a super chat was sent to drop the guest? Oh, wow. What did he do? Unfortunately, somebody paid $19.99 to drop you.
That's
Jack
fine.
from YouTube, so I do have to take you down. I apologize for that, and I thank you. I hope you have a great night, okay?
I appreciate it.
Mech Jack plays games. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Appreciate you.
Did I just read this properly? I don't know, my eyes are half open. Debates don't always have to have facts.
I don't know that. This is why I don't debate. Like, they and they
Exactly.
don't like they care more about the tactics and the strategies of a debate than they do about the information. And I don't give a fuck about winning a debate. This isn't a debate. And I think it's weird that Christians would rather debate than discuss. I think that's fucking weird, and it speaks a lot to what we already think about you. You prioritize winning. You prioritize being on top. You prioritize being right more than you prioritize truth and understanding. Much like the way your God prioritizes his will and his plan than actually developing humans who give a fuck about other humans. But anyway, if you are in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose and you're waiting to come up on stage, please comment so that we can bring you up and we can bypass the accidental requests. Thank you. Don't you think it's crazy how they're like, oh my God, you know what he's saying? Like, I'm just supposed to be like, oh yeah, that is true. Don't you think that's
Right.
weird?
Right. Like, okay, I can know what somebody's saying, but it doesn't mean that I have to agree with it. Or why do I have to know what they're saying? Dude, who's
I was
asking?
trying to bring up Sarah B and I accidentally brought up Sarah. What do you say, Teacup?
No, I was like, I don't even know who this person is. Have they ever been in here with the blown?
No, this is my first time seeing this
Okay.
comment. I don't know who they
Okay.
are.
I wanted to be sure because I'm
Yeah,
like,
I
what are you
did.
saying?
Like, it
Ignore.
just caught my my eye when he said IMG. I don't know what the fuck IMG is, but he said IMG, you know what he's saying. Like, I didn't say I didn't know what he's saying, and the fact that I responded logically should have told you that I fucking knew what he was saying. I responded with a rebuttal. I did not agree with him. That should have told you that I understood what he was saying. You think that me not agreeing means I don't understand.
And he's apparently new here because if you are wrong, you will say, you know what? I missed that, or you'll admit that, hey, I never looked at that like that before, or whatever. Like, everything she's saying is fact.
I,
Yeah.
I don't know if they like. I don't know if they, like what their definition of faith is. I'm talking about the blown guy. Like,
Yeah, I don't.
their book defines faith. Their book says that faith is the evidence of things not seen. Right? It's the evidence of things you hope for and the evidence of things not seen. We don't have to hope for water, and we don't have to we don't lack evidence that water exists. And faith and trust aren't the same thing.
Literally not.
Sarah B, I don't see you in the guest request. If you're in the guest request waiting to come up, can you please comment?
Okay, guys. Thinker has 7 minutes to complete her gift goal of roses.
Sarah B, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age? If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
Yeah, so I'm 40 and I am atheist, I think.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
So I've noticed like everybody's going in three, and then kind of going up from there, and then we don't get to one.
So
But
you only
I
get to choose
wanted,
one topic. They're
yeah,
not
so I
they're
was,
not doing that.
so I was just gonna say three, of course, but I wanted to do actually, okay, I can only do one. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'll do three. Um, yeah, so I think that that's the case because what I've noticed with Christianity is that there's a lot of hypocrisy that goes on, and we have a lot of discrepancies that go on in the Bible. And then what happens is that they're played off as though they're like, oh, well, it's not to be literal, but it's literal here, but not literal there. So there's like a lot of cherry picking going on, like what's literal, what's not, and independent interpretation, which technically it says you're not allowed to do. And then you see that there's a lot of what I've noticed is like three things, like they like sort of dominate through fear of like going to hell, or it's like, or fear of being punished, some sort of punishment, whatever it is, or it's like false promises. If you do this, then you will get these good things. Or it's just guilt, or it's all three really. Guilt, like if you do this, and then you get to feel really bad about it, like if you don't like put in the basket some money or whatever. So it's like guilt, you feel bad. Oh, well, now I'm afraid. now I'm not going to get this reward. Like it's all of these things. But then if you decide that this doesn't make sense for you, then the community will shun you, right? So it's even worse. It's like harder to get out of. It's like a manipulation at its finest. Like you are stuck unless you like really are willing and like that like because it's almost like your support group, your family, your people are going to gossip about you. So if you have any insecurity, like you can really get taken down by that. So even if you don't agree with it. So I would argue to say that there are some Christians who are claiming to be Christians that know better than this, but they're stuck in it. You know, it's like an abusive relationship. It almost seems like.
Yeah. Kind of like Blown is fucking stuck in these comments whining. Have you read the story of Ananias and Sapphira? Because I think that story reminds me of like the mob-like mentality, and sets the stage for the fear that if you go against this God, like even if you try to go against the God in secret, like the God is going to tell its leaders when you're lying to it or when you're doing something in secret, and it's going to kill you.
That's exactly right. That's what I don't know that I've read that specific story. I have read a lot of different parts of the Bible. I haven't read it in its entirety, but there's no doubt that God just absolutely cannot stand women, because you even look at certain things where it says like certain men are not to lay, and the interpretations doesn't say with other men. It actually says with young boys.
Hold on, Sarah. Hold on. You see that Blown is doing it now. The whole
is it happening?
Yeah. He's now that I don't give a fuck about his temper tantrum that he had in the comments. He says, "Sorry, you had someone pass away that made you turn from God, Tinker." Everybody in life has had somebody die, right? As a matter of fact, I've had a lot of somebody's die, but none of them have made me turn away from this God. What made me turn away from the God is the God itself. Is learning about the God, studying the God. That's what made me turn away from the God.
That's exactly right. And same thing. It's the exact same thing for me. The more I learned, the more I was like, whoa, wait a sec. Because I was raised strict Catholic. And now I'm atheist. But like the other day, my mom gave me like a cross or whatever. And I was like, please, you already know, don't do that with me. But I had a hard time throwing it away. What is that? So I think I'm deconstructing and I'm atheist. I don't know why I had a problem with that. So I'm like actually still thinking and wondering like what my deal was with that. Like, why did I not want to throw it away? I throw away other things that I don't want to, I'm not a hoarder, right? Like, why would I keep it? But I just felt weird about it. So I guess I'm still deconstructing in a certain type of way. But I was like,
I read it. I read the book every day.
Catholicism. What, the Bible?
Mm-hmm. I read the Bible every day.
For like educational purposes?
Yeah, to study it. Like I was indoctrinated in this. I was a missionary for 5 years. Like I preached this, you know. I was raised in Christianity. And so the more I learn about what I was taught, what I was indoctrinated into, the less I have to worry about whether, what if it's right? What if I'm wrong? Right? And so I learned about it. One, because it's interesting now. It's kind of like a scavenger hunt for me to find, little facts and things like that. But at first it was about getting to know this God that I was indoctrinated into. And I still read it. And now I'm learning Hebrew so I can read it in its original text. And in doing that, I'm getting an entirely different story, a different perspective, right? And reading it in its original language.
Right. Yeah.
So I say that to say don't feel bad about, still having the book. It's not bad, right? And then too, like it can help you see how this religion is used against people in society, in a political sense, in a religious sense, like when families do it, when spouses do it, knowing the tactics that are in this book will also help you, right? When people try to use them against you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've noticed that before. Like, you can catch it a lot easier once you know more about it. Once you realize what's actually happening. Like, I remember when well, I won't get into that, but I just remember feeling like, why are y'all trying to make me feel scared and wrong all the time? This doesn't seem loving at all. And I always felt like the omni properties, the all knowing, all powerful, and then the audacity of being all loving. I just can't with that one. But I don't even think all knowing and all powerful even track, because how can God regret anything if they were all knowing and all powerful? They can't. So there's just contradictions everywhere that it's like, and then the argument is always lands down to one thing: blind faith. Well, you have to have faith in the energy and the God inside of you, the kingdom of God inside of you. And what I've noticed is none of it is actual tangible anything. So to argue about like things that science can prove, that you can look at and see with peer-reviewed studies globally, people who have studied this, and you can look it up and see it for your own self, but you can't ever look up what the kingdom of God inside of me and having faith in that. To me, that's a word salad, and I have no idea what that means. Is there a map to where I can find the kingdom of God inside of me? Like, is there anything that I can do to understand what that means? It doesn't mean anything. Is that, I don't know if that's just me, but it's very confusing.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And as we saw tonight and earlier this morning when we had conversations, people can make it mean whatever they want it to mean.
Yeah. When they want to. Yeah, where it fits their narrative, when they want to, for the purposes of fear, guilt, control, all that. And false promises. If you do good, if you do this, it's almost like Santa Claus. You have to be good this year or else you won't get presents or whatever. It's like a manipulation tactic.
Yeah. That's what it seems like the Hells Fargo fire insurance. It's like the insurance policy that never pays out, but you got to keep paying premiums. And if you ever stop paying your premium, then the mob comes after you and starts degrading you, gaslighting you, demonizing you, fear mongering you until you pick the policy back up.
Yeah. And so sometimes it's easier to just stay a part of it. Just might as well it's just too exhausting. Let me just be a Christian, even though you know that what this God and what this Bible and what this book and all of these scriptures call for, regardless of translation, calls for grape slavery and G-side. We know this, no matter the translation. So what are you actually doing? And honestly, if you think about it, even moral, subjective, objective, whatever, is there any excuse for any of that? No, under any circumstances. And the only thing that anyone has ever said to me, and this doesn't even track for me, is if you're like looking at it, well, as mere mortals, how would we know? Because God may have a purpose to this that we just don't understand. And we might be like, oh, that makes sense now. I find that hard to believe. But as a mere mortal, how would I know? Right? Even that is a stretch for me.
They believe that there are like supermortals, I guess, because I always ask the question, what did these humans who wrote this have that humans today don't? That a God would give them insight into the afterlife to tell them that there is a hell that people will be burning in. But the God didn't tell them where they were before they were put in their mother's womb. Like that, if anything, that's the thing that we don't know, right? We don't know where we were or what we were before we were supposedly put into our mother's womb. But this God says, I'm going to give a few humans insight into where they're going to go when they die, so I can scare the shit out of them into submission and loyalty.
Yep. And what you end up with, I've noticed, it's like a lot of false prophets, like people saying that they're prophets from God. God speaks through me, and it's like, are you really just, because a lot of people will say that, like only priests can make holy water, this sort of thing,
Oh, I didn't know that. And so in our church, we didn't deal with holy water. We had oil, right? You would buy the olive oil from the stores and then pastors would pray over that oil and they would
Yeah,
use that to anoint you. Yeah. And correction
it's
to the
very
person who
similar.
said
Yeah.
that I've lapsed on my policy. I canceled that motherfucker after reading the fine print. I just wanted to correct you.
Not lapsed on your policy. I cancel mine too. Fuck that. Excuse my language. F that.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. You can say fuck.
Fuck that. But yeah, I definitely enjoy your lives for sure. I just wanted to mention that.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate you. Did you have? Thank you, Dios. Did you have anything else before I bring up another guest?
I did want to ask a little bit about number one, if you didn't mind. Like,
I don't typically let people do more than one. So if you can make it really quick. Okay. Go ahead.
Like I just wanted to get like what your thought was on what is anti-Christian bias. Like,
I have no idea, Sarah. That's why that question is there. So we know that Trump signed an executive order to create a task force to end anti-Christian bias, and I'm trying to figure out myself what it is. I looked up this morning, and it basically just said us not believing, not allowing them to say horrible things about the LGBTQIA community, not allowing them to not serve members of the LGBTQIA, just not allowing them to just be hateful people, and speaking up against that, calling it bigotry is anti-Christian bias. There were claims that they don't get to have Christian groups in schools and get funding. Although we, like just last year, saw them shut down the Satanists who were trying to have before and after school groups. I've not ever seen a Christian club shut down the way we saw the Satanist club shut down. I honestly don't know, Sarah. That's why that question is there, and a Christian unfortunately hasn't come up and answered that for us yet.
oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't think they know. I wonder if they are just as confused by that claim that he made as we are. But then again, like I don't see enough Christians speaking out and saying, what is he talking about? There's no anti-Christian bias. So I don't know if they're secretly loving it because they know it's going to let them be even more horrible people without repercussions. And so they're just going to sit back and allow it to happen. I don't know if they are experiencing it. Not sure, but hopefully we'll find out this week with these conversations.
Yeah. Okay. So that was the only thing. Because I was just curious about that one other thing. But yeah, I don't want to take up any more time. But I appreciate you having me up for sure.
All right. Thank you. I hope you stay safe. Is it raining where you are?
Yes, it just started pouring down rain. I just went out to my car to grab something, and it just literally started raining. Yeah, I was just like, holy, how is this happening so fast?
It sounded like hail over here. I'm like, what?
I know. Like, I'm going to stay in my car for a minute till it, like, calms down. It's like lightning and thundering. Like, and it wasn't earlier. So,
oh, my God. Stay safe.
Yes,
damn, that is a lot of rain. Oh, my God.
I know. And it wasn't before when I first came up.
So you have no umbrella or anything.
I know. I'm just like, I think I'm just going to wait before I go back.
Oh, my gosh. Well, stay safe, and thank you so much for coming up.
Of course.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, I thought I heard hail.
I would be so mad if I got stuck in the car and it started hailing. Let's see. If you're in the guest request box and you are waiting to come on stage, please comment.
Okay, y'all, let's get these likes up to 200,000. Thinker has a new gift goal of confetti. And if you are enjoying the live, in Thinker's bio is her Cash App. You may tip if you'd like. Also, let's continue to share the live. Thank you.
I love the way he commented and he said, I'm waiting patiently. That was very respectful. He didn't say, let me up, bring me up. I'm gonna school you. And I don't know if he's a believer or if he's deconstructing or an atheist, but his response was very respectful. Thank you for that. Can I get your age and whether you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please?
I'm 56. I'm in Northern Cal, and I have fully deconstructed.
Oh. It makes
um,
sense. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Topic number 3.
Okay.
It is a somewhat of a gang mentality when I look at the historicalness of the creation of what we call Christianity today. I go back to the roots, and I start with when I was in high school and I went to college. My After high school, I went to college. I majored in theology and philosophy and minored in pre-law and paralegal studies because my thesis was if you understand the religion, you can understand the laws because they were basically mimicked after the religion. So this country is supposed to be a Christian nation. So I go back and look at the history of where Christianity came from. And it led me back to the Church of Rome. And when the Council of Nicaea came about, it wasn't to unify or bring people together. It was about control. It was about getting people to do what the government wanted them to do the way they wanted it to be done. And so I think many of us have been caught up in the generation of the Bible being passed down to simply going along with it rather than questioning it and its veracity and truthfulness of it. And I think that's where we get lost at. And then we get into, the debates of who God is and what God is, because there is a difference between Christianity and Catholicism. And I think we're seeing, at this moment in time, how that differentiation is going to become even more paramount or more prevalent, I should say, in that the Church of Rome wants to be the church. When they speak of, or when an individual speaks of the church, they're not talking about Protestants and Presbyterians and Baptists. I think all of those are spin-offs from Catholicism in the event to get away from the strictness of Catholicism. But again, when you speak of the Church of Rome, you're talking about the most powerful organization on the planet. They can print anybody's currency. That's why the Pope can go anywhere he wants to go. They can print the currency and go. They have there's no government structure that can impose its will on the Church of Rome. There isn't. You're not going to hold them accountable. They're their own entity, and they have their own money, and they have their own military. So I think that when we take a deeper look at it, one has to question without fear of what it is that they were taught, and is it going to work for you? And for me, it doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. The story doesn't even start off with making any sense. So I fully deconstructed. I have a totally different belief system than most of my peers. But for your third, I like all 3 points. But I think that the point number 3 is it is a gang mentality, because if you don't join and you don't believe and you don't follow the protocols, that somehow or another you're a threat and danger to society. And people are going to hold that against other people simply because they don't follow the line. And I think it's a sad state of affairs, but I also believe that the human spirit is greater than that. A lot of us will read between the lines and not go for it. I think many of us are going to be more focused on the individual goal that you may have for yourself, your family, friends, etc. that will far beyond exceed any any bending of the knee or kissing of the ring to a religious group or organization that's only self-serving at the end of the day. And that's about where I'm at with it.
Okay. Thank you. And so one thing I want to say, so the United States is not supposed to be or is a Christian nationalist country. They want it to be, right? That's the goal right now. But they don't. But it's not supposed to be that.
Well, I'm
So,
indigenous. So the stories that I used to get from my grandfather and grandmother was that the reason why, one of the main reasons why most of the tribes would not, or are still to this day not recognized, is simply because of the fact that we would not um, give up our traditions and belief and switch over and convert to Christianity. Because a lot of
but
what,
wasn't it more so about you having, like your allegiance would be to your tribe and not to the United States, not to the God that they believed in, right? Because the United States hasn't always been one specific denomination of Christianity, right? So it
when
was more
Rome
so about.
finally,
I'm sorry.
oh my
I'm
bad,
sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, because I did allow you to speak for a long time without interrupting you. Like I thought that it was more so them trying to make sure that your allegiance wouldn't be to your tribe, like to your nation, and that your allegiance would be to the U.S., not so much as the God. Like the United States hasn't been a Christian nationalist state, country, but I know that that's the goal right now, is to make it a Christian nationalist country. And I
I
think
believe it
I
all.
think the point of what you were trying to say, there were some things that you did say about the Vatican printing other nations' currency. I don't know if that is fact or false. I know they do have their own currency, but I'm not sure if they can print other nations' currency. So I don't want to say things in here that we can't prove. But I think the gist of your point is that they operate, that like they started out as like as a game, right? And then they're operating that way to this day. That's the point that you're trying to prove.
Well, not only that though, but like in the early days of the startup of the Church of Rome, when you look at the Crusades and the Spanish Inquisition, they were all taught to us that it was people being persecuted because they were affiliated with the Church of Rome, when it was actually the opposite. They were unaliving individuals for not participating. It was either you are or you're 6 feet under. And
Right, but
when it
it
goes
was
to,
Christians, it was believers of this God killing other believers of this God. Like it wasn't an atheist or non-believer war against believers. Like they were fighting amongst each other about whose doctrine was right and who
well,
was going to
not only that
lead the
though, but it was
doctrine, the
also
interpretation.
when Constantine wanted to become Caesar, he had
I'm
to
sorry, are you talking about
strengthen.
Constantine now, or were you talking about the Crusades?
I'm talking. Well, they're all coincide because when the Church of Rome was being created, it was under the guise of we were going to rule. They ruled Europe. Kings became kings after kissing the ring of the Pope. No
Yeah,
one else.
but hold on. The Crusades happened in around 1090 1090 CE, somewhere around there. So it wasn't during the time of Constantine, right? So what I'm saying is, like when the Crusades happened, the religious wars were happening. That was believers fighting amongst themselves about whose doctrine was right, right? Whose interpretation was correct, and they were trying to get people to convert to their way of belief. It wasn't about non-believers fighting against believers.
Well, I get you on. Yeah, I can agree with that part. But also, the Vatican financed Great Britain on its expeditions to the New World. And when they came over here, the military came first, and then, the folks with the robes came over to try to, indoctrinate people into this system and saying, hey, if you believe the God, then life will become easier for you somehow. But at the end of the day, it is, in my mind, I still look at it as a game that wants to rule by force. And they want to force it down your throat. There's nothing about that book that I will ever ask anybody to go and read, because it's a bunch of stories. It's no different than Alice in Wonderland. Some dude wrote it, and it has no factualness to it. No. How in the world can people who live in North Africa be named Isaac, Jacob, Luke, John, etc., 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 when those people didn't speak English? So I mean, when I look at it for what it is, it's a compilation. The book itself is just a compilation of stories. You can believe in it or not, but there is also a fear factor that comes from these churches that say you better believe it or you're going to go to this place called HELL. So they can have it. You can keep it. I don't need it.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up. Is there anything else?
No, thank you for your time. I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm going to stay on and listen some more. But I just think that people have to really do a self-evaluation and understand, how did I get this concept that I hold on so dearly to, and question it in such a way in which you ask the impeccable question. Like John Henry Clark used to say, ask the impeccable question and see if you don't get that impeccable answer that will ultimately come from yourself, not from a book. And with that, I'll just listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well.
I love when people say, no, I don't have anything else, and then they do. If you're in the guest request box and you're waiting to come up, can you please comment? Yeah, but he is right to question. Make sure you question. But one thing that I see people do a lot, right, in there when they say about the names, I just wonder, do people think about the fact that the names were translated at all? Right? And then like when people bring up the fact that there was no J.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, right? There was no J. But that, like, do they think about how language evolved, and then how the
Right.
text was translated into different languages, right? I just wonder that.
I don't think they think that far or deep.
Yeah, because that seems to be a talking point that a lot of people have, and like it's a good question, right? It's a good question to ask, but I don't think that it's that strong of a case to say
Right.
why you shouldn't believe it. I think there needs to be deeper research. Unless like, I just feel like somebody can be reconvinced if that is the reason that they say they don't believe, right? Because all somebody got to do is say, well, that wasn't the name in Hebrew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then they be like, oh, okay, I understand language evolution now. Oh, okay, so maybe the God is real. I just feel like it needs to be a little bit more deeper. I don't know. If you're waiting to come on stage, can you please comment? I don't know. Did y'all see somebody comment while I was talking? I didn't see anybody.
There was one person, Free Welder, Fee Welder.
Free Wilder. And then y'all, let's get some diversity in here. I do not want everybody who all agree. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes? And then let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
I am 35. I am a believer, and it's really, really simple to me. They always like to come forward the translations of the names, and it's really, really simple. The book was translated,
That's
and it's
okay.
translated to man's understanding.
Hey, that's
So
okay.
everything is
Fee
not going to be.
Welder. That's okay. That's okay. I'm not asking that question to you. There's 4 topics on the board. Can you pick one of those?
4.
Yeah. Do you see the four topic choices on the board?
I see 3.
There's 4. The first one says, "Who the fuck did I or do I worship?" And then the 3 subtopics under that.
So I guess the third one would be the topic.
Okay. Everybody's here for number 3. Go ahead.
I mean, if you ask me, it is a form of, I wouldn't necessarily call it a gang belief. It's a faith. It's something that people believe in to get them through this world. And I believe that Jesus Christ is somebody that helps everybody get through this world, given all his grace and everything. And I mean, I don't understand why people always want to have Christianity come under fire just because we're diehard believers. I mean, it is what it is. Just like an atheist is what it is, and
Is it really atheist is what it is? Like, do Christians really just leave atheists alone? Let's be honest.
I mean, we really leave those alone that want to be left alone. And for the ones that do go after people, they are convicted because we are taught not to go after people, or only to usher people into, try to usher people over to Christ, not forcefully, but just if they ask for the education, we give the education, and that's about it.
And so when Jesus says, "Whoever is not with me is against me, and whoever does not gather with me scatters," what did Jesus mean by that?
I mean, I think it's really simple. The ones that's against him, they don't flock to God. They flock to whoever they believe, whether it's a deity or whatever spiritual thing that they cling to. It's all faith, all of it. Whether it be atheist or whatever, it's all faith. It's all to get us through this world and to help us
But
deal
why
with
is
the
he saying
day to
that?
day.
Why is he saying that we're against him just because we don't believe in him? That doesn't mean we're against him.
Well,
Just because we
contrary,
don't
it seems
believe,
like a bunch of people are.
just because we don't believe in this God, or we don't believe that Jesus existed, or that Jesus is the Son of God, if he did exist, that doesn't mean we are against him. It just means that we don't want it for ourselves.
Okay. And I guess I could say as myself, I'm not a person that's really coming after you for that. Like I
No,
said
I'm
earlier,
asking why I'm asking why your Jesus says that, right? And then, like, it sounds as if you're saying that atheists are just making up their experiences with
I never
Christianity and
said
with
that.
Christian. No, I said it sounds as if you're saying that, right? You're like, we just believe and we don't bother anybody. And so with you saying that, it's as if you're saying that our experiences are completely made up.
I'm not saying they're completely made up, but if you feel convicted, I can't help that.
I don't feel convicted. What I'm saying, I'm listening to you talk, and you're basically saying that Christians don't bother atheists or non-believers, and that Christians don't try to force or convince or fearmonger people into believing in their God. You're saying that doesn't
I
happen.
believe we spoke what we read. We speak what we read, and that's about it.
Right, you believe that, and therefore you're saying that what we're saying that we are experiencing does not happen. Like
Yeah,
the
I don't think
do
that's what
you
I'm trying to
like
say at
the
all.
yeah, so um a lot of Christians, I don't know if you're one of these Christians, but a lot of Christians believe that homosexuality is a sin. Are you one of those Christians?
I am, because that's what
And
the
and
Bible
therefore,
teaches.
so do you not see the experience, the life experience that uh, homosexuals have on this
That's
earth?
not my burden to bear.
Of course, it's not your burden to bear, because you like the belief that you hold that homosexuality is a sin. You could care less about how that belief that you're holding, right, and that you perpetuate and continue to perpetuate affects the lives of those who are homosexual. You only care about your relationship with your God, right?
Yeah, my relationship with God and whoever else wants
And
to
so,
know.
because you believe that, then people who don't believe that and people who don't believe in your God have to have a bad experience in life,
Not
because you
according to
go around
me.
teaching that. Do you teach that?
I don't teach anybody anything. I'm on my own walk, and I'm on
Well,
my
you
own
said we
walk in
teach.
my faith.
You said the words we teach, right?
Uh,
So you included yourself in ones who teach. So now you don't teach.
I said the ones that want to be taught.
You said we just teach, right? And so now you're saying you don't teach anybody anything. So do you teach what you believe your Jesus told you to teach, or do you not?
To the ones who want to be taught.
So you do teach,
To the ones who want to be taught.
and you teach that, and you
As far
teach,
as
and
my
you so the
understanding,
answer is yes. And so you teach that homosexuality is a sin. And so you perpetuate that belief, and you put that into other people. Even if you say that they want to be taught that, you put that in the minds of other people, and they go out with that belief and they teach it to other people. Correct?
like I said, that's not my burden to bear.
But you are teaching it, right? So you're telling me that you're out here teaching something that you're not responsible for how people go out and handle that belief that you're teaching, that you're passing on. Is that correct?
Nope.
So whose burden is it to bear? If you go and you create students and you teach them your doctrine, your belief, and they go out here and they harm somebody with the belief that you taught them, whose burden is it to bear?
Not mine. I can tell you that much.
Whose is it?
Not mine.
Do you see why we say that this belief system is gang mentality? You create minions
Uh,
and they go out and they harm people, and you just say you don't give a fuck. You're like you're the exactly the attitude that you have right now is somewhat similar, like your God, right? Your God and your belief system created this earth, created believers or followers, and then just walked the fuck away and left it in the hands of
so
its
I
believers. And
really
it's
feel
I'm
like this
talking
is
right
just
now.
like
I'm
a
talking right
null
now.
and void conversation
Okay, then
because you're
you
just
can leave.
listening to
You're more
respond.
than welcome to leave. Like, I'm responding to everything you're saying. All you're saying is it's not my problem. It's not my burden to bear. I'm responding to exactly what you said. You are more than welcome to leave.
I knew she was. Oh my God. It's not my burden to bear.
The most
Ooh.
unempathetic motherfuckers I ever met in my life. And they wonder why nobody likes Christianity.
Man, I'm sorry. They are sick pieces of shit. Like, for you to push that shit out there.
and they say it's not my burden to bear. It's not my burden to bear. It's not my burden to bear. Sound like a fucking bot.
They don't see how harmful that shit is.
And how is that no different than the leader of a gang?
Exactly. Because they don't give a fuck.
Then they'll say, well, God taught us, Jesus said to love your neighbor as you love yourself. But in the same motherfucking, with the same motherfucking tongue say that you don't give a fuck about the harm that you're causing? You're full of
And
shit.
then you wonder why so many people from the LGBTQIA plus community end up having depression or wanting to unalive themselves. It's people
Oh,
like
but she don't care
you.
about that. That's not her burden to bear. Their lives are not her problem. She only needs to get living souls for Christ. And it doesn't matter if they say they believe in Christ and then they hate themselves and they take themselves out. At least they'll be in heaven, not a homosexual. But you know what is so fucking crazy? You know what I thought about today?
What?
I guarantee you half of these Christians, and more than half, have roses, have pocket pussies, have dildos, have all kind of shit in their fucking closets. But they worried about what two
What's the word?
grown adults, consenting adults, do in the privacy of their home. And they walking around with
Exactly.
pocket pussies.
But you're exactly right. Mm-mm.
Shit gets on my damn nerves.
Yours and mine both.
This be the time where I need theology. Well, there's Oso. We let Oso take the next one because that pissed me the fuck off. Her whole entire energy of indifference towards other humans
Hmm.
is just fucking sickening.
It was.
She
I mean,
sounded dead inside, didn't she?
right, right. Like there was nothing, like there was nothing there for anyone else. Like you said, there was no empathy, and you could just hear how empty she sounded.
And I
That is
guarantee you,
disturbing.
they can't hear themselves. They can't hear themselves. They can't. Um, like it's all I can say every time after I encounter one of them is just ew. Like ugh, ugh.
Yep.
Yeah, I think she thought that she was going to be able to um, beat you, in a conversation by sounding nonchalant about it. When, if you say heinous shit with a calm voice, it just makes you sound like a serial unaliver. I don't think like she thought that one through. I don't know.
Yeah, those are the type of people I wouldn't want my kids around.
Like and the thing is they preach that this God is peaceful, this God is love, but they sound fucking cold and evil.
Hmm.
Damn near every like it's very rare that I will talk to a Christian where I'm like, damn, you pretty cool. Like if I
Right.
believed in a God, damn, I would rock with your Jesus. Very rare. Oh, so you gonna grab the next?
Absolutely.
Takara? I was really hoping I didn't have to do the announcement to comment. Y'all just kind of go ahead and know that when one drops, just comment and be like, I'm next. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up?
Is there one?
There's over 20 people in the guest request.
Oh, Justine said I tried.
Try to what?
I think she tried to come in.
Let's see. And then what do they think they're coming up here for? Like, did she think that I was just gonna agree with her and that was it? Like, what did she mean?
She
Like, what?
most likely thought that because they feel as though their God can't be questioned, and they have that holier than thou attitude. So she probably thought that she could just say what she wanted to say, and you just had to accept it.
Like, why do they think that though? Like, I don't understand. Like, why do they
Entitlement. I mean,
think?
that's how they've been made to feel.
Mhm.
It's just weird to me. Like, it's like they don't know because they've been taught not to question. They're so used to being yelled and screamed at over the pulpit and being told what to think and what to do. It feels like they really don't know how to have conversations. They don't
Hmm.
know how to conflict resolve. They don't know how to reason with people who have different perspectives, right? And
Yeah.
that's, I think that's why we constantly have to say, don't talk over me, don't talk over me. Like, this is how a conversation works, and they all fall back to, well, is it my turn to speak? Can I go now?
Hmm.
Because they don't know how to have conversations because they're being yelled at all the fucking time, and their pastors don't give a fuck about what they think. Like, if they went to their pastors with some of these questions, they'd be told to shut the fuck up.
Yep. Mhm.
It's irritating.
Very much so.
uh if you're in the guest request box, Justine, if you're still here, send the request again. If you're in the guest request box, please comment. And then, like, when they say shit, like when they say we don't force it on people, they're literally telling us that we're imagining the shit.
Mm.
Exactly.
And she's like, we
And all
just
that hurtful
teach
shit.
to those who want to be taught. That's a fucking
Bullshit.
lie. Where the fuck do you live where that is the reality?
Mars.
Yeah, certainly not on Earth, right? Like, and then to have to say, you said you taught the shit. I didn't teach this shit. You said you taught it to those who want to be taught. Like, what the? Come on, bro.
Like, what? That means you teach it.
I guess you could say that. Like, no, that's what you what?
Exactly.
What's up, Justine?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good.
So I was wondering about your number one question, and I was curious if it has to do with some of the stuff that the president announced like 4 days ago, the anti-Christian bias thing.
Yeah, I just want to know if Christians are experiencing it, or if they even know what it is, or if they agree with him or disagree. Like, I don't know what the fuck anti-Christian bias is. I've not seen it. Learned a little bit about it this morning. One lady came up and said that it's grouping all Christians together. That would be considered anti-Christian bias. So I don't know. I'm still trying to get it defined.
Well, he created a task force. Let me see. Hold on, I got a couple notes
Yeah,
on these.
yeah. I've been talking about the executive order, so I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Like, if they agree with what he did.
Yeah, I think he's trying to unify them. And I think it's bizarre that he wants to create a brand new task force to eradicate Christian bias. And it pretty much just proves how authoritarian they are. He even like appointed a pastor to be in charge of this that will immediately halt all forms of Christian targeting and discrimination, which is obviously a projection, because if anyone in society should feel the threats of this, it would be any non-Christian, since this is mainly a Christian country. I'm just worried about the entailments of that and what this task force will do individually, because it honestly sounds like Handmaid's Tale and what the eye was used for in that show. And that could me just be freaking out because that show is worrisome and very accurate to history. So I guess it's just going to have to be like one of those wait and see things. And it's just scary that what he's doing with immigrants and forcing them into camps within a few military bases is exactly like Leviticus 25:44 through 46, where they take the quote aliens living among them and basically force them to do labor while they are in these camps, and no one has access to inside of these military bases to see what's actually going on with them.
Yeah, we talked about that last week as well. And then, Nehemiah in their his laws of expelling the foreigners out of Israel and how they're applying that. But I don't want to turn this into a Trump
Yeah,
live.
me neither.
Yeah,
It's just like a no one learns from history type thing. I could care less about what that narcissist wants to claim he has power over. I think anyone actually believing in putting any sort of faith in this guy is moronic, and that's the last person in the entire world that I would want to talk about. It's just hard seeing people taking it seriously when there's absolutely no reason to believe in these claims that he is making. It's very frustrating.
yeah, but I don't know if any Christians actually believe in the anti-Christian bias because they've not came up and told us. Except we had the one who came up and said that Christian bias is lumping them all together because they don't all believe the same. So I don't even know if they agree with him on that or not.
True.
Yeah.
I also do want to say that I'm very proud of this deconstruction community for the amount of empathy that I see in everybody in this community, and how we can, come together and discuss all of these issues. And I can't say that we're wrong when we all have the same ideas and we're from all different walks of life. When we can all point at it and be like, yeah, see, this is the problem. It's comforting, and it's just a loving community, and I'm very happy to be accepted within it and be able to learn from it and to learn from you geniuses. So that's basically what I came up to say.
Well, thank you, Justine. We love having you as a part of the day one community.
Thanks, hon.
You're welcome. Did you have anything
Have a good
else?
one.
They would be involved in other topics, so I'm gonna stick to the rules.
Wait, say that again.
They would basically have to do with the other topics, so I'm just gonna.
I mean, but you're a blue butterfly, aren't you? Or
I am
you're
now,
past the blue butterfly.
I
You
am
can,
now a dragon.
girl. You can talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
Is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty? Absolutely. You can't even question this God. There's so much fear in this that if they took a second to actually look at how the deity cannot abide by the standards that it sets for humans, it should at least make them question what they are following. At the very least, it does not prioritize moral goodness by any means. I was just rereading Leviticus 27 and how the priest decided who was a vessel of destruction And if they were to trade out what that would cost the people and how they built their wealth, it's so far from moral that I don't know how anyone falls for it unless they just simply just go with the crowd because community feels good and it was used against everybody. The one good thing that I can say about religion is that empathy is what draws people in, and it's slowly stripped away through these doctrines, which is the unfortunate part. But it does speak well of humanity wanting to be good. So if everyone could at least consider that maybe they were indoctrinated and scared into this, we could come up with better ideas. And through all of the colonization and violence that occurred, who knows the amount of fantastic ideas that were lost along the way through all of that violence. Pardon my voice, I'm getting over being sick too. Sounds like I have smoker voice right now.
Did you have the stomach flu too?
No, I just have this respiratory thing that I can't quite kick. It's been super cold where I live, so.
Well, I hope you feel better.
Aw, thanks, hon. I appreciate it. You too.
I'm starting to feel good. I've been sipping on Pedialyte all night. Got my daughters on Pedialyte. Like, that's the only thing. Ginger ale will make you throw up. With this stomach virus, like, it almost makes me scared that it feels like it could be listeria or some shit. Like, this is day 3. Cause I started throwing up Saturday and I threw up all day Sunday. What's today? Tuesday?
Yeah.
What's that?
Wednesday now.
And I
Well,
still
overnight.
can't eat. I'm still on toast. I tried to eat chicken noodle soup and it sent me backwards. So I'm back on liquids and toast.
Have you tried Pedia
Oh.
Heavy?
Shut up, Oso.
That's where you take Pedialyte, you mix it with chicken noodle soup and a spritz of Dr. Pepper.
Is it
but
the
but
norovirus?
I
That
don't know.
sounds
Like
delicious.
ginger ale makes me throw up. Like we can't drink ginger ale. It comes right back up. So the only thing that
Yeah,
we
I
can
just
keep
said
down
that
is ice chips and
to
Pedialyte.
Olivia.
Huh?
No, I was saying to Olivia, I just said that the norovirus is going around.
Does that feel like food poisoning?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It could be that. Like this is day 4 for me and I still can't eat solids.
Wow.
It was so funny because like when I saw my grandson, we gave him a piece of toast after his throwing up spell, and we put him on Pedialyte and we gave him a piece of toast. This is before any of us got sick, and we thought that he was just throwing up from. We thought he had drunk some spoiled milk, and the doctor gave him some antibiotics and stuff. So he's holding the piece of toast and he's pinching like little crumbs off of it, eating it. And we looked at each other. He was like, "Why is he eating that toast like that?" And so after my throwing up spell, my son brought me a banana, and I literally pinched a little piece off of the top of the banana and put it in my mouth. And I thought about my grandson. I was like, "Damn, he's smart as fuck," because he was testing it. He was trying to see. He was like, "I don't trust food no more." Like I didn't know that his stomach was hurting the way that until we got sick. And so yeah, but this motherfucker ain't no joke.
Yeah, when I got into that car accident and I broke a bunch of my teeth, they had me put on antibiotics for like way too long and they screwed up my gut biome because I kept having to like push back that appointment because I couldn't get my jaw open far enough to extract the teeth that I needed out. So that's like being on antibiotics too long will just mess up your gut biome. So I'm dealing with that too and slowly trying to build the health of that back up right now. It's
Oh
been rough.
damn.
Yeah.
That happened
Anybody?
not too long ago, right?
Yeah, that happened on Halloween, which is,
Yeah.
yeah, not too long. My shoulder is healing incredibly slowly. It's super painful, but just doing physical therapy. And in the meantime, looking into psychology to try to pivot into because I cannot work my normal job with my shoulder like this because I can't lift my arm up. And if I do get my arm up, it hurts 100 times more to try to put my arm back down.
Mm.
So
Damn,
it's rough. Yeah.
Justine.
Yeah. I'll get there. I'll be okay. Eventually.
Well, let us know if you need anything, and I hope you feel better soon.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're so welcome. I love that you are dragon level. I don't know how many dragon levels we have. I didn't even know. I forgot that we even had that level.
I thought I dropped from butterfly to dragon and then.
No, dragon is higher than butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, Dragon is like 12 months, I think.
yeah.
Has it been that long already?
Yeah, you're like day
Yeah.
one, Justine.
Yeah.
You're like a day one.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. I love it. Did you have anything else?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna rest with my kitten here who is purring very loudly. So,
All right. All right. Well, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night, okay?
thank you. Thank you
You're
for having
welcome.
me. Talk
All right.
soon.
You're welcome.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Later.
You know what? I might do something for the dragon level. Like let one per show like chill on stage. What do you think about that? And if we don't have too many hosts, like let them fill in for a host. You think that could get messy with too many people wanting to be on stage at a time?
I mean, how many dragons are out there, though?
Huh? I
So, I
think they
mean, how many
deserve
dragons are
something.
out there?
That's a long time. Huh?
Yeah, it's a whole year of
Yeah.
support.
Yeah, I think I would do that.
They've been here for a while, so they know how things work. I think it'll be cool.
Yeah. The day ones chill on stage and get some activity. There was somebody in the comments that
The
kept
Critterus.
yeah, let's bring him up and then also you can do that one. And I'm gonna go check on my daughters right quick.
Critterus Salvation.
Did you say the clitoris?
Critterus.
The what?
CR. Critterus.
The clitoris? The clitoris?
Oh shit, you guys put me up here.
Yeah,
A heads up.
right there.
I have I don't know what dragon level is, but I have my own dragon over here. He's my lullaby, my hubby.
Okay.
So
Also go ahead, I'll be right back.
Keep
if
dope.
you guys don't mind, then I'll stay up. If you guys
What's
do,
your
then I'll
age for
go
TikTok?
back down.
You'll probably have to mute as he's talking, and then when you get ready to answer a question, unmute. That way we can actually hear you too.
Oh, okay, that's smart. That gives everybody a
Oh,
chance to be
damn.
respectful. Yeah, he's loud. He's tired. He's also sick. So I'll mute now.
Okay, yeah, are you what's your age for TikTok? And then are you a Christian, non-believer, deconstructing? What's your relationship status with religion?
I'm 32. I don't go by religion, and I do believe in the Creator.
Is that creator the God of the Bible?
The Creator of all humans. It doesn't just have to be the Bible, because the Bible goes by religion. It's part of the doctrine.
For you to qualify for the discussion, you either have to be an atheist, deconstructing from this religion, or have a belief in the God of the Bible.
Well, I am deconstructing because I have half of my family that's Catholic, half of my family that's Christian. So I have gone to church and I do read the Bible. I'm just trying to figure out what's true within the Bible and what's part of the doctrine.
Okay, that makes sense. Can you pick a topic, please?
I would like to go by number 2. God doesn't prioritize moral goodness. I believe that's a lie because everybody has an internal moral compass, if I would go by that terminology. So everybody has their own perspective of what good and bad is.
So because morality is subjective, God prioritizes moral goodness? Is that what your argument is?
Not in that sense. I think we are the judgment to ourselves, or while we are in this vessel, we have to ask God to reveal it through meditation.
And how is that God prioritizing moral goodness?
Hey, you got a point there. I believe he does. That's what I was saying. I don't believe he doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Okay, so there are countless times in the Bible where we can point out that God asks for or does morally bankrupt things um, in order to get what he wants, right? Like unaliving the firstborn children of a nation of people when you said yourself that you're going to harden the heart of the Pharaoh so that you can show how powerful you are. That's not prioritizing moral goodness. That's unaliving a bunch of people just to show people, hey, look at how strong I am, right? Like doing things like that show us why he does not prioritize moral goodness. But your argument is that he is morally good because morality is subjective, and that's why he prioritizes. That just doesn't compute.
See, that I can dispute. I don't believe God was the one that decided to kill a bunch of children. It was part of the devil and part of the doctrine mentality of the Bible.
The
I was
doctrine mentality of the, what do you mean? First of all, who
because the
who
Bible was
who
man
did the
written.
plagues? Who did the plagues?
Because the Bible was man written. I've gotten visions myself, and God has spoken to me. And the way God speaks is in euphemisms. He speaks in, oh, you got to figure it out yourself. Like, as far as God has spoken to me and said, just one word, patience. So it's my duty to figure out what he means by that word, just patience. That's internalizing and going into meditation to know what I need to have patience on,
What the
which is
fuck is that
everything.
sound?
That's my husband. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's a bit under the weather, and when he's under the weather, he tends to go on full tractor mode.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so uh, how are you saying that the devil is responsible for the people dying in Egypt, the firstborns? How is that the devil and not the person who took credit in the Bible, which is God?
Because I don't believe God would kill people. That's part of humanity.
Did God not kill his son? I'm confused.
That wasn't God. That was humans that killed his son.
So when Mark 14:27 says, I will strike the shepherd, who is the I there?
The people themselves. It was also
No,
people.
he's quoting Zechariah 13:7. He's quoting the God. When he
Yeah,
says, I would strike the shepherd, he's quoting Zechariah.
but
So
that
who
goes
who
back.
is the I?
That goes back into the what I was saying. The doctrine that the Christian Bible was also written by men. So it's to our
All of it
depiction
was
of
written by
God.
men. All
Yeah,
of it was written. But that doesn't change the fact that it says, I will strike the shepherd. Who is the I?
the person that did it.
No, he's quoting your God. He's quoting your God. In Zechariah 13:7, your God is talking to Zechariah. And then your Jesus quotes it in Mark 14:27 as a prophecy about him.
You're saying my God as if we don't all have the same
He's
God.
not my
We're all
God. He's
human.
not my God. I'm
Then who
saying
do
your
you
God
believe
because you
in?
believe. It doesn't matter. I'm
It
saying your
does.
God because this is the God you believe in.
It does
No,
matter.
it doesn't
You
matter.
believe that we are
No, it doesn't
divided
matter.
from
All you
the
need to
same
know is
God.
he's not my God. He is your God. So I'm saying your God.
If you believe that humanity has
Listen,
different gods,
hey. He's
I'm
not my
listening.
God. He's your God. That's all that matters. But I'm asking you, if it's like, if he doesn't kill, right, and he didn't sacrifice his own son, what does Mark 14:27 mean when it says, I will strike the shepherd?
Then I can be as human as I can and say, I don't know, and I would like for you to explain it. Since you're saying that we have different gods, I would really appreciate it if you explain.
Whether we have different gods or I have no God, that doesn't matter. Like, we're talking about your God, and I did just explain it. He's quoting Zechariah 13:7, where your God is talking to Zechariah. And then your Jesus quotes the conversation between Zechariah and your God as a prophecy being written about himself. And the words he quotes are, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. So if it's not your God striking Jesus on the cross, who is it? Who is the I there?
Well, I believe it said I because God also created the devil. So in turn, the parent needs to take some type of responsibility for the children's actions.
So the
So the
I there
devil is
that's talking is the devil?
It's not the devil that's talking. It's the way that humanity transcribed it into scripture, into a written form.
So did your God, was it ever written in like God form?
God can't write. He could only speak.
Okay, so what do you mean it was transcribed into human form?
Because a human wrote it.
So did your God like know that humans, if he gave like this holy text to humans, I'm sorry, also, if your God knew that he gave this, that he was giving holy text or holy language to humans, did he know they were going to transcribe it incorrectly?
Because humans are flawed.
Did he know that is my question. Did he know that they were going to transcribe his messages incorrectly?
Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't
So then
have
he
that answer for you.
intentionally gave humans incorrect shit?
I cannot answer that question because
I mean,
I'm
that's
not
literally what you're saying.
You're
You know
speaking
that?
for me. I'm saying.
No,
what I'm
listen,
saying.
you're saying that man interpreted your God's words that way. So for you to say that, you're saying that those were not your God's words, that humans are flawed and they misinterpreted his words incorrectly. But if your God is the highest of intelligence and is all knowing, then that means he would know that humans were going to misinterpret what he was saying to them, and he did that shit on purpose.
He didn't do it on purpose. God gives us a purpose before we're born, and we have free will to do what we
Hold on. If he's communicating, if he's
Okay, I'm gonna
communicating
let
to
you
humans,
talk. I
if
really
he's
don't like
communicating,
you.
hold on, because you're like bringing in free will in this does not make sense. Because if he's communicating, just like I'm communicating with you, right? If I'm communicating with you and I expect you to transcribe what I'm saying to you, and I know that you can't understand what I'm saying and that you're going to mistranscribe it and pass it along, then I'm doing that shit on purpose. That has nothing to do with free will. Did he want y'all to know what he wanted to say or no?
How does it not have to do with free will?
Did your God want you to know what he had to say?
One thing I don't like you saying my God or your
I don't
God.
care what you like. I don't care what you like. I don't care. It's your God. It's not mine. I don't care. I don't, then you can remove yourself. You're not going to force me to accept this God as mine.
I'm not saying you have to, but I
Then fucking deal with it. It is your God. It is your God. Did he want you to know what he had to say?
Also gave me the free will.
Did your God don't give you the free will to push that shit on me?
I don't have to.
Then okay, then fucking let it go and answer the damn question. Did he want you to know what he had to say? Yes or no?
Yes, he did want us to know.
Okay, so if he wanted you to know what he had to say, then why didn't he give it to humans who would transcribe it correctly?
You would have to go within and ask God yourself.
You are the one who are saying that it's transcribed incorrectly.
Because humanity is flawed. We are
so
flawed.
Then your God intentionally gave his message to flawed humans who would transcribe it incorrectly.
We are all flawed. If you can accept,
I'm talking about your God's actions. I'm talking about your God's actions. I'm talking about your God's actions. I am talking about your God's actions. So your God intentionally gave his message to flawed humans who he knew would transcribe it incorrectly. Is that correct?
Not intentionally.
So he accidentally did that?
No, he said one thing and they depicted it in their own
But did he know
mentality.
they would do that?
I don't know. I don't
So,
know
so your
all.
God is not all knowing?
I am not all knowing, is what
No,
I'm
is
saying.
your God all knowing? I don't give a fuck about what you do. Is your God all knowing?
Yes, he is.
So
God
then
knows
he
all.
knew. So then he knew that the humans were going to transcribe his message incorrectly.
Due to the fact that we have free will. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I'm
So
not
then
sure.
he did it intentionally.
You'd have to ask God
You
yourself.
do realize
Only
how
he
you're not
can
making
answer that
sense.
question.
Like you do realize that you're not making sense.
Even the Son of God spoke in your face.
I don't care. I asked you a question. You do
I don't think
realize
she knows
that
what that
you
means.
are not making sense. You're not making sense.
To
You're saying
you,
that
I'm
your
not.
God, you're saying that your God gave humans a word, but those humans mistranslated your God's word. You're also saying your God is all knowing, but he didn't intentionally give his word to flawed humans who would mistranslate it.
Yes, that's
That
exactly.
doesn't make sense. It is the most illogical bullshit ever.
If that's how you want to depict it, that's fine.
I think I'm tired of listening to your husband snore. I'm sorry, Oso. Like I wasn't about to let you go through that fucking mental
Okay.
You
gymnastics
fine.
bullshit.
Wow.
I was gonna read the definition of religion because I just can't stand when they're like, "Oh, I believe in God," blah blah blah, but
But
I
I'm
just don't
not
do religion.
religious.
The belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially God or gods, right? Like that's religion, bro. I don't know. I don't know how y'all be trying to contort this word to not mean what it mean, but it mean what it mean, bro. You have a religion, whether or not you feel like the God in the Bible is really the devil or whatever, you still have a religion. Like that's the definition. You believe in a God. Like
I don't care if she says that she's in a religion or not. It's the fucking mental gymnastics that she was doing. That bullshit that tries to confuse people's minds.
yeah,
That fucking double speak bullshit. That shit
yeah.
had to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, it starts with that, right? Like it starts with trying to change the definition of a word, and then all of a sudden nothing means anything at all. Even though God said, I'm gonna do all these terrible things in Egypt to show my power amongst my people. You can then go and say, well, actually, it was the devil, when the devil is nowhere in that story. Nowhere in that story is there a devil, and you just magically see one now. What the fuck?
Yeah, like how she just like saying that it's the devil. Like I'm trying to figure out how she's getting to that, and then she just makes up her own shit.
Right. She said that God does prioritize moral goodness because morality is subjective. I said, how the fuck does that make sense?
Wow.
Didn't she say God spoke to her and I guess gave her clarity on what was really in the Bible? Something like that.
Something to that effect,
But
yeah.
she couldn't answer whether he intentionally gave them incorrect information.
Well, he knows everything, but I don't know if he knew that.
What the fuck? I, this is why people's minds are so fucked up with this damn religion.
Yes, one hell of a D-Rug.
Mm.
Catholic traditional.
I don't think they loaded in yet.
Let's see who's waiting in the guest request. Okay, this time I'm gonna sit back. Also,
Unless they crazy.
yeah, unless they're crazy. You don't have the right of free speech in here.
Also, everybody does not have a right of free speech. Y'all just be saying shit, specifically you,
That's government,
preterists.
honey.
Right.
That's it has nothing to do with TikTok.
also saying, y'all just be saying shit, especially you.
My God speaks to me in euphemisms. The fuck?
Wait, did she say that?
Yes. My God flirts with me.
The way she was getting irritated by you saying you're God.
Like that's that gang belief shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Like if he's your God, you should be happy. Like if I'm like your God, like you should be happy.
Don't call him that.
He's all of our God. Like if you say that you believe in a God, I don't believe in a God. He's still all of our God.
You'd have to look inside and talk to him because he's inside of you, our God.
But don't forget we don't do that. We just teach. That's none of my business. That's
That's
not
not my
us.
burden to bear.
Who's in the guest request waiting to come up? There's almost 30 people in the guest request.
That's right. God created the universe but can't write. Makes perfect sense.
I don't see how she wasn't tracking. Like, I don't know if she was just ignoring it or if she wasn't tracking that there's no fucking way that this God didn't intentionally give bad information. If the God knew that he was giving information to flawed humans who were going to
Hmm.
mistranscribe it. Like, how is she not tracking that?
I don't think that she either learned or has cultivated her critical thinking skills. And to have that be the case and then try to make up a new religion seems dumb. I won't say it is for sure, but it just seems dumb, you know?
Yeah. Like, and there was no way I was gonna listen to that mind fuck plus her husband snoring in
Hmm.
the background at the same damn time. I can only handle one. Both of them at the same time. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but why would you even come up if you know that your husband is snoring and it's loud? Like, why would you? I don't know.
That
I
was a
was trying to
lot.
make sure Pressure was snoring so we could have a battle of the chainsaws, but
Precious snore is cute though. Precious snores like a purr. Like a
yeah.
Okay, so out of all the people in the guest request, nobody's here on purpose.
That's tiring. This whole thing is tiring of them. It's exhausting.
I read what in?
Huh?
Somebody said I read it in or I read it in. I don't know. What did I read in? I don't know. If you're in the guest request and you're waiting to come on stage, can you please just say I'm here so that we can bring you on stage? I got you, Ivor. I'm trying to see.
I don't think I think he's trying to use like black people language, but he ain't necessarily, you know.
Who, the Chupi guy?
Yeah.
God never gives bad information, you lying. I'm not the one who fucking said it. You need to be telling her she's lying. I don't like devil's advocates. Like there's no need to do that because you don't have to be a believer to come up here. You can be someone deconstructing. You can be an atheist. Like there's no need to play Christian. Like that would irritate my soul. And I don't even believe I have one.
On myself. Have you seen those
Mm-hmm.
TikToks? That shit
Yeah.
funny as hell to me. On
Yeah.
myself.
Are you trying to do it from your cell phone, Scarlett? I think you can only do it from a PC or from a Google browser. I don't think you can do it from your cell phone because it's still going to try to do like the Apple in-app subscription. You have to go to a PC or you can do it from your Mac from a Google browser. You're welcome. For anybody that is wanting to get your nerd badge back, and the good thing is when you get your badge back, it starts you back where you left off, so you don't start back at the beginning. But you can do it during the live. You can only resubscribe while we're live, and you have to do it from a PC or from a Mac using your Google browser. You can't do it from an iPad or from your cell phone. And it'll take you out of this live, and then you have to go to the live feed, like find us on the live feed and enter that way. I don't even think you can do it from the FYP. Oh, it worked for you from your iPad?
Yeah, I guess it does for some people. It'll only take you out of the live on your phone while you're on the browser, but if you go back in after you sub, then you'll be all right.
All Hell Dragon Sage, what's up? I'm gonna ask one more time. There's 29 people in the guest request. I will clean the guest request off if none of you comment and say I'm here or I'm waiting to come up. Just a quick comment so that we can bring you on stage. Cutery. Cutery? Are they still connecting?
I thought it was QRD.
QRD? QRD? Yeah, QRD. Have a good day, Churi. I think they're still connecting. They commented. She commented.
I don't think they're still connected.
Oh, you said drop you? Okay. All right, let me clean the guest request out then. Hold on. Oh, you're trying to sub. Okay. While I clean this out, if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open.
Yeah, there you go, Charlotte.
She got it back?
Yeah.
Yay, Scarlett. She got her blue butterfly back.
All right, let's get these likes up to 200,000. Thinker has a gift goal of confetti. Also, if you are enjoying the live, Thinker has a tip jar. It's in her bio. Click her Cash App. And also, let's get these shares up. Thank you.
Oh, I feel mighty. I feel high and mighty over myself. What the fuck? Do you want to feel high and mighty over me?
Feels mainly feels high and mighty over. What the
What the
hell?
fuck?
Followers are not being on
Look,
open.
and then what sense does this make? I'm not leaving. I learn from everybody. And it shows that she mainly feels high and mighty over her father. Why the fuck are you staying? Are you here to protect them or some shit? Like, do you think that they need you to protect you?
Your name
No,
is
you're not the
Critters.
one that's in control.
Your name is Critters. Why would I listen to you?
You were up here about to have a meltdown because she didn't want to accept your God.
Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, you staying here, like, and here's the crazy thing. You're saying that I feel like that I'm high and mighty over people who choose to follow this account, right? You're the one who call them followers. I fucking hate that word. And then number two, you're the one who say who feel they need you to stay here for them.
Your name is not no creator is salvation, bro. First of all, creator is salvation. You got a problem. And the problem is English. Your name is Critterus.
You ain't disciples either, die biblical. Don't you speak that evil over here, Ricky Bobby.
Man, you should have stopped trying to censor yourself.
I'm trying to figure out what she think that she's going to do for the people in the comments. Like, what do they need you here for? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
They need her for clitoral stimulation.
Creator didn't fit. Then why the
Well,
fuck
you
did you
needed
put
to
on,
figure
like,
something else
literally
out.
what?
So you thought let me be known as Critterus? Ah! Damn, bro. Can I call you
That was a
Crit for
bad
short?
move.
But if anybody had any sense, right? Common sense would have said to just make her name Creator is Salvation, right? Or take the other S out, right? And use the S and is double for salvation and is. Like, you're missing an A.
Yeah, could have just taken the out. Would have had a lot more room to play with.
Mm-hmm.
You could have put creator equals salvation. That would have been the same thing. Cut out another letter there. Yeah. But like I said, that's what happens when you abandon critical thinking and then try to make a new religion. Everything makes sense and nothing is coherent.
I mean, honestly, I probably should not have expected her to even think that shit. CK said, "I'm Seal. I'm CK because Seal couldn't fit." Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, go ahead and go work on that. But just know, forever and always, your name will be Critterus.
I think everybody has common sense, and that's my fault. A guy actually went off on me one time.
You can do that. I did. I took my. If you got a dispute with them, they did
Chuck
what they
Dog.
supposed to do with count.
Chuck
Yep, I
Dog.
don't know how I got on here.
It's okay. I'll
Yep,
take you
can you hear me?
down. Yeah, I'll
All
take you
right.
down. All right. Have a good one.
Yep.
A guy went off on me one time because he said that I was wrong for assuming that everybody has a big brain like me, that everybody can, like, logically think like me. And I was like, if I walk around assuming that people aren't as intelligent as I am, then I would be called high and mighty, right? Like,
Hmm.
then people would say, oh, she thinks she this, she thinks she that. Like, why the fuck would I just assume that I'm smarter than other people? And like, I get accused of that shit any fucking way. But then when I don't, I get told that I'm wrong for assuming that people are smart. It's like a catch 22.
Mm.
And then he was like, "This is why I don't date black women."
Mm. Is that why? Or is it because you feel intellectually inferior? Oops. Everybody's common sense is different, which is why we have to accept other as they are because we are all different.
She gonna make your
So,
brain hurt.
what's common about it if it's all different? I don't think you understand what the word common means.
If you're going to teach others critters, then you have to be honest and stop trying to mind fuck them. Literally, you were mind fucking when you were up here. Exactly, Chayla. Like they say they do, they say they accept it, they say they don't bother atheists, right? They say they don't understand why they see all these deconstruction lives now. But then if you say your God, they get mad. It's all of our God. I think too it's because by saying that it's not my God, to her it's downgrading her God, maybe, I don't know. Like, in order for it to be true for her, he has to be the supreme God. He has to be the God of everybody, right? And by me saying that it's not my God, it's invalidating her truth, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, your truth shouldn't be contingent on whether or not I give a fuck or I believe. Like, that just shouldn't be the case. You should go back to the drawing board if that's what you're doing. And when you go back to the drawing board, look up the definition of religion. Like, what the fuck?
But I think what they hear is your God isn't the God of everybody.
Right.
And so I don't know if I'm articulating this right. And so instead of them hearing I don't believe in God, they hear your God ain't shit or your God ain't real.
Mm.
I think that's what they hear.
Yeah, they take an indifferent statement, like a statement of indifference, and make it like a negative statement. I think that's what you're, yeah, right. Like instead of hearing, your God means nothing to me, whether it's real or not, it just doesn't do anything for me. And they say that they think in their mind that this means, oh, they fucking hate my God. And it's like, bro,
Yeah.
I'm indifferent at best.
Enron, I have no desire whatsoever to do that. None.
You can get pieced up in the comments with all them caps, though.
Why would I do that, Enron? Hey, Amir.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing?
Good. How are you? After Amir, if we don't get anybody else, we're gonna do chapter 2 of Indaba, my children, until people wake up and they start requesting again. But go ahead, Amir.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to ask your opinion on like the number 3 is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty? I guess I would, kind of hang on, my alarm's going off.
Wait, did I say his name wrong? Is his name not Enron? Was his name? Ain't his name Enron? Eron. Eron. My bad. Go ahead, Emir.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking is it possible that that's just like an instinct that like we have, that we evolved with from like the tribal senses that like, helped us evolve if we were protective of our little clique or something? Because I'm coming at it from like, I'm from Bosnia, as I mentioned, I think in the past. And, you have your team loyalties in sport here. Like we just had the Super Bowl, but it's nothing compared to like what was in Bosnia and some other countries related to soccer. So if I'm thinking like, like people get even so crazily tribal and cultish around sports and like about anything about like artists, Kendrick versus Drake, like we tend to click to a point that we can agree on with a group and then like stick with it. Like I think that that's just like seems like it's an instinct we have. And then of course like it applies to religion and it like just blossomed into like that's where it works very well. But I feel like it might be an instinct that like shows up in other things. And for me, like it's like sports is one of the more obvious things because I remember even as a child back home seeing, people get into fights. I mean, over here, like they burn like some couches and things, but in some other countries, like people like get violent just over sports, over their teams playing a game where they're not even playing in the game. Like they're just like observers. And it's like, it seems like it's just something that maybe we evolved with. And then like that, it comes out as a gang mentality and this, like loyalty to something, just like something that like binds us to a group of people. And I think that's just like, maybe intrinsic to like instinctual almost. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know if it's instincts, right? Because I think it's something that's taught. Because one would have to say that when this,
There's no echo. Hold
yeah,
on. Amir, you're gonna have to mute.
yeah, I'm not sure that it's instincts because we don't necessarily see this in history prior to the God of Israel, right? Like prior to Christianity being spread throughout different nations. So I don't know. I feel like it's a taught behavior that may have become cultural, maybe.
I suppose so. And I guess I'm just thinking maybe we have more outlets for it now. Um, Maybe that's why it like went into like mostly religious beliefs in the past, because people would, cling to religious beliefs. I think as far as we can go back, in history, they would
Yeah, but did
like
they get violent over it? Because, like, remember,
well, not
and
necessarily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
no, I just want to clarify. Like, you're saying that the um, the instinct to get violent or defend a like a communal belief, right, or a community is like a natural instinct, is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. I use the example of getting violent over sports and things like that just to illustrate how like silly it is and absurd. I'm not like necessarily just saying like the instinct like that like it's about the violence. It's just that like it seems like we're tribal in like our nature and like that comes out in different ways. It comes out as in pop culture, or around I think more recently in history around sports because that's like again like gives you an opportunity to uh, rally around a common a common kind of I don't know if I would call it a goal, but like it gives you some community, right? So like we look for that community and then we protect it. And I think before we had like 1,000 different athletic sports on TV, and we had like TV shows to like rally around and Swifties and pop culture kind of stuff. I think the only thing there was, or like the more prominent way to express that was through religion, which I'm just thinking might be what like was one of the driving forces for like religion to thrive, is that tribal nature that like makes people kind of loyal to some sense of community that's you know and I'm just kind of thinking that it
It
was kind of
could be.
used in that sense because I mean it could have been around other things, but religion kind of thrives with that. I think that it just seems like we have that tribal instinct, and it seems like to me that it might be just something from our, prehistoric days where it's like, well, we got to stick together kind of thing. I don't know.
No, yeah, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the tribal nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Um, uh, like I think I don't know if the instinct to protect your tribe was more so about protecting your people or your land, as much as like a belief. But yeah, I think I could see that.
Well, I just kind of was thinking of that, and that bottom line kind of reminded me of my feelings when I was never much into sports, and then I realized that, like, especially when I saw like how people get crazy about it, and it never made sense to me back home. And here, like I said, it's a very mild version. Even when they burn down, Philly, that's nothing compared to like what you might see in Europe or like some other places over soccer or something. And I just remember even as a child being like, that is insane how people get excited and like tied and bonded into something that like they're just with thousands of other people that just like the same team. They don't have anything else in common, and it's such a deep connection that they have. And here's the thing though, like more recently I've realized that actually I like that we have those outlets. I don't necessarily personally appreciate sports that much, but I've learned to appreciate the communal aspect, because we need more outlets like that outside of religion. We need more like art outlets that people will rally around. We need more communal things and athletics that like will allow people to express that like communal and ritualistic part, that you would otherwise maybe look for in a church or some other community that might not be as good.
Yeah, like, do you remember the conversation that I was talking about Dr. B had with him and his wife Megan? They were being interviewed by on the podcast about raising children in secular homes.
I don't
And
remember hearing that, no.
yeah, the question came up regarding like if a child was raised in a secular home, would they suffer more from like depression or thoughts of self-harm? And and one of the atheist scholars on here, named, I think her name is Beth. She did her thesis when she was in grad school a long time ago, that said that atheists would never be able to build a community the way religion has, because she's like, we've tried since the Enlightenment period and it just has never worked. The numbers just don't match. And I brought up the fact that, one, for her to say like we've tried since the Enlightenment period, it's not, and saying that the numbers don't match, like where is she getting that data? Because atheists haven't been allowed to really build communities. They've had to like be atheists in secret, right? And then it's been a gradual thing. First you see the white community coming out as atheists, right? And then now that you see more communities of color coming out and saying, hey, I don't believe in a God, we see a lot of communities, gradually being developed. And so I don't think that we have enough data to say whether these same types of communities that can instill morals and values into children by secular communities would be it's possible, right? But like, I know my children don't suffer from thoughts of self-harm. I have very respectful children. They didn't grow up and were out here in the streets doing half the shit I did. And I had very good parents, God-fearing parents, but they had 7 kids and we all did the most shit. Like, we got into the most shit, right? And so I think that atheists like the I think that we can build communities like churches have built if more people feel safe to come out and just be atheists or be non-believers or be agnostic and form communities that way. But I do think that we one of the reasons why I brought this up is because in my response to Dr. B, because he sent it to me, he was like, tell me your thoughts on this. In my response to it, I shared with him that our cultures, we're used to moving in tribes, right? Like we form communities wherever the fuck we go. And we create holidays, we create events off of everything. That's just how we are. So I definitely think that the more we come out as, being atheist or secular, that, we'll see this tribal community aspect of atheism also. But I just want to say to Jason Springs, who said that he prays that I find Jesus, I pray that you lose him again so that y'all will have to keep finding him. Go ahead, Amir.
Yeah, I didn't hear that conversation, but I agree with that, and I think that's something that we got work to do is to build those communities with, and it's those common rituals that like make a community. And you see a lot of that in sports, is why I'm coming back to that example. But also, my family is into theater and performance arts. And there could be other kind of things. So I agree with you. We're just kind of starting to develop those other communities, and it just seems like there's something tied to that. Like, and I don't know how if tribal is the way to describe it, but that's like the best word I can come up with. It is we just yearn for seek those common rituals with a group of people that kind of binds us to it outside of just our own little like lives. And I think that religion had thousands of years to kind of appropriate that, and they did a really good job of it. But I feel like we're taking some of that back slowly. And honestly, again, going back to sports, like more recently, I've always appreciated the skill and the effort and the community of it. But just more recently, I've realized how that's actually one of the things that provides us that similar outlet in a way that wasn't necessarily present. I mean, they've had like, some forms of sports, in the past, but nothing like we have now with mass media and, like just last week, so weekend Super Bowl, that's a major ritual, right? In kind of a sense of belonging. So I know it's not the same, but like I agree with what you were just saying, that like we're working on that, and hopefully over time we'll develop those outlets a little bit more. But I'm gonna hop off and listen. I'm sorry, I got to go back to getting ready, or I'll be late for work.
All right. Thank you, Amir. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Love you, Amir. All right.
A believer will come up here and say that they don't do what Jason or Justin, whatever his name was, just did. Like, what gives you the right to pray that I find your Jesus? And you already know that I don't want him. What gives you the right to pray that for me? But y'all don't try to force your God on people.
Dear Beelzebub, I pray that you have your way with Jason. I pray that you flatten every tire that he has. Show him your powers. In the name of Beelzebub, thank you.
And then they'll take offense to me saying that I hope he loses his Jesus. But everyone's snot problem But this moment I cry more happened everything here, but no worried. But you know everyone's not problem. But this moment I cry more happened everything here, but no worried. What? Is everybody in the guest request box in there on accident? Is it Gal? Yeah, it's Gal. I've been on your live before, on your panels. Good morning. Oh, okay. Good morning. How are you? I'm doing all right. Remind me, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? Oh, I am an atheist. Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss? Three. Is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty? Uh, I do believe it has forms of gang beliefs, of similar characteristics of a gang, but I don't necessarily view it as unique. That belief as having being unique as having the same characteristics of a gang. You know, we have other political beliefs that have the same characteristics of a gang, um, and loyalty. Um, I do find it more dangerous though than political beliefs. Um, So do you but think that Democrats have like a leader that everybody look to and then it's like do what this Democrat says? no. Currently, no. I don't think. Um, I don't think any all specific political beliefs have have the same characteristics as Christianity. But I do think there are some political beliefs that could have similar um, characteristics like Christianity, with this idea of having a unchallenged leader within a strict hierarchy. Can you give me an example? Like, if are you talking about Democrat Republican type of No, gang no, or? just like people that may believe in like in a monarchy, you know, the political structure of a monarchy, you know, that would be something that I would think that'd be similar to, you know, this strict hierarchy with the idea of an authoritarian figure at the top. So I do believe there are other beliefs that can take the same form as Christianity. They're not necessarily dependent on a divine um, entity. Now, like I said, I do believe the religious form is uniquely dangerous, though. Okay, so you're just saying that that Christianity isn't the only uh, gang. I'm just saying, yeah. Essentially, yeah. Christianity isn't the only gang. Religion isn't necessarily the only gang out there. Um, the only belief system that can be dogmatic and authoritarian. Um, but I do like I said, I do find the religious sort to be more dangerous, especially towards atheists. To the point now when I go on, let's say, on other people's lives, like let's say Christians and theist lives now, like Christian Muslim lives now, I'm starting to ask them this specific question. I'm asking them if they had a choice between a theocracy based on their religious beliefs or a secular democracy, which would they choose? And for the most part, all of them have chosen the theocracy. So to me, that the gang of Christianity is, yeah, it's very dangerous to me. Yeah. Did that surprise you that all of them chose a theocracy? Yes, Really? a little bit. Yeah. It did. It did. I'm gonna be honest because I took people's word that they believed in certain ideas, like in terms in a broad sense. Like I wasn't necessarily having all this conversation with every Christian that I've met, but I took people's word in a broad sense, or that I believed in the idea in a broad sense that most people believed in the idea of you know, in democracy, in just basic democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. I assume those things that was just a common belief, no matter if you were an American citizen, that it would just be a common belief. And yeah, Have it's you have you seen that for every group of people? Like you've not seen, during the years that even though Christians say that they believe in democracy, you've not seen them try to control the so-called freedom of speech of certain groups of people or freedom of expression of certain groups of people. Yes, but I assumed that it was one specific narrow version of that of Christianity. So I'm asking, what I'm trying to do is ask as many as I can, no matter their political beliefs, and they seem to all still say yes, they'd rather have the theocracy. Yeah, and I think like what I learned like from talking to Christians that I know, they tend to believe in conservative ideas, right? That would go against other people being able to have the same rights as them because of their beliefs, but they tend to vote progressive because they care more about the rights that they would be losing. And so like it doesn't surprise me for a believer to say that they would rather have a theocracy, but would they actually vote a theocracy in? I don't think they would, because they would be more concerned about what rights they would be losing and not concerned about the rights that they would be taking away from others. And I guess that's where I would disagree. My belief in that and what you're saying that they wouldn't vote that in is starting to be shaken. Like like it's starting to be shaken. It really is. Like I don't know how trusting I would be of believers that they wouldn't vote that in. Well, I think we can see too, right? Like there is a specific group of people that they cater to this time, Yeah, right? I agree. Yeah, and he basically said it, like the poor and uneducated, right? The majority of Christians who are at least educated and are not evangelical fundamentalists did not vote that in, but they hold the beliefs, right? The stuff that he's pushing through right now with trans gender identity, right? They hold to that. That's their belief, right? But they also don't agree with, some of them don't agree with the immigration policies that he have. Some of them don't agree with taking away the Social Security, Medicaid. So they didn't vote for him because it would affect them, but they agree with his transgender policies, right? They agree with abortion policies. Like I've had a lot of conversations with believers who I personally know, and I literally ask them, why the fuck are you voting Democrat if you agree with conservative ideas? And they always say,
Oh, and it,
yeah, they say, they bring in their God, right? This is what God said. God said this. God said that. But they also talk about human rights, right? Um, Medicare and poverty and that. So they tend to vote where it's going to affect them the most while they're still holding these beliefs. I think that's the only thing that stops a lot of them from voting that way. But they know those that need this type of thing to be, and they know who to appeal to. I don't think they need all Christians to be on their side for them to get the theocracy that they want. I don't think they need all Christians. They just need their base, which is the poor and uneducated ones.
I hope that what you believe is more accurate than what I believe. I like I said, my belief in
No, I'm not saying that it won't happen. I'm saying they don't need. I'm saying that I don't think they need the majority of Christians to vote it in. I think they are. I think they've found their base, right? I'm not saying that it won't happen. That's what I'm saying. But I think many of them would if it didn't affect them. That's
would
what I'm
vote in
saying.
a theocracy.
Yeah, if it didn't affect them, if it didn't threaten to take away their Social Security, their Medicaid, their food stamps, like if it didn't affect their small businesses, I think they would vote it in. But they also know that they're not safe yet. When he made that statement, if you vote me in, I'm gonna make America so Christian you'll never have to vote again. I think a lot of them were like, phew, silently, because then they're gonna feel like they're safe, and then they're gonna be 100% on board with everything else because they already agree with some of the stuff that he's doing. That's not the stuff that affects them. That's what I think. But I don't think he needs all of them. I think they know who their base is and who they need to vote on their specific candidates and their specific bills, and that's all they really go after. That's what I think.
Okay, I understand. I think that's accurate. I agree with you. I guess for me, what is shocking is that I guess I've never asked that question openly, like to any and all theists, and so I guess that's why it's shocking for me. Like, I guess I just, like I said, I assumed there was just one brand that just wanted that. I assumed that just wanted a theocracy. It's eye opening to be like, no, this is consistent no matter what their political beliefs are, and I guess certain ideas for me, it's like certain ideas are more at. I guess what it means to me is that certain ideas are more at threat than what I thought. Are more under threat than what I thought was that I thought was before.
Yeah, like
That's what it's.
yeah, like I think asking them, like, would you want a country that's ruled by your God or by the teachings of your God, or a country ruled by, the morals of humans? They would feel like if they answered no to that they would be denying their God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, would they really be a true Christian if they said, no, I don't want a country ruled by my God?
Probably not.
Yeah.
But then for me, it's like, how far are some of these people given a chance, willing to go in order to see that through? If they were given, like you said, like if it didn't hurt them, then these secular principles essentially would go on the wayside. Like
Yeah.
would just be thrown in the trash. And I guess for me, that is super scary because, like I said, it's shocking for me.
Yeah. I can see how it can be shocking. I'm not shocked. because they're like, when you see people get angry because you say, if you say, hey, this is your God, and they, you know, get offended by you not saying that it's your God too. Like, it doesn't shock me that they would choose to have a country that puts their God first and their doctrine first. You know, that, to me, that's everything that they represent. Like, like, I don't know if you've ever heard me say that it's almost like they're willing to sacrifice the well-beings of others in order to feel like they have a relationship with this God or to feel special to this God. So it would No, make I haven't. oh yeah, like it would make sense that they would choose a theocracy over the freedoms of other people. Mm. Yeah, it does make, I get, now that I'm exposed to the idea, it does make sense. Like, I guess they would be denying their God if they didn't choose that. Like I said, And it's just. they could have been lying, right? Because the next thing that you could have said to them was, well, then, are you a true Christian? Why don't you want to be ruled by your God? You know your God is evil. You know that the doctrine is evil. That's why you don't want a country ruled by it. Like, they could have just been saying yes to you so that you couldn't come back and say, well, this is why. You know what I'm saying? So like a follow up question could be, because I'm gonna still keep on asking this question, because I like now now that I thought about it, I want to see how far, like how many, if I'll ever get a no. So a follow up question could be like, why don't you like okay? So repeat what you said. Like, you don't want it because you know it's evil. If they say no, I think they know that if they say no to you asking, do you want a country that's ran by your God and your God's doctrine? If they say no to that, then you as an atheist will be able to come back and say, that's because you know it's evil. That's because you know it doesn't work for everybody. So like it doesn't benefit them to say, no, I don't want a theocracy. It doesn't benefit them in that conversation to say that to you. Yeah, it doesn't benefit them because they would have to justify why they would say no and in some sense contradict themselves in their own beliefs. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But I think deep down, a lot of them know that a theocracy would not be good for them because they're not safe either. Oh yeah. I know, like, because when the state picks a religion, yeah, it has to exclude other religions. Mm-hmm. So then, yeah, that doesn't mean they're safe either. Yeah, and not even just other religions. Then they would have a specific type of doctrine, right? Yeah. And there's 45,000 different denominations, and then it'll be, this is the right interpretation, right? This is the interpretation that the government has accepted as truth, and nobody can teach anything different. Right. So like they know that they would not be safe either. But a lot of them agree with some of the things that the government is doing when it comes to like what one could say is could say is a universal belief of this religion. Right. A good portion of the Christian religion believes that homosexuality is a sin, or that transgenderism is wrong, or that, I don't like saying transgenderism, that transgender identity is wrong, right? Or non-binary identity is wrong, right? A good portion of them believe that, even though they all have different interpretations of this text. So those that hold that belief while holding a different interpretation of the doctrine, they secretly agree with that shit, but they don't agree with other stuff that affect their day-to-day lives, like their businesses, their health care, their welfare, things like that, their child care, their marriages. So that's the thing that keeps them from coming together, because they don't fucking agree on how to take care of each other. But the thing that he's promising them right now is that he is going to figure that out, and that Christians are going to be at the top. That Christians are going to have privilege in America. That's what he's promising them. And so that's why I'm asking the question about anti-Christian bias, because I want to know how many Christians feel like this is bullshit, right? How many Christians are going to stand up and say, wait, this ain't right. I haven't really seen or heard any Christians addressing that executive order. And just wondering, like, is their silence complacency, right? Compliance with this? Do they secretly want this privilege? Oh, I think they secretly want this privilege. Like, now that I'm asking these questions, I think that they want this privilege. Yeah. That would be my take on it. They want the privilege. Yeah. And I guess it's because you have probably more experience with dealing with Christians than I do. Do you think there's even a possibility that there could be to some secular ideas can within a Christian worldview be held as equal to some of their beliefs, like freedom of speech, freedom of religion? Like, is there even a possibility of that? Do you think that they can hold those secular worldviews as equal to their religious beliefs? I don't. Honestly, I wish I knew the answer to that. I don't know. I get it. That's the, like I said, that's the scary part. That's the enlightening part for me. Like, asking that question. Like, I guess I never really dug into that question before to really think about it. Yeah. So I guess it's a scary thing, and it feels like this executive order is a threat towards those of us that don't hold this belief. Like, it feels like it's more that than like letting us know what's coming, right? Than it is about protecting the Christians and their belief. That's what it feels like. Yeah, because I wonder what they're going to define, because it's a new office, right? That to root out they say anti-religious or anti-Christian bias? Because I know there's a new office. Anti-Christian bias. Anti-Christian. I want to know how they're going to define it, right? That is going to be the scary part. Is like how broad and vague. Because I suspect it's probably going to be broad and vague to give them more power and more access. Mm-hmm. Because I mean, anything specific is probably going to find nothing. You're probably not unlikely to find that much bias within our public institutions. When you make it vague, yeah, you can probably make up a lot. And that is Jess just asked the question that I've been wondering too, right? One thing, it's like it's going to allow them the freedom to freely discriminate, right? Because, for example, if there are churches that don't believe in interracial marriage, and there is some scripture in the Bible that backs them up, right, in Nehemiah, and so they hold to that. If they don't want interracial couples in their church, this will give them the freedom to discriminate without retribution. Yeah. Without losing their tax exemption. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so Jess just asked, what would be if someone were to raise, questions about that, or if someone were to speak publicly about, a church or a business who the owners are Christian, who share this belief and against interracial marriages, and they refuse to serve an interracial couple because it goes against their religious beliefs. What would be the consequence of creating a video, right, to say don't do business with this business because they discriminate against interracial couples? What would be the consequence of this anti-Christian bias? What would be the punishment? I don't know. Like, we don't. That's the question, right? How 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 does he plan on punishing anti-Christian bias? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's a scary. That's a scary. Yeah, it's openly vague. They haven't, from what I've seen, they haven't described what this office can do. What's the punishment? Yeah, I don't know. The unknown is scary, right? Like now that I've gotten, like I said, I've gotten some new information. That is scary, and also the lack of being specific of what they intend to do with this new office is also scary. Yeah. And I remember, if I'm not mistaken, one of the civil rights acts, when one of the acts was taken to the Supreme Court, the business owners were sued for discriminating against people of color and not allowing them to eat at their restaurants, shop at their businesses, right? And the Supreme Court said that they don't have the ability to tell a business owner, like private business owners, what they can do in their establishment. Mm-hmm. And thinking about that, so when the Supreme Court made that ruling, then we get the Jim Crow laws, where it was perfectly legal to segregate, right, and not for businesses to say that they didn't want black people in their businesses, right? And then we get the new Civil Rights Act, and then EEOC and affirmative action and all of that. With all of that gone, right, and the Supreme Court having already ruled that they cannot tell a private business owner what to do in their private establishment, what's going to stop them with this new Christian privilege, right, of their beliefs? What's going to stop them from discriminating, saying we don't want these type of people in our business? Yeah, using Christianity as the basis for their yeah for their bias. Yeah. It doesn't seem like much right now if they wanted to. Right. I don't see many roadblocks. Right. And that's why so like history repeats itself. They change little shit, right? They change the key components of it, but they use the same strategies. And so what it looks like to me, like we're just replaying that era all over again with a different same tactic, different components. And so if we just sit back and not pay attention to how it was done then we just gonna find ourselves right back into Jim Crow era again, but this time it's gonna be Christian privilege. Yeah. No, yeah. I agree with you. And that's why I brought up why, for me, like Christianity and religion is a very unique danger, in my view, when it comes to like belief systems. It's kind of already embed some of the instruments to enact their biases are already part of our institutions, right? You know, we have a whole party that is a whole major political party that is openly willing to enact Christian favoritism, like Christian superiority within our society. So yeah, that's why, like when I mentioned these questions, like I guess bring it all together, it is a scary time when it comes to non-believers, everyone that does not conform to one brand of Christianity, a specific brand of Christianity. I just don't see. When you say that the silence about it, whether you see if it's whether you were asking whether the silence is because of that some people like subconsciously want it,
Um, like I said, I think they do. I don't know why they would want to repeat the history of history when it comes to when we look back at European history, how religion pretty much destroyed their societies and they had to rebuild from the ground up because of so much religious infighting. I don't see how that doesn't, when you start injecting religion more openly, how that type of history doesn't repeat itself. Because whenever you start advocating for one brand of a specific religion, I don't see how you don't get some type of reaction somewhere.
And let's be real, we know what brand that's going to be. The brand that's
Yeah,
pumping money into them, right? The brand that
yeah,
has the power and the wealth. And
yeah.
so like for black Christians to sit back and think that they're going to benefit from this, to sit back and be quiet and think that this is a good thing for them, I'm fucking mind blown. Because the delusion, right, of them believing that they are either, close to this God or mean something to this God, or that they are the true people of this God, is what's going to fuck them up. Because they're going to think that this includes them. And there's going to be a fuck around and find out moment. Because it's not going to be their brand of Christianity that's chosen.
Yeah. No, no. I agree. I'm part Latin American descent. Most of them majority are Christians. I see the same thing within that community, and like this idea that this belief that one party represents Christianity more faithfully, and unfortunately, that FAFO is going to be a bitter pill to swallow when they pick a brand of Christianity that does not include them.
He's already picked it. He's already said who his supporter base is, and he said that
Yeah.
it's the evangelical Christians. Like, he's already picked them.
Yep, he has. He has. And I guess I I asked you this earlier about the whole idea of like whether secular ideas of freedom of religion, freedom of speech can ever hold equal footing for them to their religious beliefs. And I guess for me, I guess whenever there's I guess that secular ideas will always be under threat to religious ideas. That's the conclusion I can make, that secular principles will always be under threat to religious ideas.
Yeah.
And then atheists, there has to be a healthy atheist uh rebuttal to theists. They has to be, or it'll just eat us all up.
That's why, like, when people ask, why do you host lives, or why do you study the Bible? Why do you study the history if you don't believe? You can't see. It's hard to see if you don't know what they know. And I think, like, one of the reasons why they fuck with history so much, and when I say they, I mean those in charge, right, get mad when we start looking into history, is because it's where their plans are. And they've been running the same plan and pulling the same levers for centuries. And if we educate ourselves, right, then we know what's coming, and we know how to fight back, right? We know how to mitigate it. But because we think history is a waste of time, we get blindsided every fucking time. And then
No,
we end up saying, but how did they do that? How is this fair? And then somebody ends up coming up saying, well, back in such and such and such and such, such and such and such and such did such and such and such and such, and you're like, damn, they did this before.
Yeah.
There's a book called The Invention of the White Race, by Theodore W. Allen. So he wrote the first volume of that book, and they had a fit. They pulled all his shit off the shelves. He had to literally fight in court for him to be able to republish his book, and they made him republish it and redact a lot of it. But
really?
yeah, in his
I have to look that
second,
up.
it's a good book. It reads like a history book, so it's like if you like you know, learning, you'll like it. But it's kind of like reading the Bible. It reads like a history book. But in his second volume, he talks about the social lever that's pulled, and he talks about the signs, right, that you can see in society when the culture wars start happening. You can tell when the social lever is going to be pulled. And so, like, when in 2020, I'm just sitting, I'm looking, and I'm you know, seeing certain things, and I'm like, they don't fucking pull the social lever. So I started making videos, and I'm telling people, like, look, this happened in such and such time. This happened in such and such time. This is about to happen. They're about to try to take us back towards Jim Crow. Like, I'm making videos, right, and telling people to pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. And not only just me, a lot of creators were trying to get people to see the signs, because they were just redoing the shit all over again. The same shit they did during Reconstruction era. They pulled that social lever, and they're doing it again.
And the Christianity is part of that social lever.
Christianity is the meat and bread of it. Christianity is the foundation. It's like the vehicle.
Man, now you just made me you made me more scared than I was before.
I hate to say it, it's not a light thing. I wish that I could talk about it like it's light, but it's not. These motherfuckers mean business, and there is a fear of losing their status in society. And so they're not fighting for this God. They're fighting for status. They're fighting to regain power or control of their labor force. There were several times where the labor force fought back, right? They went on strikes, and like this is how we got like minimum wage, how we got like FMLA, like things like that, right? And that now they're like, okay, they've gotten too spoiled, they've gotten too privileged. We got to dial it back and remind them who they are. Right? This is about labor. This is about profits. This is about white supremacy. Right?
I fully agree. Like I can only assume my political beliefs are probably very much similar to yours. I just didn't. I guess, like I said, I didn't take into account how much, how much religion factored into it. Because when I first became an atheist, like I would go into join atheist groups, things like that. I left them because I felt that there wasn't enough meaning for me within those atheist groups, so I became more political. But now, like I said, I'm seeing how much religion is just, like I said, puts all these secular ideas just in danger. Just, I guess I forgot within my
my becoming more political, I did not. I kind of forgot how dangerous religion is, or ignored how dangerous religion is to these secular ideas, Yeah, like they like and how much of a
And
vehicle it is. like why do we think this God talks about slavery so much? It's about labor, right? It's It's about, about yeah, two nations building, right? And then the chosen people of that nation being the masters, right? And having labor, like people build for them, people work for them, right? And then some of the parables that Jesus talks about, like the parable of the dishonest merchant, right? The parable of the talents. You know, it's when he says, count up the cost. If you go into business for yourself, you're going to count up the cost, right? He talks to the Israelites about how to administer credit to one another, but don't charge interest on each other. You charge interest on foreigners, right? Don't mark up prices on one another. Mark up prices on foreigners. Like it's business. It's controlling a labor force. It's conquering lands and expanding out, right? Like it's literally Christianity is the bread and butter that helps them control their labor force and helps them keep the money amongst a specific group of people. And when I say a specific group of people, I'm not talking about Jewish people. I'm talking about in Christianity, it's being used as a good old boys club, but being fronted as, like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's hierarchical, if that makes sense. Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. But they would, like, getting into conversations, they would deny like I said, that slavery was ever endorsed within the Bible. So, those trying to get certain Christians to see that view would be a tall mountain to climb. It would be an impossible climb for probably most Christians to get them to see that. I mean, they when they come in here, they have no choice but to see it. They end up just accepting it because it's in the book, right? I just stick to what the text say, and it's very hard to deny, what the text say. Like even the kings of Israel used the Israelites as labor, like used them as corvée labor. When they were in Egypt, they were corvée labor. One of the reasons that they started fighting with the North, the king in the South was using the Northern Israelites as labor, and they felt like it was unfair and that they were too good to be used as labor because their God, said that they would never have to be laborers again, that they would be the owners of laborers. And they felt like that the king was going against what their promise was for themselves. Like it's all throughout the book, even down to, the Jesus telling Paul to tell enslaved people to obey their earthly masters. Like it's about labor, even to this day.
And Thinker, I honestly think that's the kryptonite that they're not ready for. I think the last time this lever was pulled, the vast majority of just general population was not equipped with the knowledge that we're equipped with now. Most non-believers, if you think about it historically, they rejected religion, but most of it was not from the basis of being educated about what this book really says or even knowing what's truly in this book. When we arm ourselves with their actual weapons, like you're using this Bible as the shield, but we're also using it as the sword because we know what's in it. I think that's how we neutralize and
Yeah.
that's how we combat what's going on right now. I don't know that they're prepared. We know that they're not prepared for it. Look at these conversations.
And I think that even in the wording of anti-Christian bias, I think that's interesting because why didn't you use the word discrimination? What was the reason for avoiding that particular word? Because bias is something we all have. And if they had an ounce of common sense and logic and had anybody on their team that looked into what this actually means, every single person has bias, every one of us. And if you deny it, then that probably means you have more than the average person and you just don't know it. So where's the target for identifying this anti-Christian bias? If I remember, you said it was in government, right? That's where they're starting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can start there, and 9 times out of 10, unless they redefine what the word bias is, then they're not going to be successful at finding it. Then when we talk about businesses that suffer the consequences of being discriminatory against non-Christians, I don't want you to have my money anyway. So you've done me a favor. I think we are going to have to be smarter about the way that we galvanize for sure. I think that we're going to have to equip ourselves with the scholarly understanding and the historical knowledge of what this book is, where it came from, what we do in these lives every single day. These conversations with Christians who are not fundamental, who are not so radical, and having like civil discourse with them to say, look, you can hold on to your belief if it gives you hope, but look at the other things that it's doing. It's going to have to be building those bridges that allow us to combat this stuff because I do also think that a lot of these executive orders, as we've talked about, is about trying to rattle the people. They're trying to instill fear. They want us to feel paralyzed. They want us to stop talking. They want us to say, oh, anti-Christian bias, we can't say this anymore. They're going to come to my house. The fuck you going to do if I don't open my door? You know, and it's
Exactly.
preparing ourselves to fight back with the weapons and the tools and the resources that will be effective.
The I guess just to respond to what you're saying, I guess for me, in terms of businesses, I don't trust the businesses to I trust the businesses to go wherever the profit is, and I think they would be easily swayed um, by that. And so if it means conforming with the quote unquote Christian biases, I think they will easily do.
But
They would do that easily.
Not
but
if
you
the
know
people don't allow it. Like
that's
if we
Now
take our money away because they're in business to make money. Like
that's true.
literally, we have to recognize the power that we have. They can have a business, but if don't nobody come in there and buy, right?
Yep,
That
that's what I
is
was gonna say. Look at Target. Look at Coca-Cola. They fucked around and they found out. You talk about these businesses going where the money is. The money is with the people. And the people who spend money, the people who participate in this economy the most are the folks that drive where the money goes. And we're seeing what the vast majority of people think, despite who's in control in this country right now, despite the loud ones, despite the ignorant ones like the MAGA crowd. We see where the needle of humanity is pointing, and it's not towards this radical regime. It's just not.
I hope you're right. I do believe in directing your dollars where where places align with your beliefs. I don't know that our economy is set up that most people have a lot of options. I don't know if quote unquote Walmart decided to say I'm just going to throw you know non Christians under the bus. That a lot of people have that options, and we're structured in a way and organized in a way to really do that right now. That's one of my fears. Secondly, when it comes to the idea of arming ourselves with knowledge and also also strengthening our position by getting more people on our side. Most of our society now, gets their information from social media, things like that. And I've noticed a concerted effort to push a lot more conservative, especially Christian media, into people's faces. Even me, when I try to avoid like specific Christian and religious uh, topics, it's still getting into my algorithms. So I can imagine other people that are not necessarily as vigilant. Um, they're probably just sucking in a lot of it. So I'm just bringing those up as just challenges that we're gonna have to face.
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think access for certain people is going to be problematic. And I think that that rhetoric being pushed in their faces is problematic as well. But I think that that's where, as a community, that discourse is going to be important as opposed to the tension that you usually see. And when you have, there's some people who, the only access to food or resources that they have is Walmart. You can't do anything about that. But what you
Mm-hmm.
can do is have conversations with your community. You can start talking to people who live in the space where you live and seeing what resources you do have or what resources you can start compiling until and to create an alternative. And it's not that every single non-Christian or every single non-fundamental Christian is going to be included or wanting even to participate in this. And that's just the reality of humanity. Everybody is not going to agree on that. But I don't think that because some won't agree, that means those of us who do agree and who want to create systemic change can't continue to move forward with this. So I say I think that these executive orders, these sweeping, like ridiculously and blatant goals that they are setting forth, I think it's being put out for the purpose of making us frantic. It's being put out for the purpose of, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't say this online anymore. And the reality is, an executive order can't supersede the Constitution. And we have freedom of speech and we have freedom of religion. And although for some reason fundamental Christians don't realize that freedom of religion means freedom from religion, it does. You can't force me to believe something. You can't force me to behave like I believe something. And knowing what my rights are as an individual person living in this country is going to be the key to ensuring that no one steps on them. So I don't disagree with you. I think there are absolutely massive hurdles that we have to be able to get ready to jump over. But I think being able to condition ourselves properly with the tools and the resources that we need to jump over these hurdles is the only thing that we can do, because they're not going to stop. They realize that they're coming to an end. I posted a video, I think, in the Discord last week, that this guy, and I forget what it's called, there's an actual psychological term that's used for what's going on right now. They know that their reign is coming to an end. They know that the data is not on their side. They know that we have access to scholarly research and information on where this book came from. They know that. And that's why they're doing what they're doing, to try to make themselves stay relevant. And you just can't fight with facts unless you want to rewrite history. And we're not letting them do that because we know what it is.
Which is what they're actively trying to do, is rewrite
Mm-hmm.
it. Yeah.
Exactly.
And they're trying to write in new history. But I do want to show, like, when we talk about the power that we have as a people, right? And I'm talking about the human people. But right now, what I want to point to is the Black community. Right now, like, this Nielsen report just came out, right? And they're telling them, like, oh, despite the DEI changes, there's no need to freak out. You still have opportunity to grab the $2.1 trillion dollars worth of buying power that the Black community has during Black History Month. $2.1 trillion dollars. The Black community has 85% of media influence. The Black community pays, on average, subscribes to at least 3 streaming services. The Black household, on average, 3 streaming services. Do you realize how much power you have alone? And then when we add that with other communities who also want to fight back, like, what the fuck? Like, why are we thinking that we're powerless?
Exactly.
The only thing I can get based on my political organization experience is the lack of organization, I think, and also trying to get people to believe in common goals. That was a difficulty in my experience. Lack of getting people to organize, that was difficult.
and believing in some type of common goals. You know, from my experience, like those common goals, the the goals didn't necessarily address the threats very well, or the goals would easily break down because people would have too many disagreements. So I'm bringing up just challenges that I've faced.
Yeah, but I think if we look at what they did with the apartheid, right, and how the organizations organized, and they didn't try to get everybody on board. And like the reality is that you don't need buy-in from everybody,
Mm-hmm.
right? We need just enough, people to buy in, to be consistent, enough to make it hurt, enough to make a noticeable impact. But there are it's been done, right? And we look to other nations who fall back, and we follow their strategy. There's no need to recreate or reinvent the wheel.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
And I think that all starts with realizing the power that Thinker just pointed out. Realizing that I think in a lot of ways too, they are presenting a united front that just doesn't exist in Christianity. When you talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're talking about, there are going to be so many Christians who do not support that. There are going to be so many Christians that will say, okay, well, what are we talking about? What does this actually mean? Every single church is not a evangelical church. They do have numbers for sure. They do have those that are, very vocal and on the side of the MAGA Republicans in this administration that's trying to just bulldoze over the remaining members of this country, but they are not the majority. They're just not. And I think if we utilize what we do have, and that's numbers, and that's resources, and that's information, and that's intellect, and that's all of the things that they have been pretty much trying to diminish, that's how we defeat this. That's exactly how we do it. But we don't allow, and that's not to say that people can't feel fear. You feel what you feel, absolutely. So if you're nervous, be nervous. Come in here and talk about it. Hear about the different perspectives that other people have so that we can feel that energizing force that will push us forward. But we have a whole lot more power than I think they want us to realize that we have. And it's only when we stop looking at it that they win. But this part of we will not let them do that. Because like I said, I have people in my family that are Christian. I have really close friends that are Christian, kind-hearted, loving individuals who align politically with me, who align from a humanitarian perspective with a lot of the things that we talk about. They're not going to stand for this bullshit either. So those are the folks we lock arms with, and we fight this nonsense because that's exactly what it is. It's a grab for power. It's a grab for dominance.
Well, you two have given me a little bit more hope describing Christians that actually do align with our political beliefs. I appreciate that, giving me a little bit more hope on that front. I've been a little more not as trusting in or being as not trusting in being able to rely on theists in certain things when it comes to politics.
Well, I'm glad, and I hope you come back, right, and like we continue these conversations because they are important to have, and like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody believes the same thing. I think one thing that we have in common, right? A couple of things we have in common is that we all enjoy freedom, right? We all enjoy our freedoms, and that to some degree we respect human life, right? And so with those things at the forefront, whatever the differences we have in theology, right, we should be able to put those aside and fight for those two things at this point in time.
I agree. I'll agree. I'll try to do my best and do my part.
I definitely thank you for coming up, guy. This is a great conversation.
Well, thank you for having me. You have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, I called that man Geo. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I pulled a thinker. I apologize.
Surprised I said it right.
Have a good one, Goo. Good morning, Fee.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Hey, little teacup and Lala. Hey, thinker.
You miss clitorius.
Oh my goodness.
Pretorius.
What was the actual name?
That was her name, clitorius.
The Critterus. What was the last part?
Was it clitorius or critorus?
It was Critterus.
Critorus.
Because she was
Critorus.
trying to say creator is something. Salvation. Yeah, Critterus salvation.
Oh, wow.
But it was too long, so she just decided to put the Critterus salvation. And it was just too much.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and her
Her husband
husband
snored worse than
snoring like a
Pressure does.
motherfucker. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Wow. I'm glad I missed that one though.
Yeah.
Any other good conversations?
I think the first person on stage got a cussing out.
Oh damn.
Oh, that was Dr. Julio.
Yeah.
Dr. Julio got his ass cussed the fuck out.
I woke up at one point you were cussing. Well, no, you didn't curse him out. What's his name? It's when Mezzo was up here. He was begging to come up.
Probiotic. I don't know that man's name, but I don't know. In my head, I just see probiotic.
No, it was some dude who was being ignorant. I think he ended up dropping, but he was saying he was going to school you on something. I heard that,
that's who I'm calling probiotic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all I remember. Pro something. I don't know. But yeah, I wanted that conversation to happen. I was a little bit disappointed if that didn't happen.
I'm surprised he didn't come back.
I think he knew that he couldn't actually handle it. Because it was at one point he got quiet. Like we expected him to say something. He got quiet, and then I think he just left. I think he just came up here to talk shit. I think he thought that I was going to get mad at him calling me angry and bitter. He wanted me to like lash out, but little do they know, like I give less than 2 fucks what they think about me. Like they're nothing to me.
And I think that's the part they don't like. Like that's they want their assessment of you to be important to you, and it's just not.
Yeah, and so he didn't get what he wanted. He didn't actually want to talk about the text. And then I guess he just left. He wanted to get dropped, and he's going to go and lie and say he got dropped. If you're in the guest request box, let's see, we have 12 people in the guest request. Can you comment so that I don't accidentally bring up a accidental request, please? I wish we knew, like I wish we just really knew the buying power, but hopefully we'll get that together and we'll start moving our dollars where it matters. Once we, it's easier to know where to put our dollars. Right now it's kind of hard.
Yeah, I also saw a TikTok of this. I can't remember who the creator was, but I think that it was really, really important. She was like, when we galvanize, move in silence. Like, there's no need to announce it because as soon as we show our hands, they know.
Was it Voodoo Bay?
It might have been. Yeah. Light skin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my girl.
Yeah, I thought that was absolutely stellar advice because we could absolutely do this and we don't have to tell them what we are doing, even on a local level. Like there are apps that connect people, in specific areas that you reside. Exactly,
Know that.
Exactly, to tell you where to look for these things. If you have a service, register your business, figure out how to do that. Like there are ways to circumvent this. There are people who live like that right now. And yes, resources and access are issues, But as this grows, that those issues can be mitigated more for more and more people.
Absolutely. Out of the 13 people in the guest request, none of you are in there on purpose. Raman, Marina, Christina, Ivy Sorch. It says Marina.
What you got to do is you got to convert USD to pesos, and then pesos to yen, and then yen to the pound, and then that just multiplies your money.
Hey, Haynes.
Good morning. How are my friends? Um, I hope I can stay on the topic that you're on right now, because it's one of the reasons why I came up. I think that this is so important. First of all, just let you know that I am a believer if we start to galvanize ourselves, the opportunities to speak about it will open up. This morning, I'm actually going to a middle school to speak on the importance of Black History Month at a middle school. I use theater and music as one of, I guess you could say, my weapons of which I operate to get a message across. And it's historically, it seems as though when times become more and more tumultuous and difficult, we find ourselves in a position as a people that it becomes more and more important for us to look to ourselves. So even though it starts to look dark, it seems as though we seem to operate with great victory when times get darker. Not suggesting that we want dark times, but voices like yours, opportunities that will present themselves for us to speak will open up. I really do believe that, because having an opportunity to speak to young people as to why it's important for Black History Month to exist opens up the conversation for many things. So we just got to keep on talking.
I agree. And I hope you have a good time today with the kids. You're talking to them about your music career?
Well, no. We the principal. I work with an improv group as well as do theaters. Actually, in this area, if you look in the Albany area, and I'm not for self promotion, but I work with the Capitol Repertory Theater in Albany, New York, and I'm in a production called Once on This Island. I think I mentioned it one time before, but we've been on news articles, our Channel 13 News and Channel 10 News. I've had the opportunity to speak. And I often talk about cultural conditioning as something that I find to be the basis of all the things that, stereotypes, customs, and traditions are things that have infiltrated our communities, and certain things we've accepted because it's been it's the poison that's been in our system for so long. So in short, with the amount of time I have to speak, and I have a friend coming and another director. We're utilizing the idea of why is Black history important? And I take the position it's important because it's a part of history. And, when we start to segment our history as Black, Asian, Spanish, there's a tendency for us to lessen its relevance because we believe it's a sub-history. But when we start thinking of it as a sub-history and we start to believe it and we start to repeat it or we speak of it with, and not the same strength, it becomes something other than history. And trying to get that across, people ask the question, or start to say, hey, why do we need Black history? And we start to believe that Black history is something less than history. It's not that we need Black history. We need history to be told in its fullness of truth. And the fullness of truth cannot be told without the Black perspective. So, yeah. but unfortunately, I don't have as much time with middle schoolers to explain it that way. But we will be able to go to middle schools, and I'm not going to dumb them down because our kids are way smarter than we know. But within the 15 minutes, try to explain why it's important, why it's the stories of those people that we know of and those who we don't. Why is it important to have the stories told? Because when, I was born in 63, and I learned English by reading the old Dick and Jane books when I was a baby, young person. And Dick and Jane never had me in there, ever. No, then as we got older, there were other books that television, growing up, me and my family, I think I've shared this before, but when we were growing up in the 60s, we were so excited when we saw a black person on television. When the television was in the living room, we were in other rooms, you would hear someone cry out, black person, black person, black person. And we'd run from from where we were to see this presence on television. Like the Carol Burnett show, they would have like these dancers. And it was way into the 70s until they had dancers that looked like us. So what I'm suggesting is that cultural conditioning, that plants, things that were planted in the minds when I was a kid watching television and cartoons, who were in leadership, not to make it long, but I remember watching doctor shows, and some of the premises in the doctor show, they would say, well, Dr. McHenry is going to take care. Dr. McHenry was, people couldn't wait to see Dr. McHenry. And then you find out that Dr. McHenry was an African-American doctor who had a, small afro. And then people would be shocked, like, oh, you're a doctor? Oh, and that was the point, the transient point where people go, oh my gosh, a black man is a doctor. This is the time I lived in. And it's, it's not my history as much as my memory. So, so we have to continue to tell the story, continue to let the airways and young people see that's important. Because I think one of the gentlemen here said on the TikTok platform, unfortunately, I see a great deal of people that have platforms who are not. So I'm trying to do this delicately. You and your team here, Thinker, are so intelligent, so black-minded, so understanding of those things that are spiritual. I don't know how much you recognize you folks are a cut above. There are those who are, we all have the opportunity to speak here. But some people somehow or another are not vetted. And I guess that's the beauty and the danger of this platform. But my Lord, I'm so very happy to have you all here. Like-minded, intelligent speaking African-American people with credentials and a background, because if you turn the channel, sadder things exist. It's sadder things. And I'm not trying to be, produced by, the lower division of Tubi and the Tyler Perry studios, if you understand what I'm saying. The stereotypes, those people who are, who ought not be sharing thoughts with our community exist in a plethora. And so I think I used to say I thank God for you, but I don't know how to do that without saying, I with all my whole heart, you guys are so important. Your voice is so important. And I hope to share even some of the things within the small time we have. I want to be able to share the essence of things that I've even learned here, in terms of solidarity. So that's it. That's all I want to say. I don't want to prolong the time.
Thank you, Haynes. I appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy your time with the middle schoolers, and you'll have to come back and share with us how it went. Are you going to do like a video collage of your conversations with them? And
well, it's unfortunately the amount of time is not enough because I think we're a part of a larger thing, so we only have 15 minutes in this particular. But I've come to the school before during other events. And, but now this is the first time I've come to an event under this, I want to say administration, but what's going on now, it's now not so much an interesting topic, but it's almost a topic of desperation. It's almost a topic that must be talked about. So I have a musician friend and a director in this area and myself to try to cultivate first the idea of why it's important. And so within the 15 minutes I have to let them know in a barrage of quick little thing, tag team type of things, try to bring within 15 minutes of history of why it's important. And I think it's going to be able to be done with a little bit of fun, a little bit of levity. You can try to make it middle school appropriate, but but I guess what I'm saying is all of us, sometimes we believe our voices are not important. We don't all live
Yeah,
in big New York City. I don't. I live in Albany, and they call it Smallbany. But you can become a relatively large fish in a small pond and let your voice become relevant and important if you just
yeah,
continue to push.
absolutely, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Thank you so much. Did
All right.
Did you have anything else?
Oh, no, that's it. I'm out. I'm out. You have a
All right.
wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Oh, so this one is yours. Damn. Hold on. I did not mean to bring that person up. I don't know. Let me see if they connect. I hate the way the guest request will switch at the
What's
last
on you
minute.
as soon as you, yup.
Sucks.
Can we take that person down? They're not connecting.
Oh, that's Critters. There you go, free.
Damn, it almost did it again. There you go. What's up?
I knew you was gonna do that one.
Don't tell me they left.
Right? Like that was just bring me up.
God, they
Look
have
like they got.
no patience whatsoever. Like, Hayes wasn't up here that damn long.
Hayes wasn't even boring. He was talking that good shit. That real shit.
You know
Uh-oh.
they don't care about that. He's gone. Oh, Selena, you took him down. We was trying to see if he was gonna connect.
Oh, I waited until.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, he wasn't connected. I'm trying to. I meant to ask Hayes, but my grandbaby came down making a lot of noise right when he was up here. But I'll hit him up in his inbox. Hayes, if you in here, I'm gonna inbox you.
If you're in the guest request on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? What's up, Phil?
Hey, Phil.
What's up, Phil?
Hey, Phil.
Hello, Aaron.
Yeah, they've been discussing that in a lot of states, G-Real. What's up, Lords? If you are one of the 11 people in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, please comment to let us know that you are in there on purpose. If not, I'm going to clean the guest request box out.
Do you think they plan on editing the 10th commandment that talks about coveting your neighbor's slave?
Oh, you know they will.
Who is like the Lord?
Hey y'all, I
What's up,
just want to
Lord?
let y'all know today is my birthday. Today is my
Is
birthday.
it? Oh
Yeah.
my God. Happy birthday. What's your cash app?
Um, I don't know. Wait a minute. I don't know. Wait, let me go see.
Let me go see. I think it's Eloso Ray. Last time I checked. Hold on.
Oh, whatever.
Let me put it in the
In the
chat. It's
comments. Yeah. And then can you
yeah.
DM it to me? Because then that way I can send you a gift after the show.
I would die for you. Of course it is.
Is
What?
that's it? I would die
Yes,
for you.
yes,
Okay, hold on.
yeah.
Let me copy that. I'm gonna
I
send a
would
message
die
to myself.
the I as an EYE would die number 4 and you. The letter U.
Of course, it's I would die for you.
All
Happy
right.
birthday, Lord. Thank you. I'm getting old. Let me tell y'all something. I'm not having another birthday.
Don't say
Don't say
that.
that. No, when I say that, I mean this my last I'm gonna be this age for the next 45 years. No, because I'm living
I'm
forever. No,
alive.
that's not. I'm not ever dying. But when I'm 145, I'm gonna be the same age.
Lord. Y'all,
Can I
thinker.
put your cash app in the Discord?
Yeah, it
Okay.
don't matter to me. I came to answer.
Real
I,
quick.
uh-huh.
Y'all, thinker. Every time I see it, I think it's the confetti. Her confetti gifts. You're running out of time. So please, 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 let's get these her gift goal met. Thank you.
And
Thank
Lords,
you, little teacup.
we can just start counting in reverse, Lords too. That's an
Oh
option.
yeah. I no, my best friend's mama. She would say, "Y'all know I'm only 19, so y'all gotta check my ID." Every time we would go to the grocery store and she would buy liquor, she would tell the people, "Y'all know I'm only 19. Y'all didn't check my ID."
Is she 91?
She was like 80 at the time. He was like
My
80.
grandmother's birthday was yesterday. She's deceased. She would have been 95 yesterday.
Really?
She died at
Aquarius
93.
gang. Is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty? Yes. Yes. Because we were on Ty's uh um live last night, and this 19-year-old came up there. She was sweet as pie. But she was like, I'm new to all of this. And we were talking to her, talking to her, talking to her. And at the end, she was like, "Well, y'all not scared of going to hell?" We explained to her why we weren't scared of going to hell. And then uh, we asked them if hell wasn't an option, would you still believe in God? And they were like, yes. And so I think it's like they get jumped in, right? And then and all their life they are in this. I don't wanna say they are in this group, and they feel that they have to be loyal no matter what. I think a lot of them don't even really believe, but they have to be loyal no matter what because it's what they've been taught. It's what they grew up on. They don't want to disappoint people no matter what. Because one girl we were talking to, she was like, "Well, I'm gonna just say now that I'm spiritual." Like they it's just a form of being loyal to something they don't even really know. They don't even really know. A lot of them haven't read the Bible.
I know, like
Mm.
when I started deconstructing, though, I was afraid to just let go too. And one, because like I really believed that I was in a, relationship with this God. Like I really believed that I was communicating with this God whenever I would talk to myself in my head or when I would pray. And then I believed that the success that I had was because of this God. And then when I started deconstructing, I went to like spirituality, Christ consciousness, because I was afraid. I didn't want to let go of Jesus. I thought Jesus was so sacred and so like humble and like, I don't know, to be revered. And then like when I finally let go of the idea of Jesus, I still couldn't let go of the word Christ. Like whenever I couldn't say anything negative about, and with the word Christ in it, because to me it felt like I could hear the like the angels singing oh whenever that word was said or
Oh,
whatever. I thought that
really?
word, yeah, it's like it was so holy, that word Christ. And then I finally got over that. So like for me it was an entire process to even just get
I
to that
well,
point.
I
Yeah,
understand.
same.
I understand that it can be right, but because because like I said last night, the girls that were up there, they were asking us, um, they were telling us that they thought the world couldn't be, we, there would be no need for God if the world was perfect, right? And I don't think that's the case, especially for a Christian, because if you believe that God gives you wisdom and gives you peace and gives you a feeling of like euphoria, I asked them, wouldn't you still need those things in a perfect world? People will still need to be wise. People will still need to be peaceful, even in a perfect world, right? So you will still need God for that, but they couldn't see that. They thought that if the world is perfect and there's no suffering, then you don't need God. I don't
It's
see it that way.
ironic how they're holding the same belief that Muslims hold, though, because Muslims believe that Allah wants them to suffer so that they'll need Him.
Well, that's what they said. They said, you know, if the world was perfect, we wouldn't need God. I
So do they
mean,
think that God, like, do they think that He is intentionally making the world not perfect? Because,
well,
like, how
see,
do
I
they
don't
go
know.
from? That's so
I don't know
weird.
because when I asked them, right, when I asked them about the bad things, they say that that suffering is not caused by God; it's caused by man.
So who made the world not perfect? Like, that's the weirdest thing. Keenan Lee. Um, the like the when you're talking about the tribulation period, right? What are you gonna fall to when you realize that this book doesn't talk about a tribulation period, and that was created by a man named Nelson Darby? That is not biblical. Then what are you gonna use to fearmonger? I'll be right back, y'all. My stomach is growling, but I'm not about to get tricked like I did yesterday. I need to make me some toast. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Pediahard. Remember that?
Oh my
What?
gosh. I'm
It's
sure he
Pedi.
made it.
It's Pedialyte chicken noodle soup and Dr Pepper.
That sounds like a terrible
Mm-mm.
fucking combination.
He probably just
It
came up with all
is.
three of those ingredients 2 seconds ago.
No, I said it earlier today, but basically it's like either gonna purge you or make you stronger. So just you gotta
No,
trust the
I wouldn't
process.
even. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
First of
Yeah, let's
all,
get these likes up to 300,000, please. Go ahead.
Pedialyte is terrible. I just want y'all to know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah, that's
tastes really
another place
weird.
we have to start. At Pedialyte being disgusting is the only place we need to go.
I can't
Full
believe I
stop.
used to give that to my baby when she was a baby.
Don't you feel
I,
bad for them when you?
yes, because one time I had a little tummy trouble, and my friend was like, "Go, you have some Pedialyte, go get it." And I drank it, and I'm like, "Oh my God!" I had to go apologize to her. I'm like, "Girl, I'm so sorry. We think babies don't have taste buds."
Think
Yeah, and
Pedialyte carries the concept of flavor, but it doesn't quite get there.
Mm-mm.
And just
That's
sprinkle
it.
salt
Like
on
Lord
top.
say, a whisper, a
Yeah, it's
whisper
a
of
mhm.
whisper.
flavor.
But you know what would change that?
Oh, you know what? I didn't get my cowboy Carter tickets yet. I went on there to get them, but I don't know what happened.
Oh, I hate to see them
Hurry up.
prices.
We got
No,
two so far, so
this is the thing. The Because two of my friends got them, but they got them in two different places. I don't know why, but they got them in two different places. And I'm like, but y'all, I want to sit on the floor.
Hmm.
Like
Backstage.
the floor, the I want to sit on the floor because the last time my friend went, she was way, way, way up at the top. I'm like, why did you even go? You couldn't even see her on the stage. You saw you could only watch her on the big screen. Why did you even go?
Right. That's the way to me. If
No,
you were to
me
spend that
too.
amount. Mm, mm,
I don't know. I'm gonna get my cowboy card tickets. I don't know.
mm. Hurry up.
Yeah. I don't know. I heard that Beyonce does rituals at her concerts, so I don't think I'm
Oh,
gonna
they
Keep
all be
smiling.
doing
And
those
can't wait.
rituals. Mm, I can't wait to participate.
go. No, I don't try to help summon Beelzebub.
I can't wait to hear Tiffany Montgomery talk about it again.
I know, right? You know, there's
I
gonna be a
love.
whole breakdown. And
Yep.
that other lady with that white sheet over her head, what's her
Oh,
name?
I can't remember her name, but she used to go. Her and Tiffany go back and forth.
Hmm.
Oh, but yeah, I can't wait to hear their hot takes. It's so delicious.
One of them said Beyonce's supposed to, not be here anymore.
Yeah, that was since 2023.
Hmm.
She was, yeah, she was supposed to go since 2023.
Oh Lord. This is what I'm talking about. Like, would y'all let go of that, please? Please,
Hmm.
can y'all? Can,
Is she
can
still
y'all?
talking about the creator speaking in euphemisms?
Who
Yeah,
the Creator tells us?
Clitorius?
Creator,
She's
Pretorius.
still
Creatoris
here.
salvation.
She tried to say the creator is salvation, but didn't realize there's better ways to do that. So now she's Pretorius.
I'm sick of you. I'm so sick of Oso. I'm so sick of Oso.
That's crazy because I gave you a break yesterday.
You did?
I
You ain't
miss
notice?
I missed the time when Oso was on punishment.
That's literally your name, Clitorius. The fuck? Like,
I'm gonna
you
call it
named
Cleater.
yourself that. Like, do you realize that?
I'm gonna
You
call it
named
Cleater.
yourself that.
The Creator is salvation. I don't know. You see, that's what I'm saying. She's in the game. But it's like,
Oh,
it's kind of like, it's kind of like the people in Oz, right?
oh my gosh.
They never met the Creator. They
I
never
wish that
seen him.
I
It's like the
wish they
people
would
in
have
Oz.
read what I said about time repeating itself, and the reason why so many people.
I don't know. It's just
So
part
many
of
people.
this
What?
Mm-mm.
Sorry, Lords. I want her to
reincarnation.
finish.
You know,
I'm trying to figure out why her God talked to her in euphemism, though. Like, what the fuck is your God talking to you about? That he's
Why
talking
don't
to you
you
in euphemisms. Like, are you and
get
God
He
talking
on
said,
about
I
fucking,
don't
knees?
sucking? Like,
judge
what are
it.
y'all talking
Right.
about? Like, what's
Well, your
embarrassing that your
God
God
should
got
be
talk to you in
helping you.
euphemisms?
Why would
You
your
gotta
God send you
come
out in the
inside
world
you.
just being like, why would
She,
your God send you out in the world not knowing how to spell? Uh, And then you don't
His
need a
title.
spell check.
like, but she wants
She
us to
ignored a red
know that they
word.
pillow talking and euphemism. I'm trying to understand, like, what is your, like, she already got up here and said that the God is mistranslating shit to humans. Like, now your God is talking to you in euphemisms. What the fuck are y'all talking about that's so fucking embarrassing that he got to talk to you in euphemisms?
Fill you with my hot spirit. Oh,
Oh, so shut up.
Like, did your God tell you to name yourself Clitorius so that it sound like Clitorius? So that it sound
I,
like clitoris? Like, did, like you said that your mind, because you are a flawed human, cannot translate what the God is saying to you. Did he tell you to name yourself that? Is that the euphemism?
I don't think she
He
looked at
making
it.
fun.
I don't think she looked at it before y'all pointed it out.
She did it.
Mm-mm. She just let it loose.
He making fun of you, girl.
Like she
My
just keep
God,
typing
too.
that over and over again. Like I'm trying to figure out what you want us to know about this euphemism that y'all talking about. I
He's the
really
only
didn't.
G
They
spot I
told me
need.
what? I really didn't. They told me who is they?
Talking
Oh,
about her
you didn't.
name.
Oh, okay. Like how you didn't know that and you talking to your God like that? This the shit that don't make sense. How are
Is
you
it?
Except
talking
she
to your
doesn't
God in
use spell
euphemism
check.
and your God didn't tell you that your name sounds like clitorius?
Mm-mm.
What's your ass?
They be like God guides me, but then have a whole ass name that sounds like clit.
But guess what? When you click on her thing, her other name, not the one she uses, her real name is Lottie Dottie. We likes to party zero.
Ain't no way.
It's Lottie Dottie.
What?
It's
That
Lottie
really
Dottie.
is
We
it?
likes
Yes,
to
it
party
Oh
is.
my
zero.
goodness. That's
It
crazy.
is.
What the fuck do y'all be talking about, bro?
It sound
You
like
know
God
that's
ate it.
from that. That's from that old song, A Lottie Dottie. We
Yeah.
likes to party. Don't
We
cause
cause
trouble.
trouble.
Dougie
We don't bother
Fresh.
nobody. We're just some niggas up on the mic. And when we rock
Yes.
up on the mic, we rock the mic
We rock the
right.
mic
All
right.
my dogs keeping y'all in health. Yeah, but she, but the euphemism, the clitorius name, the lottie dottie, we like to party. I'm trying to figure out this conversation. The fact that he's telling you shit that you can't actually comprehend. Like I'm trying to understand. This is what I was trying to understand when you were on stage, and like you are steady in the comments, just making a case for what the fuck we said when you were on stage.
Maybe instead of reading the Bible, y'all can start with like a thesaurus or a dictionary before you create the names that he wants to call you, because that is slightly problematic.
That was petty feet. You don't have to use create for.
Just saying.
Not Hector pointing out that she spelled lottie dottie wrong.
Oh.
See, this is why you got to come up here and act like you got some sense. Like, because we're typically cool people, but you came up here with a very condescending, smug ass attitude. Then you got in the comments talking shit.
CK said they gonna make their name
Harry.
an arm.
Did you just misspell like it's a fucking female?
Mm-hmm. Mr. and
Mm-mm.
misspell is diabolical.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Baby, I'm gonna need y'all to put that Bible down and open up y'all some language. Do they still teach that in school? Because we used to have
They
language
teach Chat
classes in
GPT
school.
now.
But this is the thing, if you can't spell, how can Chat GPT help you?
I mean, you could have even put the number
Confusing it.
in it in the middle of it to, phonetically make it correct. There's so many
Right.
options.
I told her that she could have
George
used
Bush.
the S double. Like she could have used the S and is for salvation.
Junior ass is
George Bush.
misspell a Harry Potter character. Misspell.
George Bush.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We gonna file a
George Bush.
class action lawsuit against him.
No, it should bother you, clitoris. Like it doesn't bother us. It should.
Hold on, Fee.
P.
The way Fee
P.
just said it like that's her name.
It
That's
flowed so.
And it just flowed straight out like that's her name. It should bother you, clitoris.
oh, that's yeah. It doesn't bother us. It should bother you.
Exactly. It just rolled straight off her tongue. Well, damn, that If Bash was in here, Bash would have been like, "Hold up, what?" Yeah, that didn't fit in the right place. That didn't either. Let's move on. Let's move on. Who's in the box? Who's in the guest request? Who's waiting to come up? Yep, I can bring you up because I thought your name was Shadow Bussin, but it's Shadow Boss Brian.
I was
Oh,
just
Come
about to
on.
say
Come
what
on.
I
yeah,
thought
When Fee said clitoris, what is that lady? What did you call that lady? Um, that came up in your lives a while ago. Her name was something. You called her. Now remember. I'm gonna remember it. I'm gonna figure it out and I'm gonna let you know.
You talk about Lisa Fried Chicken?
Yes.
I swear I've been looking at this name all night, and I thought his name was Shadow Bussin, but I'm glad I caught it before you came up. How are you?
Hey, thank you. How are you? Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Have you been on here before?
No, I've been in the comments most
Okay.
nights. I'm atheist. I actually had a question, if you don't mind.
So I don't allow people to come up and ask off-topic questions unless they have a nerd badge, and they have to
Oh,
be in
okay.
like their
No, that's all
second.
right. I can
Yeah.
drop down then if that. Yeah.
Can you tie your question to one of the topics that we're talking about? Can
It,
it be tied?
uh, it was sort of more of another topic idea, to be honest,
You said a
that I
topic
thought,
idea.
yeah.
Okay.
It's
Can you
sort of
DM
something I've
me?
been thinking. I can just is your your inboxes open on TikTok at
Yeah.
all?
Yeah.
I'll send
Yeah.
it through that
Just
way then.
DM me. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
All
too
right. I
easy.
sent you a follow.
Yep, sorry about that.
That's okay.
You
Thank you.
enjoy.
And that, folks, is how you, like an adult, leave a stage without pitching a fit and say, "Oh, why won't you let me talk?"
Exactly. That was very respectful. But it's not lost on me that he doesn't believe in this God. I mean, because it's not hard to respect someone when you don't have a God to be loyal to or a God to defend. You know?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But,
Exactly.
morality and all.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what we were thinking about, we were talking about yesterday. Um, we came across a contradiction in the Bible, of course, right? And we were talking about how Christians treat contradictions, right? And how most of the time they're just like they'll say, "Oh, well, no, you taking it out of context," or like the one we had on last night was just like, "Well, I still believe in the da 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 da." So my question was, well, when you come across a contradiction, right? How do you know which one you should believe, right? Like faith is all you need, or faith without works is dead. How do you know which person or which book or which chapter, verse you should believe if you have two things that are telling you the opposite? I mean, they couldn't answer, but their answer basically was just, but he's my God and I'm in a relationship with him. But,
I was going to
oh,
ask you what the answer was.
no, we did have one girl that said, that's why I kind of think she was deconstruction because she did say, that's why I think I'm more like spiritual and not. She said, because I read the book and I do see that a lot of times I'll read something and then I'll read something else and it says something different. But I don't know. No, none of them has seen him, but they're in a relationship with him. Me too, though. I mean, I understand because for years I thought I was in a relationship with Prince until he died and nobody called me. So I figured, well, maybe I'm not.
Oh, so your friend came back, but he left again? He has no patience to wait for you. Oh, killer boy. Are you still in the comments? I guess not.
I know the FBI looking at him. How you gonna name yourself that?
This is the second time that he got in there and left. I'm sorry, I know y'all hear my throat. But if you're still in the comments, Killer Boy, send another request. Oso is just dying to talk to you.
Adrian said, think a low key message.
I'm not messy. I just think that's gonna be a good conversation.
Mm.
Yeah. If you are in the guest request box and you're waiting to come up, can you please just shoot a quick comment and say, I'm here? Earlier tonight, y'all, we had a guest. He was a really sweet guest. And I think he was a polytheist or a pantheist, but he was trying to compare having faith in a God with saying that, you know, people who don't have faith in God have faith in other things. Like, I understood what he was saying, but he used, a physicist who would be doing experiments with bonding hydrogen and oxygen together and saying that that physicist has to have faith that what they bind together is actually going to make what they think it's going to make. And I was, sharing with him that I didn't think that that was a good analogy for faith, because you don't necessarily have to have faith to believe that, hydrogen and oxygen makes water, right? And there was a guy in the comments that was like, oh my God, you know what he's trying to say. And then got really irate because I didn't just accept his analogy as like, because I challenged the analogy. And that made me think about how, remember the other day when I was saying that I feel like belief isn't just like belief in the Christianity isn't just belief in the God, it's belief in whatever the Christians say too. Yeah, you good?
No, I mean, but that is true. That is true because I don't know who it was. I think it was like it might have been that Lucid Society uh guy. And he was saying something and I can't even remember what it is, but I know it's something that he heard a Christian say because I've heard Christians say it before. I can't remember what it was, but you do kind of have to have faith in what the Christians say, right? Because, and I say that because most Christians learn their theology from another Christian. They don't learn it from the Bible at all. They don't learn it from the Bible. Most Christians learn their theology from another Christian, be it their mother, their father, grandmother, the church. It doesn't matter, right? So um when your theology comes from somebody else, right? When your theology comes from somebody else, y- you can't really defend it. You come up with bad analogies, like the science analogy, like the combining two atoms analogy. You come up with bad analogies because you don't understand your theology because it's not yours. You
And
need
I
to
don't
listen
even
to
think it
somebody
was.
else.
Yeah, and I don't think it was. I don't think he was Christian. I think he was trying to explain why Christians feel the way they feel when we say that we don't believe in their God. And he gave that analogy. But it was the Christian in the comment that was like, that was mad that I didn't just accept his analogy.
Hmm.
Yeah, he didn't
Mm,
like
yeah,
the fact that I didn't agree with it and that I challenged the analogy. And he felt that I should have just understood what he was trying to say and just let it go.
but remember, that is what Christians mean when they ask you questions like, "Have you opened your mind? Have you opened your heart to Christ?" They
Yeah.
really mean just believe, believe in Him. That's really what they mean. They
Or
don't
believe what
mean
I'm telling you. Like,
yes
just believe
about
what I'm
Him.
telling you. Yeah. And they'll
Hmm.
say you're closed minded
That's what
because,
I'm saying. They don't
yeah,
want you to examine this. What they want you to do when they say you're not open minded or you're closed minded, they want you to believe what they say
mm-hmm,
about God, about the Christ, right?
yeah.
The reason why you don't believe is because your heart is closed, or you're closed minded,
Or you're a
or
demon.
you never had a encounter. That's what they kept telling us last night. We've never had an encounter with God. That's why we don't believe in Him.
Yeah. And so I feel like belief even goes further than the God. Like it's, what does Jesus say? Believe in my Father, believe also in me. What is that what it say? Believe in my
Hmm.
Father.
Yeah.
It's John 14.
Yeah.
Yep. Let not
And
your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me.
yeah, and I feel like that they put themselves in the place of Jesus, and so it's like you believe in God, you got to also believe me if you say that you are a believer. And if you don't believe me when I say that I have an encounter, or when I say that I talk to God or to Jesus, or Jesus told me to say this, or the interpretation, then you don't believe in God, or you are a demon, you are closed minded. uh you're just being you're being combative because you question theological stuff that they say, or you point out, you know, the misinformation or the illogical entailments of what
But
they're saying.
they also don't really mean that either. Because when we brought up the case of that girl where, um, remember that girl for the eclipse? She unalived almost her entire family except one of her babies, right? And she ran into a tree after that and unalived herself.
Hmm.
She said God told her. We found out later that she thought that God told her to do that. They say, God wouldn't tell you to do that. That was the devil. Well, you say God talks to you. How come God can't talk to you and tell you to do that? Right? They don't really
Mm-hmm.
believe. They don't really want us to believe everything that's said about the God. Only the good stuff.
Yeah, because Clitoria said that um, it was the God and it was the devil, and the Bible killing everybody, not God. And the reason why it's written that God did it is because man mistranslated or wrote it that way on purpose to basically lie on God.
Well, we had a believer in Christina's live yesterday that told us that Satan created the world, and that we are not. I mean, she's not a Christian, but she did say that Satan created the world, not
Yeah.
God.
She kept saying Christian.
She kept saying Christian. I also wonder if the anti-Christian bias is nothing more than the application of critical thought and pushing back on things that don't make sense, such
Oh
as,
yeah.
yeah, like how if physicists are using faith in order to understand that water is made up of two hydrogen molecules and one oxygen molecule, show me that synonymously on the God side. What are people utilizing to land on God? Just like the physicists utilized microscopes and different types of scientific tools in order to deduce that these are the two molecules that make up water. Show me that on the side of God. And I think by asking those questions, that's what they're interpreting as anti Christian bias, but that's not what it is. You only feel like it's bias because you haven't educated yourself enough to know to be able to tell the difference. But you can't then tell us that we've got to unplug our brains and just go with it. Yep, that's what faith is. That's not what faith is. Science doesn't utilize faith at all. It actually can't utilize faith because it's the investigation of the physical. That doesn't make any sense. And I think when we push back on them with these realities, that's what they're feeling is anti Christian.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just questioning them and challenging them that's anti-Christian.
Yeah, it's like critical thought or critical thinking is like the opposite of faith, which is why it's so weird when they try to branch out from the religion and try to create their own thing, and it sounds so completely absurd to anybody that uses just like half of a thought. Like, why in the fuck would the devil be the God of the Bible and you know who God is, but you know who God is from the Bible? Like, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna say you're just gonna swap out God for the bad character because you don't like some of the stuff like, it just doesn't make sense. But I mean, if you apply, critical thought to it, then of course that wouldn't make sense to you. But because you're not allowed to use that
And
in
I
the
think
religion.
what pissed me off about it all also is because nobody ever comes and says, I know it don't make sense, but I believe it anyway. They try to pretend to us that it makes sense to them. And I don't think it does most of the time because then when you ask them a question about it, they can't explain it.
Mhm.
I would rather somebody
Can't
just
think like
say,
God.
yes, I would rather somebody just say, you know what? I know all of it just don't make sense, but I believe it anyway. Like Critters. Critters is in the in the comments, just typing stuff. It doesn't make sense. Nothing that you're saying. Critters makes sense.
The Bible's not about Jesus, it's about you. Is that what?
Like, it's so fucking crazy. Like, who do
Back to
y'all
critical
think in
thinking.
history? Exactly. Like, why do y'all say stuff like that? Like, who do you think? What human in history do you think has so much intellectual knowledge that it could write one single book about every fucking human?
It'll make sense in the sweet by and by.
But the thing is, this God who you
No,
say
hold on.
is
It's
not,
your don't rep.com. Your mind is simple for you to think that that one book would capture every single human. Not one human is the same. You're the one making it simple. You did say that. You said the Bible is not about Jesus, it's about you. Like, you're literally saying that that one book is about every motherfucking human. As if all humans are alike.
and every time they say that, every time a Christian says, well, God woke me up this morning, I think of God sitting at one of those big old time switchboards where you had to plug the wire in and pull it out from the 40s. And there's 8 billion of them. And he just sitting there plugging it in. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. How does he, if he's so busy waking all y'all up in the morning, how he got time to answer y'all prayers? You know how many people got to get up this morning? If
But
he's
they
so
don't.
busy waking y'all up and not waking y'all up, because some people, he didn't wake up this morning. How he got time to answer y'all
I was about to
prayer?
say that. He was too busy, and that's why he missed them. They were supposed to wake up, and he forgot to plug them in, and
But
that's
think
why
about
they
the times he
didn't.
got to wake them up too, where they got to get up in the middle of the night and pee.
Well, no, one girl said, she said he don't wake her up like from her naps and stuff. It's the long
Yep, I
sleep.
remember.
It's the
I
long
remember.
sleep. So that he wake you up from. So like if you take a nap in the middle of the day, thinker, that's not God waking you up. That's little shit. He don't have time to deal with that. That's you. But you
What?
gotta deal with the people that been asleep for like 8
So
hours.
what if you take a 4 hour nap, or what if you take a 7 hour nap?
See, that's the
She said
thing.
it's like you did at that point.
And I guess it depends on
That's the
where you
thing. I don't
sleep.
understand.
Was a
I don't
nap on the
understand.
couch or in the bed? Like they come up, every single Christian that you talk to has a completely different interpretation of what this Bible means, who Jesus is, who God is. And it's ultimately like if all of us had a treasure map, but there were no agreed upon directions, like north can be whichever direction you feel like north is. Where the fuck do you think we're gonna end up? We're not gonna all end up at the same place. So
In the Gulf of America.
in the Gulf of America, exactly. So when they come up here and they talk about these esoteric understandings of what this Bible means, is oh no, Lilith was the woman, and like Clitoris was saying earlier about a tree and all this other kind of stuff, you're ultimately rendering this book even more useless than it actually is, because whatever you think a spiritual understanding is what it is. And in the same way that you say we can't refute yours, you can't refute anybody else's. And it doesn't make any sense. There's no consensus whatsoever. And you're basically neutralizing the Bible with every single Christian that comes up here with some esoteric understanding.
Like Forrest Hope said, billions of prayers in different languages is what you think your God is up there doing, waking billions of people up. This like, but you tell us that he's not a genie when you really think he's a genie.
Like, I wonder, did he have to wake Adam up from the surgery while he was off building Eve? Like, did he have to leave Eve alone and then run back and wake Adam up and then go back and get Eve? Like, do they think about shit like that?
And why get a rib? Like, why not just grab a stem cell? Like, those can be manipulated. Like, how is the, like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't know. Like, they don't think about shit like that. But you're not supposed to ask those types of questions, because then it's just introducing doubt, right? Like, or those are the things that you're not supposed to know. That's too high up on the totem pole. You're not supposed to know all of that.
That's anti-Christian bias.
That's true, diabiblical. Why couldn't Eve just be dirt? Why did she have to be? Why
Well,
did he have to take major surgery?
why couldn't Jesus be dirt? Why did Jesus have to be a bastard?
Exactly.
Why couldn't Jesus just come like he came in the Old Testament when he would show up and sit down and eat with Abraham?
Blink
Oh,
into
but
existence? Yeah.
that's a question I asked too. Why doesn't God show up like he did in the Old Testament? Like, why doesn't he just come and like brr, destruction and whatever? And they were like, well, because he sent his son, the blah, 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 to die for our sins. And then that leads me to ask, well, then why y'all still have to repent for the sin that he died for? They'll never have an answer. They don't know.
Garden, Gerald, Cunning, like I don't care what you think. I'm getting off track. What? Like, do you think that my mind is that fucking weak? I talk about what the fuck I want to talk about.
I mean, and it still doesn't make sense, right? We're really just asking questions about how believers can still believe because it doesn't make sense. If you look at it through their lens, it doesn't make sense.
But I wouldn't even explain myself to him. Like, look at the way the sentence is structured, right? Like, the way he says, thinker, he says, thinker, you getting off track with these thoughts. Now I think they got you. Like that, I think they got you. That's that reverse psychology bullshit. Like,
Hmm.
that part is gonna make me either explain myself to him, right? or do what he wants me to do, which is get on with the conversations. Like, I'm not fucking weak. That shit don't work on me.
And I'm not sure anybody using their full email address as their TikTok name is someone I want to take advice from anyway. So I think
You
you're
know
good,
what?
Dorothy.
I'm telling
Somebody
you.
else. I saw a lady that had her email address as her TikTok name. Like, who does that? This is a good name at
The same people that make
gmail.com.
their website their email, their username.
Speaking of that,
Like,
where is that man whose website was
In the
Jesus
comments.
Christ for the
Oh, I don't
well, for
know.
the
Yeah, I don't know.
that was his church
Blocked.
name.
I don't know. What Jesus Christ's leg was on his left shoulder.com.
hmm,
I don't know.
damn, I didn't know your email wasn't your now.
I mean, that's what your bio is for. And I don't know who all has gone to don'tramp.com. Like, Don't Ramp has been in here every night for about 2 weeks at least. How many people have gone to that website?
I can mark
Not
myself
me.
Not
safe from
once.
not going to that website.
Mm-mm.
Not once.
That it looked like it's gonna unleash a virus.
Yeah, I don't trust it.
Yeah, that doesn't look too trustworthy.
I heard his website got herpes.
Be quiet.
It looks spammy. Like, to see your website as your username, it looks spammy. I don't think too many people are gonna go to your website. I suggest that you change that and put your
And
website
it
in the bio.
and they don't say anything interesting enough to make people want to know what they are.
I don't know.
But
Like,
teacup
what could
cap
it?
ass.
That doesn't say web developer though. Like, I would, if you didn't tell me that you were a web developer, I wouldn't think that. Like, I literally thought basketball or some shit.
I thought it was boat ramps.
Me too. I thought it was boat ramps.
I thought he was an anti-ADA person. Me.
I immediately thought, no, I immediately thought
Oh my
wheelchairs.
God. That's what I'm saying.
So you
See?
see, it didn't
Yeah.
work.
Esme Granny said boat ramps. Yes. We can imagine anything because don'tramp.com is what's that mean?
And then are you telling people not to ramp up their websites? Like, why is the word don't in your business name?
Because ramp.com was taken. So
You're
all I
telling
could
them
do was spell critters.
like, what are you telling them not to do? You're telling them not to ramp. Don't ramp up.
Maybe it's like Esme Granny said. Maybe it's Don Tramp.
That's what I was thinking.
Maybe his name is Don Tramp.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, ramp is a
I thought
Jamaican
that
term
too.
for don't play.
I think it's Don
Oh.
Tramp.
Don't. So okay, so in Jamaica they understand that. Okay.
You do realize we're in America, though, right?
He
I
says
ain't never seen
popular.
a. I guess.
Now somebody's saying the word is romp and not ramp. See, now
Well, it's
I'm
because
even more
we
confused.
is past
It's
life.
ramp. It's RAMP. Unless you like, are you supposed? You're in London, and you're using a Jamaican.
Man, go put some beans
Diabib
on your breakfast.
Diabiblical said that's why the ladies are ramp.
And I hope you take this feedback like this is honest feedback, right? Like, we're not. Well, let me speak for myself. Like, I'm not doing this to rag on you. Like, you brought up the fact that your website is your username, right? And I asked a genuine question: how many people have gone to your website? Like, you've been in here for 2 weeks, and I'm just giving you feedback on what I think about your website being your username and how helpful or unhelpful that is for your business. And then I learned that you're using a Jamaican concept, but you're in London, and then you're hanging out in American spaces. Like, we wouldn't know or be enticed to go to your website, especially like if you do business internationally, right? That doesn't help. I think that you should put your website in your bio and then make your username something that will tell people that you are a web developer.
He said his development company is different from his raw authentic media platform. So ramp means raw authentic media platform. So much. So much we just found
Double
out.
entendre and nobody knows what it is. That's great. I thank you for saying that, that was just for you. I don't trust bald people, so I was definitely ragging on them.
You don't trust what people?
Bald people.
A lot of the English spoken in Jamaica is heavily influenced by Brit Irish accents.
Mm,
Something about a shiny head that makes me afraid of them.
what? Oh, so aren't you bald? No, you're not bald.
Whoa, whoa. That's like saying the N-word to me. That's crazy.
I don't know why I picture you bald.
Why? You've never
I
even
don't
seen me
know.
bald.
I know. I don't know. I don't know why I picture you bald.
Diabolical said Mr. Clean Fogey.
I don't know. Like, I think your voice just makes me picture you
I
bald.
got a bald man voice. Damn, that's tough.
Oh, Jay went to the website. Jay says the website doesn't wow her. It's me. Maybe it's not for you, Jay. Maybe the people that get it. Maybe it's like Christianity. The people that get it.
You should connect with Jay. Don't ramp.
Yeah, Jay is on point
Yeah,
now. She's amazing.
Jay will get you turned around. There's 16 people in the guest request. I keep asking if you're in the guest request on purpose to comment so that we can bring you up. Can you check to see if you're in the guest request on accident and remove your request if you don't want to comment? But we're trying to bring the next guest up and we don't know who's there on purpose. Jay is the administrator of the Discord. Jay, can you raise your hand?
Her comment is right above the one that don't ramp. Just put who Jay. Jay commented right above it. She says I develop websites.
Jay said maybe.
Well, that's good. You're open to progression. I hope you're open to. I hope that means you're open to feedback. Yeah, and she's not free. Yeah, her services aren't free, but she'll get you right. Who's in the guest request box on purpose? I'm just gonna clear it out. I think it's so crazy. It's weird how it keeps filling up like that.
Because of all the things that you did when you were closed down for 12 hours TikTok, you couldn't fix that. Just throwing people in the box.
What things?
Oh, you know how when you came back, it had stopped everybody's subscription and all of that kind of stuff.
Oh
Could you have could
yeah.
you have stopped just throwing people in the box? No.
Right. All right. The box is clear. There's almost 700 people in here. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. It can be almost 700 people that just like to hear us talk.
No, there can be.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Shan. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
What topic did you come up to talk about?
God doesn't prioritize moral goodness. I just thought about something that some people in here might appreciate.
Okay, go ahead.
And this specifically relates to the whole pro-life topic, if that's okay for me to talk about right quick. Pretty much what I'm going to say is going to center around the fact that when it comes to Jesus, right, they all say that Jesus was preordained or predestined to die on the cross for everybody's sins. Which, okay, if you want to go with that, that's fine. Let's go with that, with that notion, whatever. And a lot of them are also of the opinion not only was Jesus preordained to be sacrificed, he was preordained to die on the cross, right? And it's interesting because when you actually look at it from that perspective of saying he's going to be crucified, Romans did not crucify babies. I looked it up about 2 or 3 weeks ago. There is no recorded history of Romans crucifying babies at any point in time for any reason. So with that being said, the point that I'm getting to is that if God is, the almighty creator, he's the one that sets forth the plans and stuff like that. And he's the same one that not only preordained Jesus to be sacrificed, he also preordained Jesus to die on the cross. Then that means he could have left Jesus in Jerusalem and nothing could have happened to him because, again, he was preordained to be crucified and they did not crucify babies back then. This is important too, because when you talk about the notion of pro-life and, people try to say that God is supposed to be one to save all the toddlers and all the babies and all the children. Well, Herod went out his way to literally unalive all the toddlers and stuff. I think there was like under 2 years of age. Now, if God is really so pro-life, how they want to say, right? And he's also all powerful, why would he need to send Jesus into Egypt if the only way Jesus could have died was through crucifixion and they didn't crucify babies? That was a complete waste of time. Even putting that in the story, let alone letting Herod go through and allegedly unalive all these toddlers. If God was really as pro-life as a lot of these people like to pretend that he is, then he would have found a better way to quote unquote protect Jesus than allowing him to have to go to Egypt, and which allowed, Herod to go through and do what he did to the toddlers allegedly. To me,
So
that's just like,
do me a favor.
oh,
When you say that Rome didn't crucify babies, and that Jesus was crucified, Jesus was crucified as an adult, though, right?
right,
So what does
exactly.
babies being crucified have to do with Jesus being crucified? Help me connect
Oh,
those two.
sorry. The point that I was making is that God could have left Jesus in Jerusalem, right? And he could have protected him without having or allowing Herod to go through and unalive all those toddlers. But instead of doing that, right, if he was actually preordained, the way that they say to be sacrificed, there's nothing Herod could have ever done to actually harm Jesus. If the only way that Jesus could have been harmed or unalived was through crucifixion, right, which is something they only did to adults, infant Jesus, toddler Jesus would have been perfectly okay in Jerusalem. He wouldn't need to go into Egypt or any of that. He would have been perfectly okay in Jerusalem. There's nothing Herod could have ever done to harm him if that was if we go with the notion that he was preordained to be unalive through crucifixion.
So Rome didn't crucify babies, but they killed a lot of babies. They would, like, especially like if a
Right.
baby, yes, they could have killed as an infant. They could have killed him another way, not crucifixion, but they could have thrown him in the sea like they did androgynous babies.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If we're going with the notion that God is all powerful and he's the one that preordained Jesus to be unalive this way, then if their God is as powerful as they say, there's nobody else that could have done anything to ever change what God had already planned to happen. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if he's really all powerful, the way they try to say, there's nothing the Romans could have done. There's nothing the Jews could have done. There's nothing Herod could have done to change what God allegedly already knew was going to happen because that's the way he planned it. Now, if you're dealing with a God that is not all powerful and that is not all knowing, then yeah, do what you have to do to protect your son. But other than that, it exposes the fact that God is not all powerful, that God is not all knowing, and that at the end of the day, these people that we deal with on this planet have more of a power to affect and change what God allegedly preordained to happen than what these Christians will want us to believe or want us to acknowledge.
So I guess I think I follow you. So you're saying that Jesus, because God had already ordained for Jesus to grow up and be crucified as an adult, he shouldn't have had to flee to Egypt to escape Herod, because Herod wouldn't have been able to kill him as a baby anyway. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And how are you tying that to not prioritizing moral goodness?
Because if he was actually as pro-life as people try to make it seem, he would have never, according to the story, right? Herod went through and unalived a lot of toddlers and stuff like that as a result. When what I'm saying is he could have pretty much just left Jesus in Jerusalem if the only way he could have been unalive was through crucifixion, and it would have actually ended up saving the lives of all the toddlers that Herod was said to unalive in his attempt to try and get rid of Jesus.
How would that stop Herod from killing babies? If the Jesus would have been protected no matter where he was, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would stop Herod from still trying to kill babies to get to Jesus?
The fact that he would know who Jesus was and where Jesus was, so there would never be a need for him to go through and try and
But
kill
he didn't
unalive.
know.
Huh?
But he didn't know where Jesus was. He didn't know which baby was Jesus. That's why the story says that he was just killing all the firstborns.
Right, I know, and that's what I'm saying. If Jesus was preordained to be unalive the way that they try to tell us he is, then it means he could have been in Jerusalem. Herod would have known where he was and who he was, and there's nothing he could have done about it. But instead, God allowed him to be wandering to try and go through these various ways to unalive all these children in an attempt to try and harm Jesus, and it ended up being more kind of pro-choice, so to speak, as opposed to pro-life, which means that
No,
ultimately,
I get what he said. I'm trying to figure out how Herod would have just automatically knew who Jesus was. That's what I'm trying. I don't see how
that's
it
the
would have
part where
stopped Herod.
well, that's the part I'm saying. He would have ended up knowing, like God could have let it be to the point where he knew what Jesus was at, and he still couldn't do anything about it. And
Oh, you're
that's
saying God could have told Herod where Jesus was, and then he still wouldn't have been able to harm Jesus. Is what you're saying? Like if God
right,
had said Jesus is in Jerusalem, then and Herod wouldn't have been able to harm Jesus, then there would be no need for Herod to try to kill other babies, because God would have told him, "Hey, Jesus is in Jerusalem, and you better not touch him."
right. Just like the Magi, the wise men, were able to find Jesus, and I think ultimately they ended up knowing that Jesus was born because of the wise man, because of the star. They could have very much have said, "Yeah, we came from here," or he could have very much used the same methods to find out where Jesus was when he was born, and he didn't. But he very much could have used the exact same methods to find out, okay, well, this is where he's at, and this is what his name is, or these are who his parents are, or whatever. But he didn't. And that's, to me, that's one of the loopholes in the story that exposes the fact that God is more so concerned about what his plans are as opposed to actually trying to save the lives of these children, which to me would indicate moral corruptness.
Yeah, I get if they had wrote the story like that, it would have put an end to a lot of shit. But it doesn't have drama. They need drama. But I agree with you. It does show that he doesn't prioritize moral goodness there, because he could have done it that way.
Excuse me, I'm still feeling kind of sick myself.
You starting to get sick?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's kind of like cold-like symptoms or whatever, but I'll get over it.
Well, I hope you don't come down with this fucking stomach bug. My stomach's starting to feel weak now that I've eaten 4 pieces of toast. I thank you so much for coming up. Did you have anything else?
No, I just wanted to kind of share that. I think it was something else. I wanted to share that with you from the other morning that you were talking about David and his child that he had with Bathsheba, and in regards to God not having a moral compass, but more so just trying to pretty much get his shit off.
What about David's baby?
You were arguing. I can't remember exactly what the dude's name was, but pretty much like kind of arguing with him, saying that God punished David, or punished David's child rather, instead of punishing David for the sin that he committed by, I think he was either lusting after Bathsheba or maybe setting up Uriah or something like that. And you're using it to say that God will forego like a moral compass, or forego like
Oh yeah,
moral
for his
goodness.
plan.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly. So that's kind of where I thought about that like a couple of days ago, but I think I might have fell asleep, or I might have like ended up leaving the live before I had a chance to speak on it.
that was on Reels Live, wasn't it?
M-
At Reels
May
Live.
maybe it might have been. I don't quite remember. I just remember for a fact that you were on there, so maybe it might have been Ria's live.
Yeah, I think it was Saturday night. I think it was the conversation we had right before I got off and started throwing up. I think that was Saturday night, and we were arguing about because the guy was saying that he get his morals from this God. Was that the conversation? He was saying that he get his morals from God.
I'm not sure. I came in like after that part of the discussion had already started, so I was listening in, and then I when I heard you say something about Davis' child, it reminded me about the story. So I'm not sure exactly what he had said, but that's the part I remember hearing.
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, but other than that, that's all I could wanted to share right quick.
I appreciate you, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
The baby's okay? Did they get sick, Thinker?
Yeah. The grandbabies had it first. They got everybody sick. And my daughters have it now, and they're on their second day. I'm
I
on day
love
4.
babies, but let me tell you something. You get so much from them damn babies because they start going to daycare and then everybody's sick.
They went to a birthday party and
See?
brought a motherfucking beast back in his house. In this house,
Because what do children do? They pick up stuff, they put it in their mouths. They got their fingers in their mouths. They stick their finger in your mouth. They don't care. Like they just little bitty germ mobiles. Cute.
germ snatchers. They call them crumb snatchers. They call them germ snatchers because they snatch up every damn germ they can.
I'm telling you, I go by my friend's house. She has 10 grandchildren. And one of them invariably, girl, we were in here sick because so and so got it. I'm like, look, I'll talk to you later. I get sick.
And what's so crazy is both of them threw up on me. Like the
You
two
know
month
what?
old.
I remember you saying that. You like,
Yeah.
y'all, I'm gonna be back. She threw up on me.
Yep. And then that same night, my grandson woke up choking on his throw up. And we thought he got into some spoiled milk. We thought my son gave him some milk that had spoiled a couple of days. And they took him to the hospital and they gave him some antibiotics and was like, oh, he'll be fine. And he came home and he threw up a little bit more. So we just thought it was spoiled milk until my older son started throwing up. And we was like, oh, shit, this is a virus. And then it just went through everybody. Everybody got it but the kid's mama. And I think she didn't get it because she's breastfeeding. Like she's pumping milk. So either her body still has the nutrients that protected her, because I don't see how everybody got it but her.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, first off, tell me if you your age and if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist.
All right,
But not
so
ask a
I'm
question. You have to pick a
19.
topic. You're 19. You got to be 21, okay?
Oh,
Do you,
shit.
yeah, you see that at the top?
Yeah, now I do.
Okay, sorry about that. Have a good day.
Dodged a bullet.
I don't know. I
Why you
remember
say
when I
that?
was
Y'all talked to him
19.
before?
No, but I just had a feeling he was gonna feel bro the fuck out of that.
Hmm Well, when I was 19, I was for the streets. I don't know. Maybe these people, maybe these 19-year-olds forgot, but I was for the streets when I was 19.
Good morning, Dad.
Hey, Rocksteady. I don't know how long this shit is gonna last though. Like, this is fucking ridiculous that I feel lightheaded right now from eating toast.
Let me tell you, depending on what it is, it might take a while. My baby was sick a couple of weeks ago, and she was sick for at least 2 weeks.
I've never had a stomach flu this fucking long. Like, never.
You remember that movie,
So,
Cars?
yeah.
And they was like teaching him how like you have to turn into the slide to like to drift and like it'll help you. Like it's counterintuitive because you think you have to turn the opposite direction. Um, yeah, pedia heavy sounds like a bad idea.
I don't know
Listen,
what the
also
fuck you just
nobody is
said,
gonna
also, and like,
also
what?
wants you to drink Pedialyte, Dr. Pepper, and chicken soup. That sounds horrible.
It
Also, he's trying to
sounds
be
like a bad
funny.
idea.
He
No, it
trying to be
sounds like a
funny.
bad idea. I'm
He
trying
trying
to
to be
tell you.
funny because I've been drinking Pedialyte all night, and I tried to eat chicken noodle soup yesterday, and it made me sick again. So he's trying to be funny.
It's worked for me all these years.
No, it worked to make you sick. That's what it worked to do. Shit.
And I must be perpetually sick because I haven't felt sick in literal years.
That's because you be around chickens all day.
Hmm.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I'm shocked there's nobody in there. This is becoming a thing. Which is crazy because they'll go and have a whole ass live about us when they're right here. Like, there's no need to host a live about us when you can come talk to us right here.
I keep seeing that AI God fucking live, and every time I go by it, I be wanting to send it to you, but I'm like, oh yeah, I think I don't fuck about
Yes,
Mm-mm.
and I
this shit.
went. I saw it the other day. They had almost 10,000 people in it.
Yes, it's like it started off like so much lower, but man, I think the numbers on that live is insane. Like they every time they come on, it's like 2,000 more people show up.
I think it's what are they getting out of it? Like, it's the AI is just reading to them. It's just reading the Bible.
Yes, but it's like it's doing it in a way that like it's God and it's like they feel like God is like moving through the words and they feel the presence and it's just a whole bunch of amens and yes lords and it's so fucking weird.
Just weird. But aren't they the ones that constantly talk about how AI is of the devil?
And how we worship the Big Bang in science. Yeah. Yeah,
It's
them
just
people.
weird. It's like they'll worship anything that you slap the name God on it or Jesus on it, and it all of a sudden becomes clean to them. It's just weird to me. Like, no standards, except they claim they have like the objective moral standard. They claim that they have like this the truth of life, like this the superior truth of life, but like you could take anything that they once demonized and slap God or Jesus on it, and it's gonna be clean to them.
They don't do numbers.
It's just, Andrea, how are you?
I am good. How are
I'm
you?
good. Can I get your age? Let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, please.
I am 39 and I am an agnostic atheist. Um,
Okay, what topic did you
but I
come up
was
to
coming.
discuss?
Yeah, I was coming up to discuss about is Christianity a form of gang belief and loyalty? I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, um, and I would definitely have to say that there are some gang like beliefs there. The whole gosh, what's it? When you're put out, I can't think of the name. Disfellowshipped. Um, so if you have been baptized as a Jehovah's Witness, um, and then you fall away from it, if you decide to come back, you have to go through a period of where you are not allowed to be spoken to except by the elders. And that just to me seems strikingly like a gang where you can't come and go as you please. Um, it is something that you're initiated into, and then if you decide that that's not what you want to do, you can't come back. And it's held, I mean, it's held over many people's heads because that's the only family that they know at that point. So that was pretty much my point.
Yeah, I agree. We've talked about, the excommunication several times tonight. And I think that's the thing that keeps people, in the religion, because they're afraid of being excommunicated from their family, their church, their community. And some of them believe that that's the only way to get community is by believing in this God, or at least going to church. Sometimes they don't necessarily believe in the God, but they go to church for the purposes of community, and they're afraid of losing that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Um, I think that there are probably a lot more um, people that don't really believe or are questioning, but it's frowned upon so heavily. And I heard, I used to go out a lot, and they would kind of use me as bait to get into people's houses. Because, you send a kid up there, nobody's going to be mean to the kid. And somebody said recently, and I never thought of it, that the witnessing part is actually part of showing, one of the purposes of it is showing that people outside of the organization of the church, they don't really call it a church, but outside of that is not, it's a hostile place. And that's one of the purposes of making people engage in that.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I don't have anything else to add. I don't know if any one of the other hosts do.
No, I agree with you. I'm ex-JW as well, Andrea, and I think that that's definitely a manipulation tactic. Even the idea of having children be out there, whether they're comfortable doing it or not. It was one of the things that I hated the most. Like, I did not like randomly going to people's houses on a Saturday morning when I wanted to be watching cartoons anyway. So yeah, and then the excommunication or the disfellowshipping is nothing more than an emotional manipulation. It literally has nothing to do with wanting to repair your relationship with God. It's everything about having access to your support system, the only people that
Right.
you've been allowed to forge bonds with and have relationships with. So yeah, it's definitely gang-like mentality and activity.
I think it's interesting too. Like it's written into the J Dub um, documents that excommunication or disfellowship is expected to happen, right? But that's not written into most Protestant um, doctrine, and yet it still happens. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think they've changed it recently because of lawsuits. What they've done now, because like Andrea was saying, like you couldn't even talk to people who were disfellowshipped. You couldn't even sit down and have a meal with them. But I think there were some lawsuits brought. I want to say in Australia. I can't remember where people were saying that there was serious psychological harm done, and the organization had to pay out. And as a preemptive effort, they went ahead and changed their policies recently, saying that you can say hello to people who are disfellowshipped. You don't have to completely ignore them or completely ostracize them. But even that is not about actually doing right by people. That's about avoiding litigation. And it's sad. Like I could remember, like they used to. I think it's changed now as well. But they used to. You had a specific number of hours that you had to be out knocking on doors every month. And if you didn't meet that quota, you got called in the back room, and the elders would sit you down and talk to you about where your priorities are. It's so controlling, heavy, heavy. It's very high demand, and I think because it's not segregated like most cults are, that Jehovah's Witnesses go to school with them with other kids. They work outside in what they call the world. Most people outside of the organization don't realize how invasive and controlling it is on a personal level.
Oh, absolutely. I kind of got a mixed bag because my dad was not a Jehovah's Witness, and they were married until I was about 11. And one of the elders, because he would allow like us to have Christmas, and he's like, you can take them to the Kingdom Hall, but they're still gonna kind of grow up normal. And so the elder called my dad a goat. As the people in the Kingdom Hall are called sheep. And so he called my dad a goat, and there was a showdown with that. It was certainly interesting to try to navigate between those worlds, because my mom's side was all involved in the Jehovah's Witness thing, and my dad was not having it. So they definitely are invasive into social relationships, and I would say that they had probably a good deal to do with why my parents divorced in the end anyway, because that was a constant battle between what we were going to follow. But yeah, I can hop down. I just wanted to jump in and say that to y'all and give my opinion on that.
well, thank you so much for coming up, Andrea. I hope you have a great morning.
You too. Thank you. Hope you
You're
feel
welcome.
better.
Thank you.
You know what, another, I think, unintended consequence of these conversations is that we're seeing so many similarities across denominations and belief systems. We're seeing how most everybody who grew up in one of these religions was taught that theirs is the right version of it. And then they had these internal practices that you thought were germane only to the denomination of Christianity that you grew up in, but it's not. And then you start to see like that thread of control and that thread of repression and that that threat of isolation and social manipulation. So it's really just pulling the veil down on all of these belief systems.
Yeah, I think there's a common theme of them ignoring it too, right? Like
Yep.
they tend to like ignore the ramifications of their beliefs, that like the stats, like their stats are horrible. Their claims are that their teachings, their God will give you a more successful marriage, all right? A whole family, healthy-minded children, happier, like a happier life, joy and peace. But like we've had conversations even with believers, like believers are talking about how they suffer, right? And how God had to do a thing, or God helped them through, some, periods of them suffering and poverty, and they went through some of the most horrific shit. And then you have people who were raised in this that are telling their true, authentic stories. Like the God's track record is fucking horrible.
Completely.
Yeah, but there's this willingness to just fucking ignore that and to keep saying that it works when it don't.
And I think it's the fact that we are collectively no longer willing to participate in that charade that's got them pissed. And then when we ask these questions, these logical questions, okay, well, if God does such good in the lives of people, why do you see this trend? Why does the data show something completely different? And then that's, of course, anti-Christian bias. Like, no, that's not what anti-Christian bias is. That's us looking at information, seeing that what you're telling us does not align with the data. So, like, resolve that discrepancy. And they don't want to engage in those conversations.
Yeah, and it leads to questioning the data. Like, are they intentionally skewing the data in favor of Christianity? Because what we're being told here in live conversations, right? If a statistician went through and listened to the 174 videos that we have on YouTube alone, right? A unbiased statistician would that data come out differently than what's being presented on Google and all of these articles on Google that paint Christianity in a favorable light? That says that a child born to in a Christian home and raised in a Christian community is, has a healthier mindset.
And I also think that they are starting to look into that, because now there's data that shows, sure, religious people will profess to be more happy in life overall, but why is that? Is that a result of the religious belief, or is that a result of the cultural benefits that you get from being part of this community? And those are two completely different things.
But also, are they being honest? And then what
Right.
is their definition of happy?
Exactly. Yeah, because there is an expectation for anything that has the label of God slapped on it to be positive. For anything that has the label of God slapped on it to be good. And nobody opens that box to see what's actually inside of it. So I think that now we're willing to have those conversations about, why is that corollary or is that causal? Because those are two completely different relationships. And even if it is causal, what is the cause of it? Is it because they are really giving something to the person who's participating in these institutions as beneficial? Or is it the fact that that as a social species, we thrive when we're around other human beings? Community in it releases the individual workload and financial load. So of course there's going to be reports of a better living condition or a better existence inside these groups as opposed to outside of these groups. But now that we're forming communities outside of religious institutions, what does that tell us? It tells us it has jack shit to do with the actual God.
But you know what? To like now, like it has me thinking because like if they believe right that a God knows their thoughts, right? Like Jesus told them that if you think in your heart, if you lust in your heart, you've already sinned. If you think a hateful thing towards your neighbor, you've committed murder. So like he's telling them that even your thoughts are policed, right, by this God. When they take these surveys, like how do we know that they're answering these questions honestly and not scared that God is policing their thoughts? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because people have fears that run that deep. So I
Yeah.
had fears that ran that deep. Like I was so afraid of my own mind. It was insane because I was taught that God knew what I thought. I was taught that any questions would automatically bring some sort of retribution. Like I did think that. So you have people that believe that way. So of course they're going to answer these questions in a way that preserve themselves, that's going to benefit them. They're not going to answer them honestly.
Yeah, they probably be like, if I make God look bad, if I say that I'm not happy, then I'm saying God isn't good. So let me
Hmm.
say that I'm happy. Right? Who's going to know? Right?
Exactly.
Like, I don't think we can trust, I don't even think we can trust the data that we have out there.
No, I don't think we can. But I think even as they're like, I think it was I'll find the TikTok video that I found and I'll post it in the Discord. But there are scientists that are looking into that, and it's more on a psychological side. And there's this book that I read about. I'll find that one too, that talks about why religiosity is or has been promoted to be more beneficial to the human, from a psychological and a social perspective. Why that there are reasons for that, and they're digging into it. Now I don't know how deeply they go into the, like, y'all motherfuckers lying. Like I don't know if they approached it from that perspective in this particular book that I read, but I think that's a valid point that you raised.
Man, I wish somebody would, because I don't think they're taking into consideration the fear factor of it all. And the fact that these people believe that they're being policed by an invisible deity 24 hours a day. Tiffany,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Are you, can I get your age first, please? And then let me know if you're a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist.
I am 50 and I'm an atheist.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Who the fuck did or do I worship?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and I kind of wanted to approach this from being a believer and being neurodivergent, and how difficult that was, and how I'm seeing a pattern of most people who are very neurodivergent, how they were just unable to believe and unable to do the work to stay in. Either they become zealots, or we just have to escape. And as a child growing up, and as how I am now, it's like I'm like a human lie detector. So everything was just lies upon lies. And I was unable to like grasp it and get into it. So as like a child that was in church like 6 days out of the week, it was extremely difficult for me. And it made me very depressed as a child, to the point where I was ready to unalive at all times, because I just could not find any joy in my life in this church all day, every day, and not believing any of it, questioning everything and being reprimanded for questioning the God, for questioning the book, for questioning my guardians and adults around me. And it makes it like extremely difficult to maneuver through this world, when your brain won't allow you to sink in. I don't want to monologue.
Like, no, I'm following you. When you say that it won't allow you to sink in, like it won't allow you to ignore the way on the level that you need to ignore certain things. Like it won't allow you to ignore facts. It won't allow you to ignore the lies like you need to in order to fit in. Is that what you're saying?
Right. In order to like really be a Christian, in order to like follow this, you really just have to abandon all logic. And when your brain is very logical and it connects all the dots, it doesn't just fill in the God and the gaps. It's like it it's like my brain would not allow me to to do this. It's why I have problems with relationships because I can't believe your lies. It's like logically, if it doesn't make sense, I'm gonna say, well, that doesn't make sense, and it's like automatically, it just happens. Like that doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, and they think you're
this
trying to be combative, right? They
right.
don't. They don't understand you, and like you do end up hating yourself. Like for a long time, I used to ask this God, like, "Why did you create me like this?" You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have a friend whose son is on the spectrum, and this little boy is one of the most brilliant individuals I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. Like the way his mind works is absolutely fascinating. And I said to her, she's Christian. We have really good conversations as well. And I said to her that because he struggled with this whole idea from the beginning when they started talking about God, he just asked some really logical questions. And I said to her at that time when he was young, I think he was around 3 or 4. I wonder if neurodivergent is the norm. And it's this
Mm-hmm.
neurotypical expectation that people are forcing humanity to all think the same way. That's the divergence. Because variety is what we see in nature. Like the differences in every species, we see it in nature. So when we're talking about people being neurodivergent, of course, these brains are processing information in a way that's different than the standard. But maybe that is the norm. I've said all along, I think that people who are on the spectrum, people who think differently will absolutely be the demise of religion because you can't tell us how to think. You can't force us to not question the things that we are not clear on. And when we have these questions, which are sincere questions, they're not, the devil trying to make me believe something or push me away from God. They are literal, logical questions that anybody that's trying to be intellectually honest has to sit with. So I wonder if this neurodivergence that people are trying to say is this negative thing is actually the norm because we see the beauty in that, unlike the homogeny that religion tries to force on us.
Yeah. So when I turned 19, I was, 18. When I was able to leave home, move to New Orleans, and it was like there that I let go of the religion. And oh my God, when I say my life turned around, the happiness came back into my life and everything. And I came home and it was actually my stepfather who was told me the story of like Osiris or whatever, and that's why I always say, oh, yeah. When most people come up, it's like the first step of their deconstruction is they typically go into Kemet, and
Mm-hmm.
sit there for a while, and then go into spirituality, sit there for a while, and then eventually I just deconstructed from it all, and I realized that I don't need a God. I am okay by myself with my thoughts and how I move through this world.
Yes. That is so interesting that, like the way you said that most people go to Kemet. And not that, like when you say most people, I think, you're referring to most black people who are
Yes.
neurodivergent. Yeah. End up going to Kemet first and then going to spirituality, Christ consciousness, right? Until and we just continue to ask questions. It's almost as if we don't get satisfied. Yeah, I am so sorry. My stomach is starting to hurt again, so I may have to end in just a second. But I think we don't get satisfied. We continue to question and question and question and question and question. And I think that's why most of us end up completely, which I don't think deconstructing would be like a complete thing, but I think we end up going a little bit further than some people deconstruct and they choose another religion or they choose another method of faith. But because we ask 1,000 fucking questions, We end up deconstructing like all the way out.
And I had the beauty of raising my kids with no religion, never knowing God. And when I say they are brave children, when my youngest daughter was like 5, and we was having a discussion about death, somebody was asking her about death. She was like, "When you die, you die." There was no anguish and hell and all these things. She was like, "When you die, you die," and was okay with that. And it's like they're so brave, and it's like their little friends would try try to like disrupt them. My daughter came home like, and she was telling me about a man with a pitchfork that's red, and it was like she had no concept of it, so they couldn't fearmonger her. They couldn't try to send her to hell because she had no concept of it. But the only thing is, I had to tell them, hey, don't go around telling people you don't believe in God, because we do live in, the South and everything. But it's like to see them and to see their happiness and just to see how they maneuver and how they're truly who they are. They don't necessarily like fit in because they never had that thing where they had to fit into like this church society, this. So they are uniquely them, and it's beautiful. It's like I'm raising the kids that I wish that I could have been when I was younger
I say the
without the
same
fear.
thing. I say the exact same thing, Tiffany, because I raised my son without religion at all. And seeing how it's fascinating to me, like when he is exposed to some like new idea or new concept, he's not tethered by these limiting beliefs that religion, even when you're not practicing a religion and you've gone through the deconstruction process. And I agree with Thinker. I don't think there's ever a past tense to deconstruction, because I mean everything that we know is just so layered. But you sometimes don't even realize is that you're seeing it through the lenses of religious indoctrination. But when you're raised in a way without that layer, it's fascinating to me to see him experience the world the way that he does. It's probably the same thing you're saying about your children. And I didn't even allow him to identify himself as an atheist, because I'm like, you don't even tell me what it is. Tell me what you don't believe in. Like, so until you can articulate to me what you are saying you don't believe in, you can't carry this label. So, I talked to him about that from that perspective to make sure that he didn't just latch on to something because that's how I identified. His father was never an atheist. So we were able to have these conversations in a more holistic way so he can determine where he wants to go and how he wants to see the world. But you're right, there's this boldness that I see in him that I never saw in myself when I was younger. I have it now, but damn near 51, right? So as you get older, you get more settled and comfortable in who and what you are. But to see it in his 20s, that to me it just gives me so much joy, because I think of the potential that has for other people, and the world, right? When you have a community of people and you're building a community of or the next generation where they aren't limiting themselves in the way that they see things and the way that they see other people, I think the potential is just limitless with that.
Yes, and also they're like very compassionate,
Hmm.
because they didn't grow up with like this lack of empathy that Christianity gives you. So it's like just to see how giving and compassionate they are, to listen to they're all 2 years apart, and to listen to their conversations when they were little. When my youngest two were in preschool, they went to like a church preschool because it was like the closest and whatever. But to listen to my youngest boy say, no, there's a man and he sits on a cloud, and trying to describe, because I never told them what to believe. I allowed them to develop their beliefs on their own. I let them have debates amongst each other. So to hear them go back and forth, and the one say, no, that's not true, and whatever, until they eventually just gather what they believe, and they all believe differently.
Yeah.
One is like completely atheist. My middle girl, she's 15, completely atheist. My 17-year-old, you really don't know what she believes. And my 13-year-old boy, he's a science head. As a matter of fact, he got into a conflict at school because he was talking about how the sun was a collection of hydrogen, and then there was another little boy. We're in Texas, and he was like, "No, God made the sun," and it got into like a pushing match. It was like weird, and then the teacher had to call. And it was like, what could they say? They couldn't kick him out of school because the little boy was just so built up on his love of this God and his having to protect his God in making this son that he ended up attacking my son. And you can't kick my son out of school with your, no bullying policy, no fighting policies, because this boy attacked him because of his religion.
Right. Yeah. You know what? I find it interesting. Like you talk about the compassion, and I love seeing that too. But I also like seeing, like, my son identify the duality of being a human, like the good and the bad. He was, I laugh every time I tell the story. He was at work one day. He went to Publix to get a sandwich, and the lady in front of him, he was running late. So the lady in front of him didn't have enough money to get her pay for her groceries, and she was trying to decide what to put back. And so he asked, he was like, well, how much is she short? And it was like 20-30 bucks. And so he paid it. And I was like, oh, that's so sweet. I was like, that makes my mama heart warm. He was like, your heart can be warm, ma, but set it to low, because I only did it. I had to go. He was like, I had to get to work. So he's kind and he's compassionate, but he's also realistic. So he can recognize, like, I'm not going to paint this picture of, oh, I did this altruistic thing because I'm such a good person. He was like, I did it because it was a nice thing to do, but I also was going to be late coming back from lunch. So I think being able to accept the good and the bad that it is to be human, accept the positive and the negative, and be honest with ourselves about ourselves. I think religion doesn't allow you to do that because it demonizes the parts of us that are truly innately human. It tells us that any bad thought means that we are a bad person. It tells us that anything that we do to help ourselves means that we are a bad person, and that's just not true. So I think being able to see how that freedom from religion allows us to be more freely human and accept and work on and improve on and recognize all the parts of who and what we are. It's just a beautiful thing.
Yes, I was so scared to come up here because I am ADHD. I was one of those late diagnosed people. I'm 50 now, but I was like diagnosed when I was 30 because I was struggling, just like, why is my life not working the way I want it to work? One of those, like, kids that was gifted and talented, really smart. It's hard to diagnose in girls. Really, really smart. But it was like by the time I got to college and had to do everything on my own, and I wasn't trying to just please my mother anymore, it was like I wasn't able to like really keep everything together and do all the things that needed to be done. But I was scared to come up here because I have a tendency to overtalk people, and it's hard to control my impulses. And I was like, oh my God, I don't want Thinker Nim to cuss me out for over talking.
I think you've done perfectly fine. Like and I think that's a tendency of folks with ADHD. My son does the
Right.
exact same thing, and he started doing this thing where when we're talking and he catches himself, he'll like hold up a finger, like that. Like, this is the thought that I'm holding on to, just a tool to stop himself from doing that. But I think you've done great.
Right. So thank you guys for listening to me. But yeah, I'm so glad to be deconstructing on my constant deconstruction, because I do have to constant deconstruct. As a matter of fact, one time Thinker was having a conversation with a trucker, and he said something, and I found myself being very judgmental on what he said, and I wrote it in there. And then Thinker was like, don't be judgmental and I had to think, like, oh my God, it was like, that is still that Christian judgy thing that I just did, and I'm really trying to be a better person. I'm always trying to be a better person. And I apologized to Thinker. I texted and I was like, oh my God, she's never going to want to talk to me because she's only going to see me as this judgy person. That, but it was like, it was just but I like these lives because they help me see myself, the good and the bad.
And I think
So,
too. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, and I was just saying it helps me see myself, and it's like just me noticing that inside of myself. It gave me something to work on and to like, hey, it's like you have not been perfect. There are a lot of things. I used to be in the bars when I was 13 because I lived in Louisiana and you could do that. so, so yeah.
And I think that exercise that you just talked about is the best that we can all do. Like none of us are going to get it right all the time. Even the idea of perfection that religion ever even talks about is unrealistic, and it creates this deficit that is almost baked into how you see yourself. There's nothing that is perfect, nothing. And why people, and think about the number of times believers come up here and you highlight something. Oh well, you're not perfect either, but nobody is. So I think it's just another like thought terminating cliche that a lot of Christians utilize to avoid doing the work. And the work is identifying that we are all going to make mistakes. We are all going to do things that are not good or not helpful. And it's being able to recognize those things and being willing to admit those things and being willing to work on improving those things. That's all we can do. But when you demonized and you vilified the idea of identifying those things, that it's almost like they tell you it's outside of your control because it's the devil that's making you do it. No, it's not. It's me that's making me do it. It's the thoughts that I had that's leading to these feelings that's prompting these actions. All of that is internal, but religion does not give you that framework, that internal framework. It externalizes absolutely everything. So, I mean, I'm glad you came up and I'm glad you talked because I think if any place you're going to find is going to be here where we can talk through the mistakes and we can talk through, okay, yeah, you know what, that wasn't the right thing to say, or that term is offensive. And I hadn't thought about it through that lens. That's the best that any of us can do.
Yeah. I've been following Thinker for I would say a little over a year. I started with Bash and then Thinker. So it's been an amazing community. I started off my deconstruction journey on my own when I was 18, alone, lonely. When I was 40, my sister began to deconstruct, so that made it less lonely. Less lonely. And our mother is a religious fanatic, like a fanatic. But I'm the baby of the family at 50. And my mom just kind of likes to see my light. So it's like she's less judgmental on me. It's like she'll listen to me. And because, I did go to a Catholic school as, in college. So it's like I got to study the Bible, and so I'm able to like talk about the Bible in a more, instead of just a preachy way. So it's like a lot of things, a lot of conversations I got to have with her and say, like, Mom, that's not right. Have you actually read this? And just things outside of the Bible, because she wasn't like aware of like the persecutions that the Christians did to other people. She was on the rhetoric of, and everybody just persecuted Christians. It's like, no, Mom. So I was able to give her information to show her of all the Christian persecution, of how slavery was through the papal bulls, and, and how, so it was like she was able to like let up off of me, and she allows me to, because I've never hidden the fact that I do not believe in the God. I don't. And it was very hard for her, but at the same time, she's very respecting of it because I'm very respectful of her. It's like, I know you need this. I know you want this. I know you love your Jesus. And I'm not trying to take that away from you. You know, I was like, but I can't do it. It is not possible for me to believe. And it was like, those are the conversations that we had to have, that it is not possible for me to believe. And I mean, I understand that that might hurt you or whatever, but you either gonna have to love me like this, you know. And our family is really close, so nobody is evicting anybody of the family. That is just not something that we do in our family. And when I say in our family, I mean our entire family, like second, third cousins, fourth cousins. It's like there's the disowning thing is not something that we do. We're just a very supportive family. So me and my mom, we're still real close. We've never fallen out, even though when I say my mom is a zealot, she is holiness through and through. She has fallen out with more churches. So I love that I got to deconstruct in that atmosphere without the worry of thinking that I would be alone.
I love that. That's
Me too.
awesome. I wish I could talk more. I'm trying to chill. I'm gonna let them do the talking.
You okay, thinker?
I feel like I'm about to throw up again.
Poor thing.
No, you need to end the line then, thinker.
Yeah,
I'm
much as
chewing
we
on
love
ice
hearing
You
you,
chips.
need to lay down
you should, yeah,
in
you
the
should
line.
prioritize you.
Exactly.
All right, y'all. I'm finna go lay down. I'll see y'all tonight, okay?
Alrighty.
Feel better, thinker.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice
Happy
chatting with you,
birthday again,
Tiffany.
Yeah.
Lords.
All right. Have a
Thank
good one.
y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Better.
Thank you.